It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million!
本来出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be? Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friends who showing up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker, so that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっています来栖さこです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah!
本来出局超干的，现在很爽，换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be? Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friends who showing up here at the home. This is my first, second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT. And it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it. And where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we tried to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっています来栖さこです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the $406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah!
反正出局超 超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧，
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛，打比赛，
打比赛
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be? Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friend who showing up here at the home. Yeah, this is my first, second APT win. Yeah, I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
.ぜひお待ちしております。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A warm welcome back for the last time to the CTP, the Asian Poker Arena here in Taipei. Is the final day of the Asian Poker Tour Taipei Festival, and what a festival it has been. But we are not done. We still have this high roller coverage for you all, and the good news is that we've got a long ass day ahead of us. We're coming back with, well, over 302 entries created, the total prize pool of 861,000 USD. Vidor, and chip leader is none other than Peter Dahl from Norway. As we welcome you to the broadcast booth, Vidor Singhal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. A little bit of a higher buy-in this one, 3.3k buy-in, twice that of the main event. Got a long old day ahead of us with plenty of poker action and another record-breaking field. Would you expect anything less?
Double the buy-in, yet 300 entries, leading to an incredible prize pool. And look at that first place prize, Henry.
Oh, yeah.
172,000 US dollars. That's for a 3,300 buy-in. Just incredible scenes here. What a great way to wrap up what has already been certainly a successful or record-breaking series, but also an amazing, fun series, as evidenced by all the feedback we've been getting from the players. And we look forward to taking you along the journey of this final event that we are streaming and the final events that wrap up today. What a ride it's been.
Yeah, I mean, what a ride it's been indeed. You know, records breaking throughout the series. Let's just talk briefly about, you know, the Mystery Bounty, the ladies event. The opening event was the highest ever opening event at an APT. Obviously, the main event just smashing all expectations, almost doubling the guarantee. And the same for this one. You know, 100k Taiwanese dollar buy-in, 172,000 USD up top. Just love for the players.
Yeah.
Shout out to the players. Shout out to all the people that have shown up to support the series, and obviously to you viewers at home. And shout out to these final players making it through to the final day. Going to be battling it out for the lion's share of the prize pool, that $172,000. And I expect, Vidor, given that this is a high roller, you know, double the prize pool, double the buy-in entry, no qualifiers on Natural 8 for this one, so you had to pony up the $3,300 in hard, cold cash. So maybe expect to see a different caliber of player in this one.
Well, we did have 200 people cash the main event. Certainly helped their bankroll to consider buying into the high roller. And then you have your usual suspects as well. Simply the high rollers, the regs, the ones who travel the circuit, particularly with the APT. So it's going to be a real battle, but I do look forward to seeing a lot of unknown faces as well. That's what really makes the game exciting. Of course, we are down to 90-odd so players today, and we will be whittling down all the way. So I look forward to really seeing some fresh faces as we do cycle through various feature tables covering this day too. Once again, the top prize on offer, 172,000 US dollars. 39 players will cash today, with the minimum cash roughly equivalent, roughly equivalent, I meant to say, to about 2 buy-ins. That's 6,000 US dollars. As we do cut to the action here, straight in the middle of a hand with top set apparently. A sea of new faces, and unsurprisingly, 8 max table, 8 players, 6 countries being represented amongst 8 players. That is really the beauty of the APT, the diversity, not only to play against, but for you and I, Henry, and for also our audience, to watch various players from various countries with various styles. I think so. As we look at the chip stacks, 10 big blinds, shortest stack. Nobuaki Sasaki from Japan there. Yang Li, meanwhile, the largest stack. Not too deep, 37 big blinds. This is only the feature table. We are arguably in the middle stages of this tournament right now, as we do whittle down to those 39 players who will be in the money.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to today for a few reasons. I mean, it's the end of the series. People may be stuck on the trip, looking to get out of the hole with a deep run here. We're going from 90 through that money bubble where 39 places will get paid. So we get full coverage of, you know, unfortunately, someone going home empty-handed. But it's part of tournament poker, and it's one of the things I look forward to the most. And then, of course, playing down final 2 tables, again, we get to see the real professionals kind of shine, and then some players that maybe here for the first time don't have as much live experience. There's so much on offer in terms of entertainment and content and things to look out for. And then, of course, the final table, really looking forward to that one. 2 6-figure payouts. And again, we're looking at a massive heads-up match of almost 60,000 USD in this one.
And how about the turnout again, Henry? I know we've been talking about records, but we did have a high roller early on in the series, and the top prize there, $130,000 US, and we thought that was actually pretty good, considering that would usually be the top prize of, say, a main event. And here we go, 172,000 this time. Absolutely smashed all expectations. All thanks to all the players who showed up, of course. Not only to the series, but to this event. And personally, Henry, I am still reeling, in a good way, mind you, from the excitement of the final table yesterday of the main event. An absolutely wild ride with the champion, the eventual champion, Punat Punsri from Thailand, winning it all. 365,000 US is what he won there. But certainly wasn't an easy ride once he got down to heads up with the pushback he got from the Korean gentleman, Soo Bum Kim. If you were not along for the ride with us there, do check out the live stream we did yesterday. That is going to be one of the most epic heads-up battles you have ever seen.
And Abhinav, Indian legend, sat second in chips at this feature table.
We will certainly be telling you more about each of these players. Abhinav, of course, a WSOP bracelet winner. As a result, an Indian legend, as you correctly said, Henry. Perhaps more a rock star than a legend at this point. Living his best life, traveling the world.
I can confirm that that man has rock star characteristics. A lot of fun.
Look at that shirt. Look at that fresh fade.
Fresh fade, but maybe not the freshest of faces.
Now. Not our place to comment.
Hey, listen, man. If you could see me at 11:55 this morning, we just kind of give each other the side eye and then just burst out laughing. Love to see it.
Yeah, they put on a lot of makeup on us for those 2-minute segments when we're on camera.
Abhishek Guatam in the chat saying Abhinav is India's GOAT. Certainly is. Making a name for himself, obviously, as Vidor mentioned, winning that bracelet. First Indian player, I believe, to win WSOP bracelet.
A solo bracelet, I must say.
And
just to do justice to the other tag team winners.
And here, grinding the circuit. Respected by a lot of his peers for his ICM knowledge, Vidor. He studies a lot of final table spots, so certainly someone to keep an eye on. Obviously, very early days to start talking about the final table, but really do see people shine through on final tables when they're given the opportunity. Hard work they put in, studying stuff like ICM.
I did start mentioning the diversity. Pao and Fang, Queen 7 off. Decides to go all in. Was the shortest stack, just under 10 bigs coming in. Had chipped up to just around 11. 5K, 10K are the blinds. Does find Queen 7 in the small blind. And a completely standard all in, especially considering the big blind ante that is up for grabs. Queen 7, the computer hand, they say, for precisely a scenario like this. You are about 50% to win against a blind hand. That's why it needs to go in.
Computer hand. I don't know about that. Queen 7, 50% against the blind hand. Come on.
Do you disagree with the computer, man?
I tend not to. Every now and then.
Don't you dare defy our
say no.
AI overlords. Gotta be nice.
It's getting scary out there. The AI overlords. 302 entries in this one. Coming back today with 90. Play down through the money, down to the final table. We will be crowning our last champion of the series. But don't worry, we won't be away for too long. We will be back later on this month in fact, in Hanoi, May 26th through June 4th, kicking off the Summer Series in Vietnam. Then we'll stay in Vietnam through July 21st until July 30th. Be heading to Da Nang, lovely little coastal town, eastern part of Vietnam. Then, of course, later on in the year in Incheon, South Korea, another $1 million main. As we dive back into this, Peng Sen Woo, defending his big blind with 9-8, has flopped the queen high straight. Hong Cheong Lee with an open-ender, drawing to the nuts, backdoor diamonds, and a board texture that +1 may be inclined to fire on, doesn't. Decides to check back. Interesting choice by Hong Cheong Lee. Certainly has a range advantage, +1 the big blind. Range and nuts advantage.
Peng Sen Woo does decide to check once again, and who can blame him? 4 to a straight, any king makes the nuts straight. Queen on the river. Given the check-check, most kings should be out of Lee's range. And perhaps Woo might consider going for value. No, he checks it down. Very surprising end result for what could have been an action hand. Perhaps not surprising, considering it's one of the first few hands of the day. Players are getting their bearings in the state 2, getting comfortable. They want to make sure they get a feel for the new players on their table. Once again, actually representing 7 countries, 8 players, 7 countries. I made the usual mistake of misreading some flags there. Australia and New Zealand being represented. Seat 4, Yang Lee from Australia. Seat 6, Tae Hoon Han from New Zealand. Love to see it. Meanwhile, Hong Cheong Lee from Hong Kong finds 10-9 suited. Min raises under the gun, and it's going to be hearing from Abhinav in the hijack, holding 2 black jacks.
I love the 3-bet and juice. He's got a flat. Gonna play this one under repped, maybe recognizing there are some jamming stacks behind. Look at that tight fold with the king-jack, king-queen rather. Incredibly tight laydown. Does open the door for a big blind FM, a big blind getting out of the way, queen 10 trade.
One of the rules of poker is when you make a tight fold, you will end up with a winning hand.
That is true. Can confirm I was there when they wrote those rules. Abhinav checking behind. Position, jack of clubs in hand. 65k in the middle. Hong Cheong Lee now drawing to just 1 out. We can see 10 of spades is dead. To get some value from his 2 jacks. 32k into 65. So let's get a call from Lee. Very interested to see what happens on a brick. That is a brick, 4 diamonds. $129k in the middle. Abhinav wants to go for another street of value here.
Well, he did under-rep his hand pre-flop. Did check the flop. Abhinav knows he is very likely good here. Queens are much less likely to trap than a hand exactly like the one that Lee does have. Middle pair on the flop.
This is a sick value bet. He knows exactly where he's at here. Targeting 6s through 9s, 10x.
The board is also just rife with opportunities to represent bluffs. Something like the Queen 10 off clubs on the flop. Taking a stab on the turn, perhaps in position, is the story Abhinav can tell.
I'm a really big fan of this bet. Just shy of half pot. Disciplined fold from Lee.
The chips flow Abhinav's way, and he in fact does take the chip lead. A lot of stacks on his heels though, 35 big blinds, 31. We're just getting started here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you love good poker, because that's the kind of day we're about to have, one filled with good poker. Do expect the excitement to really ramp up as we inch closer to the money. But these guys, they're called high rollers for a reason. They're in it to win big. They're battling with the best, keeping their eyes on the prize. Prize in this case, 172,000 USD. Many milestones to hit before you get there, of course. 39 players will walk away. Some return on their investment in time. Another all-in from Pawan. Playing his short stack very effectively so far. Finding his spots. And these pickups go a long way. There you see the payouts, 5.286 million Taiwanese dollars. First place. 3.5 million Taiwanese dollars for second, and 2.6 to third. Six-figure scores in the local currency.
Blinds 5k, 10k. A lot of middling stacks out there. A couple of stacks in the danger zone as well. So Pao and Fang will let go of the ace. Yang Lei, the chip leaders at this table. Six tray mono, all spades, neither player with a spade in hand. Taihu in hand with the best of it, with his middle pair. It's facing a C-bet, these monotone boards, bottom v big blind, so difficult to navigate. Even when you flop a piece.
Taihu has all the experience in navigating boards. He has over $688,000 in total live earnings. Looking towards crossing the 700K mark.
Biggest score for him?
92,000.
So win here today, top two finish here today. Be a career best score for him. He's facing a double barrel from Yang Lei. Jack high, no spade. Lei just correctly deducing that hand's going to have a lot of one pair hands that are going to struggle to cool down here. That is just some power poker. In position on the button. Firing a second barrel. Getting the fold from the best hand.
Lei Yang, $611,000 in total lifetime earnings. Unsurprising for these high rollers to have huge lifetime totals, huge career best scores. But over here at the APT Taipei, they're constantly offered the chance to best all their numbers thanks to these record-breaking fields. Ace King versus Ace Queen. Junichi Nakagiri from Japan raises, and Yang seems to have a spider sense going. Simply flats with the Ace Queen in position. Junichi, also fairly experienced, 120K in lifetime earnings. Looking to double that or more here, and an ace on the flop. This might get interesting. Yang has under-repped his hand.
Yeah, massively. Single raise pot. Well, Junichi checking it on over to Yang, who somehow finds the check back. Vidor.
Can
How
he see the
does
cards?
he do it?
What is going on here?
Double barrels with the Jack 8. Has now maybe found a way to not double up Junichi by checking behind on the flop. Half pot bet. Ace Queen going nowhere, so 125 in the middle, going to the Jack of Hearts river. And I think Yang may have found a way to lose the minimum here.
The absolute minimum. Losing anything less than this would be sus. Amazing spidey sense, as I said. Just complete awareness of perhaps the player profile he's playing against. Perhaps he picked up something in terms of live reads. Quick call, and as you said, Henry, lost the absolute minimum. Look at that tiny bet, too, on the river. I mean, talk about losing the minimum.
Do you show Ace Queen there? Say, there you go, pal. This is what you could have won.
Well, you know what's good is it's being streamed, so he knows the world sees it. That's all that matters.
Take a bow, sir. I know I'm going broke.
I do love winning by losing. I think it's such a cool concept in poker, yeah? That is an absolute win in that spot. Separates the best from the rest. There's a few mental models in poker that helped me early on in my career. Of course, winning by folding, sort of a hard concept to grasp when all you want to do is get chips in the middle when you first start playing. Another one I love came from the man, the myth, the legend, Phil Locke. And this is going to strike you as a very Phil Locke thing to say, by the way. He said the secret to poker is to start with the best hand and not get sucked out on. The man just printed money like this for a decade. Known, perhaps notorious for being tight in cash games back in the day. If anybody young is watching, not to show my age here, and has not checked out really the full catalog of Mr. Phil Locke in the heyday of TV poker, do yourself a favor. Check out that man's antics. One could argue they played a huge role in making poker what it is today. Being all in and starting to do push-ups next to the dealer. Climbing on tables. Wearing the classic hoodie and shades, the Unabomber look. Too good.
Continue from Yang. Those of you just joining us, those of you that weren't here yesterday, Thailand's Punat Punsri taking down the APT Taipei record-breaking main event for over $365,000. And I tell you what, the Thai contingent that have been traveling the circuit, coming to these APT festivals, going home with a few trophies this series. Real strong performance from the Thai team here. Kevin Chu asking, is this the final table? It is not, my man. We have a long old day of poker ahead of us. 90 players left as we dive back into this. Sasaki waking up with ace-10 on the button, open jamming for his final 10 bigs, and he's run into it. Abhinav in the small blind with ace-queen. Fanging the big with ace-9, 13 bigs. It's a fun spot, but he's going to let it go. Sasaki in pretty rough shape, about as rough as it can get. Let's have 2 live flush draws. Looking for one of the 3 remaining 10s. Has the 10 of spades. Rolls off in the window. And Sasaki gets out of dodge, spiking the 3 outer. Fortunately, Abhinav was just a 10 big blind jam, but still, rather than playing north of 50 bigs, the Indian superstar down to just 29 big blinds now.
Rough stuff, domination, rotation. Nobuaki Sasaki, by the way, apparently known as Sasa. Frankly makes our job a tad bit easier.
All right, Sasa,
and fun to say. And now that Sasa is going to be around in this tournament, I look forward to saying his name repeatedly.
Rocking the Supreme Tee, the blue dyed hair.
We're still to hear from a few players on this table in terms of the action. Do have some local representation as well. Peng Sen-woo in seat 3 from Taiwan. The home contingent has just shown up in spades. It is simply impossible to have the kind of fields, smash the kind of records that we have smashed here at the APT Taipei without having the homegrown poker players of Taiwan show up like they have. We appreciate it. Interesting one here. Jack 9 suited, disciplined laydown in the small blind. Small blind is by far the hardest position to play from in No Limit Hold'em, both in cash and tournaments. Need to make some tough laydowns, particularly when you're slightly shorter stacked. The big blind, whole different story. 10-9 off, perfectly reasonable defense. 10K to win 45K in the middle. Got to peel some flops there. 3-3-5, about as dry as a flop can get. Certainly does not favor most ranges. But the big blind, perhaps an exception. Can have all the 3s, some of the 5s. Jae-hoon telling a story, just having a good hand to begin with. Does get the laydown. Slow and steady, the action so far. Some all-ins already. Did see Sasa in seat 7 survive after being in rough shape. So the feature table remains as we started, with about 84 players out there in the field, but eliminations are coming fairly quickly, given the blinds, given there's a lot of people who sort of straggle and stick around towards the end of day one, just to be able to make it to day two, to reset, to have a shot, to get a new table.
Yeah, by the way, worth noting, you can follow along all the live reporting updates over on the AsianPokerTour.com website. Have our team from Life of Poker out there at all the tables, getting as much coverage as possible for you all. Enjoy.
All in, says Bowen, who has been fast and loose with his all-ins, finding the right spot every time. 10-9 suited on the button, who can blame him? Might just face resistance here. Ace-9 simply has to be a call.
13 bigs, button open jam. Ace-9 just too much of a hand. Especially given that it's for chips, without any ICM considerations.
Bang Sen-woo, the player from Taiwan, counting out chips. Do expect him to put them in the middle here. He has seen Bowen go all in fairly frequently. Does make the call. Bowen dominated, but with some suited connectors. Certainly some spicy boards. Could be on the horizon.
173,000 in the middle as the board comes out clean so far for Peng. It's a fade of 10. Does exactly that. 7 of clubs. GG's from the table sends Pao and Fang home empty-handed.
Seat open, yells the dealer. We will be replacing Bowen.
Poker's so brutal.
It's
man.
so brutal.
Like, there's just so many unintentional needles, you know.
My favorite one is in bounties, where they give you like a wristband or something to represent the bounty. And you get a bad beat, you maybe like in your mind are smashing the table and you just like try to walk away professionally, and somebody just beckons you back and says, hey buddy, let's have that bounty wristband while you're at it.
Wow, that's rough. Ace King, early position. Carlos Hernandez over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel saying, hello from Miami. When does the APT go back to Miami? Thank you. Well, firstly, Carlos, hello to you two from Taipei. Secondly, are you watching the Miami Grand Prix today? It's Sunday. Oh no, it's not. It's Saturday for you. Tomorrow, you're going to be watching the Formula One. And thirdly, the only way that the APT will go to Miami is if we lift Miami up, cut it out of America, and maybe plant it on the coast of Vietnam or something, thus it being in Asia.
Not a bad idea, actually.
Maybe. Carlos saying, I meant to say Manila. Sorry, there we go, Carlos. You had us for a minute, my man. You had us for a minute. Unfortunately, I am not in the know of when we'll be going back to Manila. For now, we have announced our summer series. We've announced our next 3 events. The only thing I can suggest is obviously to keep updated with us on our socials to hear news as and when it's released.
Very likely. Could happen later in the year. So far we have insight into the next 3 series. Hanoi, later this month. Da Nang, closer to the end of June and July. Followed by the big one in Korea, Incheon, in late August. So yeah, definitely follow the socials. Stay subscribed to the YouTube channel. We'll be in the know, my friend. Han Chong Lee from Hong Kong has an ace-jack on the big blind. will certainly be involved in this hand. The only question is how. Call and see a flop or 3-bet. Cut off open from Junichi and all in, he says. A big shove. Shoving into the effective stack of Junichi of 23 big blinds. These guys at the high roller level don't mess around. They're often very well studied in terms of opening and 3-bet jamming ranges. Junichi posturing here. Knows he's been caught slightly. King 10 suited, very reasonable open. Simply cannot call a shove there.
69 minutes into the stream. Nice. 84 of you watching over on YouTube. Appreciate the support early into the day. Long old ways to go here. Wouldn't surprise me if we're live for 12 hours.
And a glorious 12 hours they will be, Henry. I'm locked in. I'm ready. Let's see some poker.
May be stuttering by the end of it.
Ace-Jack on the button. Standard open, 2x. Another thing you tend to see at the high roller level. People don't even bother with the 2.2, 2.25, 2.5x opens. Not afraid of playing post-flop usually. Middle pair versus bottom pair here. Yang Lee still in the lead with his ace-jack. But Tae-Hoon is certainly along for the ride here. You don't defend king 6 to fold when you flop a pair. How about a raise? Pretty much a click back. Raise to 42. My apologies, I heard 32 from the dealer.
Pretty unorthodox line being taken from Tae-Hoon Han. Pair and backdoor hearts. Interesting hand selection, to be honest with you. But how about just drilling the king of diamonds on the turn?
I think he took a peek at the deck. Decided to bump up the action. Just drills it, as you said.
39k in the middle. Fortunately for Yang, hands like king 10, king 9 now getting there against his ace-jack, so maybe this is a card he can save himself on. Yeah, fascinating check raise rather from Han. It's a sizable double barrel. Half pot.
Gets Yang to raise his eyebrows a little bit.
Well, it's just such a weird board. It just isn't a board that Tae-Hoon Han should be going after that much in terms of what his range looks like compared to the button range. Yang has all the sets, all the 2-pair. You know, Han does have a lot of 2-pair as well, but this king of diamonds, the turn card that's supposed to favor Yang more so than Tai. Like, what are hands like Queen Jack doing on this turn? Really interesting spot.
Note the sizing as well would imply a half SPR on the river. So Yang decides to let it go, wisely so as it turns out. Did not want to be in the situation of calling a river jam with excellent pot odds with a marginal hand. Fades the decision, makes the right one there.
Esmar saying hello again from Hong Kong. Shout out to Hong Kong. Let us know whereabouts in the world you are tuning in from. If you're watching in the Philippines, click the like button. If you're watching in Taiwan, click the like button. If you're watching in Malaysia, click the like button. I'm going to continue. If you're watching in Vietnam, click the like button.
Is this a geography class?
If you're watching in Hong Kong, click the like button. Watching in Thailand, click the like button. Do appreciate it. If you're watching from any other country in the world that I didn't just list, click the like button. Helps us grow the channel, helps us grow the game. It really allows us to continue to put out this highly entertaining free poker content from our festivals. Everything we do, chat, if we leaked our company documents, at the top of our priority list, above all else, is likes on YouTube videos. It's crazy. When we do our quarterly...
This is starting to get really sad.
It is, I'm only joking.
Imagine if that was true. Probably our company is engineered for that. Meanwhile, back to the action. Tae-hoon has decided to bump it up from the small blind with 2 black nines. Pang Sen-woo, the local player, feeling the pain of being 3-bet, having simply a suited ace. Wisely decides to let it go. Does kind of have a chip lead on the table, as we do see player stacks here, 427k for Pang Sen-woo. But of course, doesn't mean much that 42 bigs. Any players in the 30 to 40 big blind range as well. Nobody extremely short now that we did lose one player. Seep one short stack, Pao and Fang did get eliminated. C2, Junichi, slightly short also. As we look at Sasa and Abhinav Iyer in the shot. Sasa with over 190,000 in all-time earnings, the player from Japan. And rocking the green-blue, is it turquoise? I'm bad at these colors, but rocking fun hair. Pulling it off in a way that I wish I could. You ever considered the blue-green turquoise hair, Henry?
Maybe for the brief stint in high school. I did used to dye my hair. I say, yeah, I did for like a year and a half. 2 years.
Really?
Yeah.
To what?
I'm a bit too embarrassed, you know. If anyone could dig up an old picture from when I was like 16, 17.
He's not telling me, but if anybody in chat
free.
asks, he is legally bound to answer your question. Ask Henry what color he dyed his hair to. The world needs to know. Sasa with the king queen and small blind lets it go. Abhinav, certainly one known to defend his big blind. We don't know with what yet, but I'm not surprised to see him defend. 5 deuce. Suited though. Always has that as a defense, but it was suited, and what a flop, a straight flush draw for Pang Sen-woo with an ace on the board as well. Abhinav whiffs it completely. Pang Sen-woo It's likely going to feel comfortable to start putting chips in the middle here. You have a draw as strong as this, you almost want to build a pot for if and when you hit.
Players warming up into the day. 90 players coming back in this high roller day 2. 302 entries, generating a monstrous prize pool here to wrap up the series. 172k going to be going to the eventual champion. 39 places paid.
We do have a new player in seat 1. Vincent Lee from Hong Kong. On the big blind at the moment. I believe that makes him the second player from Hong Kong on this table. Han Chung Lee on seat 5. I do wonder what the Hong Kong poker scene is like, Henry.
I've heard good things.
Probably trained on the Macau boom back in the day. Look at this once more. The player with jacks, Yang Li in this case, flats the opening raise. Peng Sen Wu bumps it up to 25k. Blinds are up 6k, 12k. It's just a hair over 2 BBs. Yang Li with 20 bigs. Under the gun +1. Size to flat. Does end up with an overpair on the flop.
Yang has certainly been one of the most involved at this table so far. The blinds going up to 6k, 12k. We're going to check his 2 overs. Yang with, again, some pot control. And with that pot control, allows Wu to get there in the form of the Queen of Spades on the turn. Yeah, with some very interesting decisions so far today. Certainly someone to keep an eye on. Seems like a very tricky player.
Well, they do say jacks are hard to play, but sometimes people overcomplicate them, perhaps. Small bet from Wu. Fortunate, really, for Yang Li. And an ace on the river. It's going to make neither player happy, to be honest. Certainly an ace. A huge part of Yang Li's range as well. Check, check it goes. Once again, a pot that could have bloated at various stages. Pre-flop, perhaps on the flop, certainly on the turn. Stays very small. So, a lot of caution seems to be the story of the table so far. That isn't surprising, as the players on other tables are certainly dropping like flies, as I mentioned. Some shorter stacks coming into day 2. That does lead to players being slowly eliminated. We have to check the board, but we are around the 70 players left mark. 39 paid. 39 players will be walking away with at least $6,000 US, just about doubling their buy-in. Slightly less than that, perhaps. Of course, the price to go for. First place good for 172,000. It's going to be a massive heads up, considering second place is 114,000, so 58,000 up for grabs just in the heads up alone. So that's 2 six-figure scores, first and second place. 85,000 USD the third. 66 to 4th, and 53 to 5th. Record-breaking high roller event. And what a trophy this event has, by the way. If you haven't checked out our video discussing the new era of the APT and the trophies that symbolize it, I highly recommend you do that. Absolutely magnificent when those bad boys come out during heads up.
And that trophy from the main. Wow. What a piece to take back home to Thailand for Punat Punsri. 24-karat gold plated. The bottle of Carbon, of course, that was popped immediately.
Of course.
Didn't take too much time to get through that.
Nor did it take too much convincing for the Thai contingent of Punat to grab the glasses and toast to his success. Sasa with the pickup there, just jams it in with pocket sixes. These guys are high rollers, they're willing to get it in these marginal spots. If something is plus EV, as they say, plus expected value, they will be taking that spot. It's very difficult to play tournament poker and take these marginal spots. The idea being, you have to play each situation as though you'll be in that situation 1,000 times. You play it in the way you would play it in the long run. And yet, if you play live poker, you realize it's tough to play 1,000 times. It's tough to pull the trigger, and you know something is correct in the long run. That's what good poker is all about. All in from the new player on seat 1, Vincent Lee. By the way, recently crossed $1 million in lifetime earnings, thanks to his second place finish at one of the APT events. Hoping to really add to his tally here at this high roller. About 12 bigs, perhaps exactly 12 bigs, all in from the button, ace-3 suited, fairly standard. Beng Sen Woo, not much to think about. Queen 7 suited, not enough of a hand to call it off. Woo perhaps feeling like he's running good with all-ins, considering he was the one to eliminate. Cowan, Fang. So 2 short stacks with about 15 big blinds apiece. Everybody else in that comfortable middle stack range. But things are going to heat up as we inch towards the bubble. 39 players paid. Perhaps 60 to 70 left right now. 302 entries total for this tournament. As we wrap up a long, exciting series here at the APT in Taipei.
Got unfortunate with that ace-queen v ace-10 earlier on. Waking up with the ace-king and the hijack. Wakes up with something behind. So it's going to fold all the way around to the bottom. Our most active players, Yang Lei, is dominated. Has one of those hands as well that every now and then, Vidor just rifles it in.
I do like the look of it. King 7 suited, 2 clubs. Flops a bunch of backdoors, excuse me. Not much to write home about.
It's a ball texture that doesn't hate check raising, although at this stack depth it's pretty difficult. Pinup's been playing pretty snug and straightforward poker. Fires out a C-bet and Yang does let it go. Nice little pickup there. The Indian superstar up to 24 bigs. Bit of comfort.
1.5 million in lifetime earnings for Abhinav on the live poker felts. A huge chunk coming from his first place finish at one of the WSOP events, the closer, to win his bracelet. He's just a consistent performer, both in India, now in Southeast Asia, on the online felts as well. You did say he was playing straightforward poker, and I do agree, and it's a funny thing, when I first started playing on the circuit, and you sit down with these superstars, as we've been calling them, or just very well-respected regs, players you might look up to. It's sort of a learning curve of realizing that they're not the fanciest players. They're the most solid players. They just play every stack depth perfectly, patiently, and really pick their spots. I remember sitting down next to Aditya Sushant, another bracelet winner in India, and just constantly expecting him to do something tricky. The man did not play a hand for 2 hours. And I thought that was sort of disappointing. And later on I realized what an insane skill it is to not play a hand for 2 hours.
I think case in point that Ace-5 v Aces hand yesterday, the 6-bet jam from the Ace-5, I think it's very easy when you come across quote-unquote superstars or people that have, had success in poker to level yourself into thinking that they're going to start playing hands really tricky, but more often than not, they just have really solid foundations and a real solid grasp for, ranges and how to navigate stuff post-flop. Very often? No, the opposite. It's very uncommon for these guys to just get into really intricate parts of the game tree where they're just getting, massively out of line. And more often than not, when you see people dig themselves into holes in poker, it's because they're trying to get too fancy.
FPS. Fancy play syndrome.
There we go.
A great disease to avoid in poker. Try playing super solid first and just see if it doesn't work for you. I think you'll be surprised by the results.
Yeah, fancy play syndrome. It's a real thing.
I think Tom Dwan ruined it for a decade. Just set the bar so high for fancy play syndrome. We all wanted to emulate him. And now he's the solid one, I believe.
I'll never get over, is it 9-8 v Ace-6 of hearts?
Yeah.
Where Phil Ivey flops nut flush draw and then Rivers 5th pair.
And then thinks about calling him down with 5th pair for 15 minutes. And because it's Ivy, he was actually considering it too.
Oh, that wasn't posturing, dude.
Why would he posture?
That was a genuine Ivy tank, bro. Which is just absolutely insane. That hand is iconic.
I just remember Tom Dwan struggling to stay stoic.
His eyes were watering.
His eyes were watering, he said, during because of the lights or whatever.
Yeah.
But I actually do think he was feeling the heat, feeling the pressure a little bit. And I just remember thinking, I've never seen someone who looks more like a vampire than this kid at the time. What an era. The 2007 to 2011 boom in TV and online poker.
Yeah, the heyday of televised poker for sure. I mean, how can we forget Sammy Farha and Doyle Brunson, Barry Greenstein, just piles and piles of cash and chips in front of them. Greenstein, of course, known for just running it once, man. I mean, Jesus, what a gangster.
That
just
is
playing
old school.
massive 6-figure pots. Even when he was behind, didn't matter if he was ahead or behind. So I always run it once.
7 figures one time, I remember, with Dwan. And
I remember
Dwan
that, yeah.
being cheeky because Barry did not run it once the previous time. Refused to take any money off the table in a massive flip for basically $1 million.
I remember that. I mean, how many millions of dollars do you think have exchanged hands between Dwan and Ivy? Do you recall that nut straight, the second nut straight hand for 7 figures as well between Dwan and Ivy?
Oh, on that UK
Yeah.
cash game. I
Yeah.
do, in fact. The ace deuce versus the 6-7.
There we go. It's the biggest televised pot for years, I think. Until Triton came around, if I'm not mistaken.
That's crazy.
As Han bricks his open-ender, and it's actually Hon Chung Lee who's gone runner straight. Maxwell, we will be doing the guess the winner once we reach the final table, and obviously throughout the stream there will be Q&As.
We have Yazad Contractor in the chat saying hello from India. Hello, Yazad. Good luck, Iyer and Zarvan Tamboli, referring to one of the other Indian superstars. Bring it home.
Bring it home.
Yazad clearly following the live updates. Zarvan still out there in the field. Once again, an absolute crusher. Just finds himself on the receiving end of many, many trophies. Great job following the action, Yazad, not just on the stream, but with the live updates. And if you want to check out the live updates, just go to AsianPokerTour.com.
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies, TheAsianPoker.com. You'll figure it out.
Tamboli actually just lost the chip lead pot. Queens against King Queen against the Ace King of Pachara Wongwa chip. Came ace high, but Zarvan still with a very playable 920,000 chips. But the Indian was just 5 cards away from being the overwhelming chip leader. Wow, Han. To apologize. Kind of missing that as we were giving you some updates. Just getting out of line in the big blind, raising it up to 98k. Lee snap calling with the second nut straight. And seems like a really tough player to play against from what we've seen. Constantly trying to put people in spots. Unfortunately for him this time, running into top of range. Or I should say a legit hand. Ace King, Fabinav. I hope he's listening to the stream. Either the stream or some like classical piano music just to keep him calm. Didn't get much action from his Ace King earlier on. Sasa got it all in with the worst of it against Abhinav earlier on. Ace 10 against Ace Queen. The big blind with 10-8-0. He's going to defend. Heads up to a flop we go. And it is Sasa that flops best. Abhinav 2 overs and a gut shot, and a hand that really likes tripling here. Really nice triple barrel spot, in my opinion.
I'm fairly confident Abhinav shares that opinion. Dry board, 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts. Massive range advantage. Sasa with only 16 big blinds does make the call. hoping to get a comfortable turn card, to be able to navigate this hand. And how's that for a comfortable turn card? Just binks it.
How is that the turn dealer? Abhinav just wins this hand like on every turn that isn't an 8 or a 10.
Pretty much, I agree.
Oh wow, Sasa just gonna lead jam.
Abhinav is confused.
5x pot. Yeah, I mean, I understand it being confused. It's a spot where he has aces, kings, ace, queen, queens, and his opponent is just 1.5xing. It's just not a thing, but I don't hate it. 10-8 doesn't have much clarity on future streets, or on the river rather. Any 9, jack, king, ace, club gets pretty awkward with middle 2.
Certainly folded out a lot of equity, at least in terms of the range of hands Abhinav could have had there. Fair play. Excuse me, I meant to say fair play. Important pickup too, to go from the sub 20 BB range to the more comfortable 25 big blinds or so. Players now not only seem settled in, but fairly dialed in. Not too much chatter.
Not at all.
Things are understandably serious.
10 days into the series.
One thing you mentioned, Henry, is that a lot of people might be trying to dig out of a hole here when it comes to perhaps bricking or not cashing as much as they'd like in the series. Taking it a lot more seriously.
Yeah, it's been a long 10 days. Understandable that people are quiet at the table, just doing their thing. Especially if it has been an unsuccessful trip thus far. Sasa taking his sweet time. Queen 3 of diamonds from the small. Abhinav dominated in the big. We've already seen 1 queen folded. Does flop a pair. That's 6 spades, giving him flush outs as well as it checks through. So diamonds on the turn changes nothing. And still the best of it. Check all the way down to the river. Hand with the check mark. So he wants to go for some value here. It's checked over to him 3 times. Does check back with the king 6. Abhinav just out-pipped, man. Have Abhinav in the chat saying, "I'm listening, Henry."
No way.
I figured.
By the way, Abhinav, not one of those people who has been in any sort of hole. He did cash for 57,000 US dollars early on in the series.
Love that.
At the super high roller.
At the 10K.
Third for 57,000.
Yes. The one.
A 5K, I believe.
So is that the one Jack came fourth in?
Could be the 5K. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the one.
Yeah, because Jack cashed for like, what, 36, 37 or something.
And of course, Abhinav did cash the main as well.
Yeah, played a chip lead pot against the eventual champion, Punat Punsri, if I'm not mistaken. 6-7 of diamonds on a, I want to say, Queen 5-4, 2 diamonds board.
Oh, that's the other Indian player, actually.
Oh,
Nishant
okay,
Sharma.
it wasn't, I don't know.
Nishant Sharma, also a superstar in his own right. Nishant has the deepest main event run for any Indian player.
I remember you saying in...
really kickstarted his poker career. and really an inspiration, you know. Going to Vegas to play the World Series was considered unachievable for years and years in India, not just because of the bankroll situations, but also the skill gap. And to watch someone make it that deep really opened the floodgates.
You know, people often talk about like the purposes of live streams and whatnot, but stories like that just kind of make it so clear and evident the impact that live streams can have, like you said, following one player's journey. Especially a player from Asia where maybe the culture isn't pro poker or pro gambling. Something we're always mindful of in the booth as well. So, you know, friends and family can be watching, and it's always nice to speak highly of people as much as possible, given that it's not every day you get to be on a feature table.
Especially at a stage like this, one that is hopefully super meaningful to share with your friends and family, to realize how much the APT legitimizes, enhances, promotes the game of poker, the mind sport of poker, if you may.
Dude, I remember my first like 4 or 5 live streams that I played on. I got absolutely wrecked, and like my mum was like unintentionally needling me, where I just have like second nuts, guy has nuts, and she's like, well, why did you call that river bet for $1,000? I'm like, all right, mum, jog on. 66 players remain, 39 places paid. Going on break in about an hour's time. Junichi with the mystery hand in the big blind, taking his sweet time.
Giving us more to speculate. Let's make the call, I believe.
There we go.
Raise it up.
That's why we can't see the cards, because he's looked down at a monster, just the aces, and forgotten to put his cards on the reader. If you ever want to look into live reads.
For a moment there, Henry, I was thinking aces versus ace-5 once again. Wanted a little 4-bet maybe.
It's practically Min clicked it, and Han has made the call. 7-5 deuce. Even against the min click, I'm not sure how good ace-4 is performing against a 3-bet off of 15 bigs. Maybe I'm being a bit results-oriented.
When the price is just that good and you have a suited ace, I can understand the temptation, but how about this temptation? A wheel draw on the flop. Junichi with just 10 bigs, bets only 2 of them. An absolutely tiny bet. Giving literally the right odds, taking into account implied odds, for the ace-4 to try and spike the 3.
Oh boy. Open-ender now for Han, 158k in the middle. Picking up an additional 4 outs. Junichi gonna check it on over to Han, and this may get Han to just jam. Try and get Junichi to fold a hand like ace-king, ace-queen.
Junichi certainly has represented hands
wow,
like that.
Sicko.
Look at that.
This puts him in. Junichi with the snap call. Got him.
How's that for FPS, Henry?
Got him. Will he get rewarded? Looking for an 8 or a 3. 4 of spades on the river. No dice. Junichi with the slide check. On the turn. Baiting Han. Just jam with his ace-4 and hand now down to just 8 big blinds.
Gets the full double bubble. And hand down to just 8 bigs. It's going to be in the danger zone. As we try to get some updates from the field. I believe 60 players left?
Thereabouts.
So we're about 20 to 25 players off the money.
Chip leader coming into the day, Da. It's eliminated Warhurst. Da now sat on around 1.1 million. Still one of the chip leaders. Top 5 stack.
You're from Japan? Yes. 講真呢一鋪，我可能會打得冇任何，打得超好，我覺得佢哋講。
Certainly no shortage of chips flying about on this table. Not too many eliminations though, despite everybody being slightly shorter stacked. Did lose Pao and Fang coming into this feature table since then. Slow and steady. Vincent Lee, also one of the shorter stacks, 12 big blinds. An ace on the button. Might be time to get that in there. All in, he says.
Yeah, easy jam for 12 bigs. Maybe meant to mix in some min opens at this stack depth, but I think A7 performs really well as a jam. Still get called by suited broadways. Performing well against the calling range.
That 2.5 big blind pickup with the big blind ante is also tempting when you have just 12 big blinds. Get a little 15 to 20% boost to your stack. Love to see the overhead shot off the feature table with the screens behind. During the final table, those vertical screens on the right and the left actually do show what is happening on the feature table to the rest of the field out there in the Asian poker arena.
Yeah, how epic was that heads-up battle yesterday with the 2 screens?
So sick. It's like watching some esport or something. Trophy in the middle. A magnificent lion trophy, which once again I implore you to check out the video. Discussing the new trophies we have here. Seriously, go to trophies. Best in the business.
Oh, here's a fun bet we can make in the booth. Seeing as we're here for the entire day today. Over under on how many hands? We're currently 31 hands into the stream.
It's a tough one, man. Yesterday has just thrown me off. I have no idea where things can go. I mean, if you can have 100 hand heads up.
Yeah.
Okay, you set the line.
250.
250? Okay, I'll take the under.
You gonna take the unders? Snap taking the unders on 250.
I like taking moonshot, optimistic moonshots.
All right.
It's so much juicier when you win.
Now I'm worried that I was too aggressive with my line.
We do need someone like a Punat in the field to just vacuum clean those chips up. Hoover up those stacks as he did yesterday.
It's a 40-minute clock. Okay, yeah, maybe my bad. 250. You have a bet, sir? Go for a Mr. Brown's coffee and a panini.
Done. Shout out to Mr. Brown, by the way. Now a legendary cafe for poker players.
Well, look. Okay. Coffee's like a solid 6.57. 6.5. The Panini, solid 7.
But the vibes.
The service time. That's do I get sued for slander?
As long as you don't say the number, I think we're good.
2.5.
Ah! He didn't mean it, Mr. Brown. No defense there. 10 deuce of spades for Han Chong Lee. Does have a comfortable stack of 35 bigs. How about those payouts? 6 7-figure scores.
Poker just booming in Asia. Not mistaken, I saw Ray in our group chat say that it's the second highest prize pool in Taiwanese poker history, as is the top prize. So we've set the highest and the second highest prize pool and top prize in Taiwanese poker history here at this series with the main event and this high roller.
That's incredible. Not surprising. I mean,
how about it?
The scenes on day 2 alone were an indicator of the records and the experience that we had created here. In case you were not following along, day 2 had over 600 people coming in to play the main event. And we're already at the largest poker room in Asia. And we had to set up extra tables and everybody had to play 10-handed to begin with.
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
It comes as no surprise that we saw our CEO, Fred Long, sign a 3-year extension with the CTP. As Han makes the call, Vincent jamming from +2 for 15 bigs with the ace-3 of diamonds. And just gets to click the call button in the big blind. Needs to fade the 1 over. It comes 5, 5, 4. A couple more outs for Vincent, looking for an ace or a deuce. Doesn't do it. Han gets the double.
Vincent down to just 4 big blinds.
Codfish saying, any hints, commentators, on what other stops the APT has planned after Korea? Atlantis, I've heard. The hidden city of Atlantis. Believed to be off the west coast of Portugal, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, they know the location? Why don't they just go and find it then?
I don't know, man. This is like what? Ancient, is it Greek mythology or what is it? I don't really know. I think it's Greek.
I think it's from the DC Comics and it's Aquaman.
Shut up.
I'm just trolling. They probably got it from the Greek mythology, like you said.
Now I gotta look, man. Mermaids as dealers, there we go. A fictional island nation mentioned in the works of the ancient Greek philosopher Plato.
Hey, nice pull, Henry. Very impressive.
That in itself is fascinating. Not to go on a tangent, but just how naive we are to how advanced we are 3,000 years later. I mean, look, the imagination's a fascinating conversation. And topic to dive into. Coming up with a fictional island 3,000 years ago, man. I mean,
the philosophies from 3,000 years ago boggle the mind, considering how little they had to go on.
Based on what we know. And with the small blind rejam, I love this spot.
What a cool jam.
Yeah, blinds going up to 8K, 16K. 16 big blind jam and gets the king 10-0 to fold.
One of those gotta risk it for the biscuit situations. Ace-4 suited, rips it in, knows that the opening range on the button is going to be so wide. Willing to risk the off chance that he's against a monster. Does have one of those hands that does block other aces, tend to have equity when you get in there. Good stuff. Very high roller play, so to speak.
A few people in the chat asking if this is the final table. It is not. Have 50 odd players left, 39 places paid. We will be playing all the way down to a winner today. And the eventual champion will be going home with $172,000.
A great day of poker lies ahead. First milestone, getting in the money. 39 players paid, $6,000 apiece. All eyes are going to be towards that bubble as we approach 39 player mark. We're about 20 players away at the moment.
So Vincent Lee just deliberating whether to go with the 8-5 there or take the random hand in the big blind as he's down to his final 3 bigs. Sassy. Jack 5-0. Try and get away with a limp. Abhinav, who's had the goods most of the time today, but just hasn't managed to get anything going. So with ace-queen, ace-10 earlier, then ace-king to 10-8. Has managed to pick up some money. 13 big blinds in a dream. Looking to spin the wheel as we close in on that money bubble.
Speaking of dreams, Vincent Lee is going to be effectively all in on this hand.
Putting in over 2/3 of his stack.
Who wants it? Who wants to tango with the almost blind all-in player? It's going to be Junichi. It's going to be Peng Sen. Ah, that might be a customer right there. Han Chung Lee is sent off in the hijack.
Do you even look? I don't look personally in this situation.
Oh, you mean in Vincent's spot? Yeah, there's no point. I mean,
I just call, get them to show first, then I pill.
I completely agree with that tactic, and
I just full Baccarat style, just like, okay, oh, spot 3 spots. Wow, Abhinav, 13 bigs.
Abhinav with an easy rejam ISO spot. He knows people will be raising wide onto the big blind, off the player effectively all in. Very likely to have by far the best hand here, which is the case. 13 bigs. Let's go all in. Nice situation he's found himself in. Look at that. Nice little hand. Did indeed look before getting it in. He's going to be happy with the result here, I think.
Yeah, for sure, especially given that there's now some more dead money in the middle. The open was to 32K. So Vincent Lee with a potential triple up spot.
Han Chung Lee might be considering that he's being pushed around a little bit, considering the dynamics of having that automatic all-in player on the big blind, knows that as a result, people will be opening wider. Perhaps thinking Abhinav is punishing those wide opens. I suspect he'll find a fold here, considering he would have to call off a decent chunk of his stack.
Yeah,
and he will be happy.
Half his stack.
Yeah, precisely. And I think he should be happy seeing that he made the right fold once the cards flip over.
Certainly close. This isn't a clear-cut decision for the ace-10. He knows Abhinav is good enough to have hands like king-queen, queen-jack, king-jack. Even weaker ace-x.
Absolutely. And he might be willing to take a flip, Han Chong Lee that is, thinking Abhinav can easily have lower pocket pairs.
Does make the fold. Correct decision being made from Hong.
Vincent smiles. Does pick up some backdoor club out. Still needs a 9 or an 8. A jack on the turn is not going to do it. A 9 or an 8 only, and a 10 means we have lost yet another player, Vincent Lee. From Hong Kong.
Would have got there on the river in a dirty way.
Indeed, it would have.
It's a very close spot. Abhinav saying thank you for folding the ace-10 as we lose Vincent.
Seed 1 seems to be the cursed one today. Only 2 players eliminated, both from seed 1.
You superstitious when it comes to poker? Or life?
Frankly, I try not to be at either, but I feel like that I have some blind spots.
My mother used to freak at me walking on the ladders, and I used to do it deliberately. This is like a really young age.
So what's the outcome supposed to be for that one?
I don't know. Apparently, you get into like a motorcycle accident.
I was
20
just
going to
bring it up.
20 years later, comes back in the long form format.
So, these mothers, man. I hate it, but they tend to be right.
Gonna walk on the ladders. Codfish saying, what are the big white chips? Great question. God. Big white chips. Oh wait, hang on. What big white chips? I thought you were talking about the time bank chips. The blues are 5Ks, the yellows are 1Ks, and the greens are 25Ks. Sasa
with the Cowboys. Sasa's a very soccer player name, I think. Sounds like a badass.
Oh, there's those white chips. Are they just time bank chips? They look like time bank chips.
I believe you're right. The dealer's asking for them.
Yeah, buddy. Got him. Every day we've come into the booth chat, there's been one mosquito. Every day I've had to catch him with one hand. Let's look at the chip counts at this feature. Abhinav and Yang in the quote-unquote danger zone. Wait, how does Abhinav have that much when he just won that pot? I can see more chips than what is showing. It's closer to 300k to me, so apologies. So it looks like a slight graphical error.
King 4 suited on the cutoff. Abhinav finally getting a bit frisky. Raises to 2 big blinds, but just 10 more behind, considering the graphics.
He's got more.
Yeah, exactly. I think you are certainly correct, because this is not a play he would make without having more chips.
I actually really like this. King 4 suited. It's nice to have some min-raise bluffs off of sub 15. It's not going to work for him on the queen 9-7. Unfortunately, Peng Seng Wu has flopped a piece.
The flop is all kinds of black. Both players, hearts and diamonds. Abhinav with the betting lead and position. Certainly can start telling some stories at this point. The board is very wet. Always difficult to bet on wet boards when you have air. The little nothing with the nothing redraw.
Still not an easy spot for Peng. It's another one of those board textures here where, sure, you flopped bottom pair. Visibility across turn and river is pretty difficult. Look at this, he's going for a check raise. Seen some really out of line check raises so far today.
The king 6, of course, with bottom pair, check raise and bink the king. In this case, I think...
What do we do?
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy from Peng to essentially navigate what would be a difficult hand with massive reverse implied odds, which is to say that your opponents can improve on you, while you really cannot improve much. Peng decided to take this check raise approach. Just end the hand right there, which is in fact what happened. Or face resistance, perhaps give up. An interesting move to have in your arsenal for sure. Worked out in that case. If you are watching us right now on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch, do remember to hit the like button. I'm seeing, let's just say, a very measly amount of likes. Unacceptable, I'll go as far as to say. We'd greatly appreciate it if you could just take a moment, hit the like button. It helps promote the game, helps promote our stream, gets it in front of more people. And of course, helps the YouTube algorithm gods know that you like the content as well, so the next time around, they serve it up to you.
Serve it up fresh.
You can hear in the ambient noise alone that the festival is winding down, finally, after an amazing 10 days or so. Yesterday, with the main event going on, and the high roller, and the mini main, things were just crazy. You could hear it on the stream. Some announcement was happening every few minutes. The number of players out there just constantly buzzing. Back to the action, by the way, under the gun, +1 raise from Sasa. And Abhinav making a disciplined laydown from the hijack. No doubt the stack size a huge consideration, and what perfect timing to do so. Junichi wakes up with pocket tens. Absolutely amazing fold the sixes look like now. Very, very disciplined. Junichi, call or raise is the question. Under the gun +1 certainly does represent strength opening up. An 8 max table. Throws a time bank chip in the middle. Would seem to imply he's raising. Would be weird to throw a time bank chip and then call, showcasing that you in fact did consider a raise. Bumps it up. These guys started with even stacks. He might be looking at a flip here. He has effectively committed himself with the pocket tens.
Let's go. Flipping for the table chip lead.
Sasa needs to decide whether he's getting it in or not. Quick count. 55,000 does have enough room to maneuver. Perhaps Spiel find a safe board or one that he connects with, then make a decision.
Japan on Japan.
Sasa definitely giving credit to Junichi for a real hand. As one must, considering there has not been an occasion that Junichi has stepped out of line too much, particularly in the hands that have been shown down. Problem with ace-queen is you can always be dominated by ace-king. Certainly, ace-queen suited marginally helps feel a tad more comfortable.
Not an easy spot, especially given that he's open from +1. Cut off through. That is a tight fold. Discipline laydown. The correct fold at that as well.
Certainly all three options were on the table.
Oh yeah.
Decides to go with fold. The one that takes the most discipline, surely.
I don't think you could see me folding ace-queen suited there after 10 days of poker.
I'd make the worst decision. I'd probably peel. just
yeah,
hope to
but
pink it.
You peel and see the king, jack 10, all hearts board, and get in against bottom set. He's drawing dead.
Every time.
Every time. Just flop a royal. It's that easy.
Have you ever flopped a royal? You play PLO. Even in PLO, have you flopped a royal?
Never had a royal in my life.
No. What? In PLO? That's wild.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it would be something I would remember. And I've played hundreds of thousands, if not millions of hands online. Well, definitely millions of hands online, actually, especially during the pandemic. I remember chasing leaderboards and playing like 12 to 15,000 hands a day at one point. 12 to 15,000 hands.
And yet in movies, they're flopping that all the time.
Yeah. I have friends that just like run so good in terms of bad beat jackpots as well. Trying to think. Yeah, not sure. Not sure.
Thinking back to Tom Dwan, I remember Daniel Negreanu asking to rabbit hunt a hand, and he goes, "Can I see the next card? I almost have a royal. I've never made a royal." And Tom Dwan, like his jaw dropped to the floor, because Tom Dwan at the time was mainly an online player who'd probably played like 5 million hands by the time he was like 24.
Yeah.
And he was like, "You've been playing poker professionally for 15 years and you've never had a royal?" Because the online kids back in the day simply did not understand the delta in between the number of hands you play online and live. I mean, 15 years live is like 6 months online in terms of number of hands.
Pretty much.
It's hilarious. It's
That's
just
why you talk about variance and like sample size in live poker, man. It's crazy.
It's just too few hands.
Junichi's turn to pick up with ace-queen. Abhinav with the min open from under the gun off of sub 10. Junichi's just been relentless.
Thinking back to when Abhinav had the ace-queen against the ace-10 of Sasa. And Yang lets the eights go with not too much difficulty. Understandable. Once again, Junichi's image seems to be garnering a lot of respect.
Yeah, it's interesting. Had Abhinav not opened with the ace-10, there are a couple of hands that may have tangled with Junichi. It's a king-jack suited and a pocket eights folded.
Another look at the payouts. 5.3 million Taiwanese dollars to first place. That's good for 172,000 US. Working its way down. 114,000 to second place, 85 to third. So what a way to close out the festival this would be for any of these players or those out in the field still to reach the FD, play for that crazy high prize pool of 172,000 for first place. Really make or break, excuse me, your year in poker.
I have had royals before.
I had to think about that one.
Yeah.
I almost don't count PLO royals because
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Like, because in like, I play like 4-card, and especially the last year, my volume of 5-card's gone up like quite a bit.
Oh, 5-card royals? Easier.
So yeah, it's never really been that big of a deal for me, because most of my career I've played PLO, right? Like the last, what, 5 years now? 5, 6 years?
I'll tell you what else I don't count. Run it twice royals.
Okay. I can get behind that too.
That dilutes it completely.
Yeah.
Especially the second run out. That's not even a thing.
I can get behind that completely.
I feel like the pendulum will swing on that, man. Like, poker will come back to the old days. Like, run it once, just the badassery.
We need it. We do need it.
Like, people will mock if you ask to run it twice.
So we are heading towards our first break of the day. Mr. Greg Goes All In be jumping into the commentary booth. Peng Sang Wu, the table chip leaders. It's 4 of spades from under the gun. Closing in on that money bubble. Sasa. Yeah, Abhinav's much deeper than the graphic has been showing. I can see 125k in green chips alone. He's playing around 10 bigs, which makes everything that's happened up until this point much more understandable. The min raise open and then fold to the 3-bet with the ace-10 was off of like a, what, 14 big blind stack as Abhinav takes the spot with the 8s, and he's going to run into top of range in the big blind. Junichi looking down at ace-king O. Good news for Abhinav is Junichi sharing the card with Peng Sang Wu. Going to see 5, 179. It's 11 bigs.
Junichi being hit by the deck in this orbit finds himself in a spot that he absolutely must take. Ace-king is simply too strong. Does decide to ISO, goes all in. Probably would not have mattered. Peng Sang, excuse me, who does let go of the ace-4 suited. Hands flip up, and we're in a flip. Abhinav with the 8s, Junichi with the ace-king.
A decent sized favorite here, given.
Wow. Well, how about that? I know you were about to say, given the ace being folded, the ace-4 comes out for good measure.
Jeez. Abhinav couldn't win the flip. Junichi spiking the ace on the ace-4 deuce and now holds the chip lead at this feature table after, as Fedor mentioned, being hit by the deck in the last orbit and a half or so.
Bang Sen laughing, seeing that he would have made 2 pair. Bit besides the point. The hand relatively played itself between the 8s and the ace-king. Gotta win some flips, such is the nature of tournament poker. Some hands do indeed play themselves. Certainly at certain stack depths. So we lose Abhinav Iyer, one of India's best. We will be replacing him shortly as well. Junichi in the small blind does let it go. Gives a walk, I believe. And how about that? A walk with 3 deuce for Peng Sen Wu. Players approach that spot multiple ways, and by spot, I mean the idea of having won a big hand. And in the case of Junichi, multiple hands very recently, and then finding themselves with the option of either being aggressive or just letting it go. Doyle Brunson, godfather of poker, certainly believed in playing the rush. If you win one hand, try to play the next one. Your opponents are more intimidated by you. Your adrenaline is probably pumping. Make better decisions. Be more aggressive. At the same time, a lot of people feel, let me stack up my chips. Let's not get carried away. And perhaps my opponent will not give me as much credit if I play too many hands in a row. And how's that for playing the rush? Junichi raises on the button. Mystery hand once again, at least for now. Raises into the big blind off Yang Li, who did have King Jack off. Decides to go all in, very short stacked. And Junichi has ace queen suited once again. Talk about hit by the deck. Finds himself in a 2-1 race situation. A heavy favorite against the King Jack. All hearts on the flop. It is over.
Jesus, Junichi just
unstoppable.
Running hotter than the face of the sun. How about it? Dominating 2 players.
Easy life. Ignore the graphics. They've been confused with the table numbers, I believe. As we mentioned. 172,000 for first. All the way down to 6,000 for 39th. It's about double the buy-in. I do believe we have about 55 or so players left out there. So we're getting closer and closer to that milestone. 39 players will be in the money. But trust me, this is the high roller we're talking about. All eyes are on the prize. First place good for 172. And with that, we have hit the break, I believe, Henry.
No. We're getting a new player. That's my bad. I thought we were going on break as well. We're actually going on break after this hand. So we're getting a new player. And then we're going to play one hand.
Interesting.
Go on break.
Not easy to run a live poker tournament with the feature table that is being streamed. As you can see, you got to mic the player up. New player joining us, seat 4. Another Taiwanese player, Shin Yu Sung. Does not have any notable live results at least on his hand and mom, which you love to see. Could be a new entrant to the APT and the high roller scene here.
Just waiting for... Wow. Okay, players have just
Peaced out.
disappeared. What's going on?
Oh, never mind.
Everyone's gone for a walk.
Your hand is dead if you're not at the table when the second card is dealt, I believe, right?
That's correct.
Don't quote me on that rule.
I think it's when the last card is pitched. Wow. Button just having to give up his hand there. It's pretty brutal.
So this is perhaps the last or the second last hand before the break. It's going to be a 15-minute break. So do not go anywhere because the action will be picking up. As I mentioned, about 15 players to go before we reach the money bubble. Things get super tense. One of my favorite parts of the tournament. Excitement runs high, and as we're looking at closing out this successful festival, excitement will surely be super high. Tensions will be mounting as players try to make sure they get that extra minimum 6,000 payout in their coffers. And look at that, we actually have it all in here. And a call.
Yeah, maybe a byproduct of the button not being there. Sasa just open jamming from the hijack, having to get through less players.
Shin Yu woke up with ace king.
So I'm saying good luck to me. Good luck to you, sir. Needs to fade. Queen or a jack only. Ayah.
Always on the river.
Jack ball, corner pocket. Sasa, who seems to just know when to get it in behind and come out on top.
Running pure. So we lose. Chen Yu-sung. Oh, my apologies. I believe Sasa doubles up. And Chen Yu-sung has 7 big blinds left. Takes it in stride. Knows it's a part of the game. You don't sign up for APT high rollers without having dealt with some variance in your life. And now it's safe to say Chen Yu-sung is the shortest stack. Sasa comfortable. 30 big blinds plus now.
Yeah, playing a very decent size stack as we work our way down to that money bubble.
Last hand before the break. We see any action? Queen deuce on the button. I'm a bit confused because it seems like the button is in fact in front of
All in.
the short stack, Chen Yu-sung.
Wow, that's cool. Cards on their backs. New player just joined the table. Chen Yu just jamming it in with the king tray. So far, so good for Lee. Needs to fade a king and a king only. No river to bail out this time round. King 3. Sung just playing, what, 3 hands at this feature table. And with that, heading into our first break of the day. 3 levels played here so far. When we come back, we will be playing down through the bubble. I believe we are just 10 spots off, making our way into the money. I believe we're going on break anyway. Yeah, players are standing up. So Vidor and I will be stepping away. Greg will be joining in the commentary booth when we return from break. Don't go too far, as one of my favorite parts of the tournament just around the corner of the door, the money bubble. We'll see you guys in 15 minutes time.
Already shuffled, so yeah, which one?
No, because it's a break time. And then later on we will exchange players. So you
Guys, go back to table 6. Go back, table 6. Same seat number. Your seat 2. Seat 3. Correct, right? 1, 2, 3. This is you? Yeah, go. Table 6. Same seat number. Seat 7, seat 6, seat 5. Table 6. Over there.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっていますクルスサコです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
Ace-4 offsuit raise from Ponomarenko. Continuing the heater, Jinwoo Kim picks up the beautiful suited connector. The only problem is that he's pretty short. He is in the big blind though, gets a good price, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to see heads up to a flop, single raise pot, cutoff versus big blind, Ace-4 offsuit versus 6-5 suited as the flop brings Ace-7-4, one club.
What a flop.
Wow. Two pair for Ponomarenko. open-ender for Jinwoo Kim. And your open-enders and straight draws really increasing in value when it's a rain board, as you just have no real reverse implied odds making your straight, but bringing in the flush.
This is what I call a movie flop. It's almost like engineered for these two hands in particular. Jinwoo Kim simply cannot go anywhere at this stage. Might even consider bumping things up if he really thinks Ponomarenko is getting out of line with his newly acquired chips.
Yeah, and on the board just like this, A7-4, Ponomarenko is going to be c-betting a lot with entire range. And so a re-raise here does have a lot of fold equity against most of Ponomarenko's range. Re-raises to 450. Of course, he's going to find that Ponomarenko is at the top of his range with 2 pair here.
Talk about music to Ponomarenko's ears. I mean, you flop 2 pair and your opponent check raises you. And now Ponomarenko with the classic decision of whether you reel the opponent along.
Wow, is going to do just that.
That is what he does, and it's sort of the only option here because after all, naked aces are much less likely to be.
Wow.
What a card. I mean, just drills it with the redraw to the club flush.
Oh, wow.
And
just
Ponomarenko
nuts, yeah.
Drawing so slim all of a sudden after absolutely smashing the flop. This is quite a pot we have brewing here. I'm already taking a look at the relative stack size if this does go in. 1.3 million in the middle, Jinwoo Kim 1.2 million behind, under 1 SPR, trying to figure out how to get maximum value. Little does he know. I mean, he could bet any amount, and Ponomarenko might beat him to the pot, and he checks.
He's going to check here. Incredibly creative. The most obvious bluff does get there, though. The straight draw. Wow, and Ponomarenko making a world-class check back here.
What am I watching? I mean, these guys could just see each other's cards, it seems like sometimes.
And
the skill level.
Ponomarenko, like a stick bug with a crayon, drawing thin. Does not hit his outs. Jinwoo Kim does get the check mark with his straight. The board does pair.
Surprisingly, 3 actually smashes the range of Jinwoo Kim the way the hand is played. Something like a 5-3 off or 5-3 suited, if you think about, would play the hand the same way. And he does go all in, and actually,
wow.
Ponomarenko cannot treat this decision lightly with the 2 3s coming in. Once again, something like a 5-3 or even a 3 deuce, perhaps with a backdoor, might have played the hand this way. Of course, much easier for us to say once we can see the cards face up. Ponomarenko already made a world-class check on the... Oh, I thought he'd called. It's the time banks, of course, but this is certainly a decision he wants to take his time with.
Wow. And it's such a tough spot here because, like, really, it makes a lot of... Like, there's not much that Ponomarenko beats despite having 2 pair here. 5-6 gets there. Any sets on the flop have just boated up. Might take the same line. Only thing maybe he beats maybe is like 5-8 of hearts, 5-8 of diamonds, 5-8 of clubs.
Essentially, all the straight draws that didn't get there, all the gutties like 8-6, 5-8, etc. But the question is, what is ace-4 really worth? It's a bluff catcher at this point.
Yeah.
You may as well have a naked ace. With the exception of if there was something like a trapped ace-king in the cutoff. But once again, in the big blind, I should say, with Jinwoo. But credit where it's due, Ponomarenko really seems to know where he's at in this hand. Could toss in that reluctant call, of course, considering what he flopped, but I cannot commend him enough for not only thinking this through, taking his time, but clearly considering a laydown. And the fact that he checked back the turn just goes to show that 6-5 was one of the hands he was afraid of and probably thinks would play in this exact same way. How much credit does he want to give Jinwoo Kim for an absolute air all-in bluff?
Wow. 3 time bank chips left remaining for him as well, each one worth 30 seconds. Those are the only time bank chips he's going to get for the remainder of this.
Don't forget, these guys have been playing with each other for a while, not only on the final table, but perhaps earlier in the day or yesterday as well. They've had a chance to observe, and just from my observation of Jinwoo Kim, seems a super solid guy. He does make the call. We'll get the bad news, and look at that, the chip leader coming into the final table. Absolutely crippled after that. Essentially a cooler by the turn, but credit once again where it's due. Ponomarenko did consider folding the river clearly.
Yeah.
could not get away from it.
Just at the very top of his range there. Really hard to find that fold. And Jinwoo Kim, finding a really fortunate turn card, gets the massive double up as Ponomarenko now drops down below our 10 big blind mark, putting him in the danger zone.
5 million apiece in chips. They've taken all the chips over 100 entries started this tournament with, split them right down the middle, and are now battling it out for all the glory.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the line itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっていますクルスサコです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT High Roller Day 2 here in Taipei. We are playing one of the final big events of the APT Taipei. What a series it has been. Here we are closing it out with a $3,300 buy-in, 8 max high roller. Another record-breaking field, 302 entries. As we cut out before the last break, we did lose a couple of well-known names like Abhinav Iyer. And here we are, getting it down to the money bubble. I'm joined by Gregory goes all in. Greg goes all in, excuse me.
No, I prefer that. Greg goes all in.
And I am,
you're hanging out with Vitter single.
There we go. And we are here to bring you the next segment of this exciting event where we very likely play down to the money bubble. 39 players will make the money for $6,000, a hair under 2 buy-ins. But it's all to play for with over $172,000 to the first place finisher. It's been an insane series, and this is an insane event and an insane prize pool to wrap it up. Greg, how are you feeling, my man? Ready to kick this off?
Yeah, I can't imagine. This is one of our biggest events, and it's just the first series of the new era of APT Asian Poker Tour. Yeah, it was an overwhelming success with over 200% demand in what we expected, and it's just been absolutely nuts. And we're just getting started. If you want to learn more about our upcoming events, we're going to Hanoi, we're going to Da Nang, we're going to Incheon. If you want all of the information about those upcoming events, go to apt.poker. But for now, the High Rollers event, Day 2, APT Taipei. A bunch of fresh new blood and chips at this table. We're slowly going to learn about all of them. Notable I see right now is in seat 3 with the sunglasses, black shirt. Peter Kiem from the US of A has been quite the regular here at the series. He's also joined by his brother very often, Paul Kiem. So keep an eye out for the Kiem brothers, and we're going to be getting to know the rest of these players very, very shortly. Again, folks, playing into the money very soon. You won't want to go anywhere. If you're in the live chats, feel free to say hello and give us a like, give us a subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Helps us grow the game of poker in Asia, and admittedly, also helps us grow our channel a little bit, just a little bit, you know.
Well, you mentioned fresh new blood. However, the likes of Peter Kiem, certainly not a fresh face on the scene. Some other notables on the table. Seat 4, there you see him in the hoodie. I'm going to struggle to pronounce his name. These Thai names, certainly difficult to pronounce, but Chok Dindachai, I'll go with. Napat. 1 million followers, apparently, an influencer in his own right. Certainly Kevin Choi in seat 6, you see him with the New York Yankees hat. Well-known cash game regular. Seat 7, Kiat from Malaysia in the red hat. One of the best-known faces on the circuit as well. So it's going to be an exciting feature table. We did lose, of course. And by lose, I mean they've gone on to a different table, but the players we were playing with before the break. And that's what I love about these Day 2s before we head to the final table. Getting to see a lot of fresh faces, following the journey, perhaps some key hands, as some of them will no doubt make it to the final table. I love this shot, by the way.
Yeah, having the on-the-field shot just helps you feel so much more connected to the action. I think a lot of different live streams often just have the locked-off shots, but something I really enjoy about the value and the quality of these APT streams and the joy of doing commentary for these streams is those really personal in-the-field shots. Again, a big shout-out to our tech team behind the scenes who makes all of this magic happen. Lots of moving parts. A very impressive production indeed. And here's a nice clean shot here of Peter Kiem in the black shirt and the sunglasses as the floor is picking up all of their cell phones. Of course, that's just another security, precautionary security measure as it is live streamed. What you're watching right now, though, is delayed by 30 minutes. But you are chatting with Vitter and myself, Greg Goes All In, live. So chat with us, interact with us in the live chat. We are here for you. We're here to listen.
That shot also revealing what it might feel like to sit on seat 3, 4, 5, 6 on our feature table. As you look out to the lovely poker room, the lovely venue, the Asian Poker Arena, CTP also as it's called, you see the sea of players who are battling it out, either in your event, perhaps some side event or a different event. Over 50 tables at one point. Here at the final day, not as full as they were perhaps on day 2 of the main event, but still a sight to behold. And you've been on the floor a lot throughout this series, Greg. What's it been like out there?
It's been, admittedly, very packed. Packed like sardines, if you will. Of course, just even though we are at the Asia Poker Arena, as you said, the largest largest poker room, permanent poker room in all of Asia, it still almost wasn't enough to keep up with all of the demand for poker here in Taipei. And again, it's just so astounding to me that we're just getting started here in the new era of the Asia Poker Tour. I cannot wait to see where we go with all of this. And we mentioned our Thai player here, Napat in seat 4. We can't see him on screen just yet, but Thailand has been representing very strong here at the Asian Poker Tour. Of course, most notably, Punat Punsuri of Thailand winning the main event, the first ever main event of the new era of the Asian Poker Tour, taking home over 300,000 USD. And what a huge celebration it was, not just for himself, of course, but for the entire Thailand community here at APT Taipei. We invited all of the people in the room that were from Thailand to take a photo with him, and the support was just overwhelming. It's great to see the Thailand representation here. Of course, you also mentioned a couple of Malaysian players playing here.
Most notably, of course, Kiat,
yes,
as he's called. Over $5 million in all-time earnings, one of the Malaysian superstars. 8th on the Malaysian all-time money list, simply because Malaysia has way too many superstars, not least of all our friend and co-owner of the APT, Michael Soisa. Of course, the likes of Paul Fua also on that list, but Kiat with over 5 million, perhaps one of the most experienced players on this table, along with Peter Kiem in seat 3. The Malaysian representation, along with the Thai, has been super strong as well.
Zero Set here in the live chat saying, hello APT, another nice stream, thank you. Please show the player names and seats, thank you. Thank you so much for that comment, Zero Set. As we are just getting set up right now, the players are just getting settled in and cards haven't started flying. Our graphics haven't fired yet, but we're doing our best here, Vidar and I, to give you as much context as we can of what's going on. But fret not, the graphics are coming. Patience, my friend, patience, patience, patience.
Speaking of context, Kiat, by the way, already secured a 3rd place finish at one of the single-day high rollers at the APT here in Taipei. Good for 864,000 Taiwanese dollars. It's about 7th place prize here today itself. So having a good series, looking to go from good to great.
Good to great, of course, being an excellent book to read for self-help, self-improvement. Have I read it? No, I've just been recommended it many times and I keep procrastinating on it.
You read the back cover, that's good enough.
And the front cover. 112 people here watching on our live chats. Thank you so much for being here and supporting us on the last day of the live stream and the last day of the APT Taipei series on our day 2 of the high rollers. With a prize pool now of 4.5 million. No, probably. Yes, with a very large prize pool. 5.3 million Taiwan dollars up top for first prize. That's about 172,000 USD. Cards are shuffled. Cards are in the air. They are in front of the players as we get into our first hand of this 2-hour session. We're going to see some folds to start out with as we wait to graphics to fire on up. Here they are. Thank you for your patience. Going to see fold, fold, fold. It's going to fold around to their button. Kevin Choi
Kevin Choi just missed one of the lovely APT trophies, coming second in one of the APT events at Taipei. Looking to no doubt improve on that. And how about Kiat just kicking things off with the pocket jacks?
Blind versus blind. Blinds are 10k, 20k. Gonna opt for just the limp here, giving Chen Quan Han an opportunity. Gonna give him a little bit of rope here.
May take some water. May take some water.
And rope it is. There's gonna be a raise here from Chen in the big blind.
Oh, thanks.
We can expect to see a limp raise here from Lee. 26 big blinds deep. Or does he lay down the trap with the fish hooks? Only time will tell. Find out now on the Asian Poker Tour.
Not even next episode.
Not even next episode.
That's a good
no
deal.
cliffhangers. There it is. Limpy raise. Here we go. It looks like 175,000. And Chen with 6 deuce offsuit. Pretty easily.
Han Chen, the Taiwanese player. 44,000 in all-time earnings. Slightly mismatched when it comes to all-time earnings against the opponent, Kiat. Fair play though. They try to raise it up with the 6 deuce from the big blind. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar. That's what small blind versus big blind battles are all about.
Pretty even distribution of chips here on this feature table. Everyone's sitting on about sub 30 big blinds. Our only short stack here is being Choi with 16 bigs. But 16 bigs, heaps. Nowhere near the danger zone quite yet. Shane Wyatt says HKLFG, which I can only imagine stands for Hong Kong. Let's go. Love to see the rail online.
You missed an F there. What happened?
Did I? Oh, my microphone cut out. That's what happened.
Ah. Now there is a player, Greg, and I am simply not sure how to pronounce his name. We should be cutting to him shortly once he gets involved in the action. You see him at the edge of your frame, I believe. Or not yet, in fact. Seat 5. How would you pronounce that, Greg?
Chan in seat 5 from China.
But that's not the reason I couldn't pronounce his name. Take a crack, my friend. It's spelled...
I am unfamiliar with how to pronounce names without vowels in them, so I will refrain. I will refrain, but Chan I can do. Chan from China has a nice ring to it. Hey, we're gonna see some action here. Napat from Thailand. It's gonna open up with King Jack suited from +2, and now folds down to the big blind to Carman. Carman of Australia representing the Down Under. Will he defend with the ace rags here? Wow. Not a defend, but a raise instead to 150 here. Back to Napat. With the suited royals. The suit's going to make this decision perhaps a little easier, as suited cards have a little bit more playability post. Very understandably going to put in the call of 160,000 here. So we're going to go heads up to a flop in a 3-bet pot. Our first 3-bet pot of this session. +2 versus big blind as flop comes. Jack 6-10, 1 diamond. Top pair for Napat. Carman with ace high. The Carman with the range. The range advantage, not advantage. Out of position though. No backdoors to rely on. Morabella back in the chat. Hello and welcome back. Railing on Napat. He is going to elect for the check here. Pardon me. He's going to lead 85K into 350K.
Fairly standard sizing. However, the board being slightly connected. Probably did not expect to get it through too often. Now Napad locks up the hand. Trip jacks. Has given Adam enough rope to perhaps continue in this hand.
Yes, dream card for Napad, because if he was up against over pairs, he is now way ahead of those. But yes, the turn card might give Carmen just a little bit more rope, as the Jack of Clubs does reduce the amount of Jack X combos that Napad might have, but is going to elect for the check this time here. Because when Napad does defend, does have a lot of Jack X's, does have a lot of 10 X's that aren't folding.
Napad, by the way, a famous actor in his home country of Thailand. Right up your alley, Greg. Done TV shows and movies.
Yes, lots of very talented and decorated actors here from Thailand. Of course, Napad being one of them. I had the absolute pleasure of meeting Marie Broner yesterday.
Actors in poker, let's have this crossover.
I would love
Venn
that.
diagram.
I would love to see more artists in the poker scene, because I'm getting a little bit jaded of like, oh cool, what do you do for a living? I do business. Oh cool, what do you do for a living? I'm a lawyer. Oh, what do you do for a living? I'm an accountant. What do you do for a living? Poker. You know, it's nice to meet. It's been so cool meeting lots of different artists here at APT Taipei. Not just diversity from different countries, but diversities in different industries. There are world-renowned DJs here, artists, actors. Love to see it. It's a beautiful game for everyone, and love to see that being that represented in our player pools.
Napad, by the way, worked famously on a show about secondary school, appropriately named Hormones.
I remember secondary school.
Perfect title.
Aptly named. What's the reward, says Jerry Pham. Jerry Pham, that's a great question, and thank you for it. Up top is 5.3 million Taiwan dollars, or 172,000 US dollars. Right now, players aren't in the money yet, but soon will be, so you won't want to miss that exciting money bubble.
We're about 10 players off. Things are going to get pretty heated very shortly. 39 players get about 6,000 USD, double the buy-in or so.
And let's continue turning up the heat here. Blind versus blind. Carmen picked from Australia. Going to raise up the suited ace. Oh, pardon me. It's just going to call. Each blue chipping worth 5K.
The old small blind limp. Certainly a very popular strategy in tournament poker right now. 7-3 deuce on the flop. 2 overs for Cheng, not much to write home about. Plenty of backdoors and a wheel draw for Adam. Not to mention a relatively underrepresented hand with the ace high. Let's check, decide to evaluate.
So Chung gonna take a stab here, bet 30K. Adam is gonna defend the ace high. Looking for a heart, looking for a, hello. There's the 8 of hearts there, giving Carmen the nut flush draw to go along with his gutter, to go along with his ace high, which is currently the best hand, locking up 84% equity. Gonna check it over once again to Chung, who had just taken a stab there on the flop. Does still have the 2 overs, also does pick up a gut shot, needs a 10 to make a straight to a jack. 10 of hearts on the River would be spicy. Gonna use the additional equity that Chung has picked up to continue barreling here. Looks like a bet of 65 into 120, just over a half pot bet.
Adam could decide to bump things up here. He's picked up so much equity with the heart draw and will certainly have a lot of fold equity as well. Chang essentially kind of saying he has an 8 of some sort, but most hands should be unwilling to be able to stand the heat. Adam takes the, so to speak, passive route here. It's not hit. What happens now?
Both players kind of just sitting on peanuts here. Ace high is good, but if Chung's gonna win this, the only way he's gonna win is if he bets right now and gets a fold.
He knows Jack high is no good, and he also knows there's plenty of draws possible, and Adam in fact did have one of those draws on the turn. The only way to get those to fold would be to bet.
4-5 does get there, as does the backdoor 10-9 or 9-5 if you're feeling spicy.
I mean, most hands that Jack 9 was ahead of on the turn are now straights or pairs, so certainly knows he needs to bet, and I suspect a bet is exactly what he's pondering here. Decent sized pot up for grabs, 250k in the middle. Every pot seems so crucial when you're nearing the bubble. It's the difference between going home empty-handed towards the end of a series or having something to show. And of course chasing the top prize, 172,000.
It's going to be a chunky bet here of 145 into 250. Carmen with ace high here has the best hand.
Is Adam really thinking about a call here?
It's gonna be a fold. Very understandable. Calling off a third barrel with ace high a lot of times, not gonna be good. Makes the fold as we take a look at our chip counts here. Napat of Thailand, 1 million chips leading the pack. And Kevin Choi, our short stack from Hong Kong, with 16 big blinds. Anyone know the chip denominations? Great question, Zero Set. Let me tell you. The blue chips you see are worth 5K. The green chips you see are 25K. The white chips you see, the short stack of white chips that you'll see some of the players have, or most of them have, those are time bank chips. So each player gets 30 seconds to act. That's free. But every additional 30 seconds they take up, they will need to pay a time chip. And I hope that helps. Chung, blind versus blind now. From Taiwan with the home court advantage. With the infamous Robbie hand. Of course, I'm talking about Jack 4 offsuit. We are going to see a raise to 55, it looks like.
How do you just come onto the poker scene and get a hand named after you? I mean, that is some phenom level skill right there. Robbie Liu with the Jack 4. Talk
Yes,
about
all skill.
controversy.
All skill.
It is some skill, man. How many people have hands named after them? Doyle Brunson. And I think that might be it.
Like, there's a lot of hands that are associated with certain players. But yeah, you're right. Very few that are
50 years
actually
from
named.
now, Greg, people will say, it'll be like a trivia question. What are the 2 hands that are named after people? And the world will have to reply, Doyle Brunson
Correct.
and Robbie Liu.
Correct. But yeah, a lot of association, but not direct names. Like, you know, Ethan Yao is associated with Pocket Fours, Brad Owen with Jiggities, Pocket Jacks, myself with 7 Deuce.
Oh, no, I just remembered the Dolly Parton. Let's not
Dolly
forget.
Parton, working 9 to 5. Chan under the gun, gonna raise up King Jack off. Chen gonna get out of the way of the suited ace versus the under the gun raise. Folds all the way down to the small blind. Under the gun raise is gonna be pretty powerful. Excited to see Peter Kiam get in a hand. Just might with Queen 8 of diamonds. Will not with the big blind behind. Exercising discipline. And will we see a big blind special from Napat with Queen Deuce offsuit?
That's why I didn't jam. What? That's why I didn't go all in. I probably changed my hand.
Napat, of course, being our chip leader at this table, able to exercise a lot of pressure on the fellow poker players. Some talk happening at the table.
I mean a big blind, right? And I didn't do anything, he mucked it.
Oh, Chan had mucked his hand.
Yeah.
Alright, so what happened?
Yeah, I raised and then they all here. I thought he fold, so I put it there.
But the hand hasn't hit the muck yet. So the hand is still live. That is the ruling in TDA, the Tournament Directors Association rulebook.
No hard feelings, right?
As long as your hand's not in the muck, it can still be retrieved. It is still live.
I mean, it's already.
How do you know that, Greg, by the way?
Because it's happened. It happened, you know, that situation happens at in every poker room, every poker series, every casino. And you know, as you said, like I spend a lot of my time on the floor, so I hear some things. I witness some things, and I kind of glean that piece of information from just observing very competent floors. Having to enact some rulings, not a difficult, not an easy job to do. There's money out on the line, and having to make rules that not everyone's going to be happy with. It's not an easy job.
And egos on the line as well.
Absolutely.
But I like the quote of the day, the Greg Liu quote of the day. I've seen some things.
I've seen some things.
Nobody
I've
knows
witnessed
the
some
trouble I'm
things.
I think I should leave the singing to you.
I've seen things in Nam you wouldn't believe. I'm of course talking about the series in Phu Quoc back last month.
You're like Walter from The Big Lebowski.
I'm not gonna lie, that reference went over my head.
Might be very American, gotta say. The Big Lebowski, a classic dark comedy.
I'll give it a look. Jack for Chung of Vietnam.
Have you ever heard of the character The Dude?
Pardon me, Taiwan. The Duke?
The Dude.
The Dude, no I'm not.
Jeff Bridges plays The Dude. The ultimate stoner character. That's all I'll say.
Was that in sorry, who played that?
Jeff Bridges.
Ah.
Only wears flip-flops.
Ah. We're gonna see the tie rail ever present in the poker room itself, but also on the live chat. It says go TT Napat. Thailand flag, Thailand flag, Thailand flag, Thailand flag, Thailand flag, Thailand flag. Oni-chan says Napat, his nickname is Top Top. I've heard that, yes, Top Top. Seems familiar to me. Hormones Thai series. Seems like a good series. Reminds me of like Big Mouth, that's popular on Netflix in the States. but maybe not.
Hopefully not as dirty.
Probably
Big
not.
mount.
Lee of Malaysia gonna raise under the gun with ace-9 offsuit. 29 bigs deep. A little wide here. And he puts himself in a position where he just might get 3-bet by Chung with ace-queen off in the hijack. Chung just gonna call with the ace-queen off versus the under the gun open. And hello trouble, I'm seeing double. Chan from China, the small blind, also has ace-queen. Is gonna squeeze, make it like a toothpaste tube and squeeze. Gonna make like a stress ball and squeeze. Gonna make like some freshly made orange juice and squeeze.
Is that it?
I'm trying to think. No, there's others, but I'll refrain. A 3-bet of 150,000 here from the small blind.
Wait, those were on the fly? You didn't have those locked up, like,
no,
in your back pocket?
Nope.
Very
Ace,
impressive.
thank you very much. Improv classes pay off. Ace-9 offsuit quickly going out of the way. And Chung now with the very underrepresented hand himself with ace-queen in a really weird spot. It feels bad to call off an initial open and then recall a 3-bet. But that is what is going to happen here. So we're going to see ace-queen on ace-queen violence as flop comes king, jack, rainbow. Both players with a gutter. No players with a flush draw. So
the flop, by the way, is king, jack. The graphics do say king, jack 10, which would imply they both flopped the nuts. That is not the case. I think we saw on camera.
Oh, the graphics want blood.
The graphics do indeed want blood, or rather a chop, but in fact, blood is what might be drawn here. With the 75K continue.
And you know why I think that happened? There was just a slight misdeal with the burn, maybe grazing the board. Happens. It is live. Jack of hearts.
Might ease the tension, to be honest, that card. Obviously, 2 kings, 2 jacks on the board makes it less likely either player has one of them. And with both of them having kings and jack with an ace, I feel compelled to take this hand all the way to showdown. Would yield a chop, of course.
Chan gonna check now. Chan was our pre-flop 3-better, pre-flop aggressor. Out of position is a little awkward. Gonna go checky. Action on Chun. How many people are on this tour right now at Natural 8? How many people have entered into this event? 302. How many people, total entries have there been in this entire series? A lot. How many actual individuals have we had in this series? A lot. It's been, I can't give you the exact numbers, but let me tell you, it's been record-breaking.
Many thousands, surely.
Thousands, surely.
Which is just amazing to think about. All the way here in Taipei, all of Asia, and the world. Australia, New Zealand, Australian player in your frame right now. New Zealand player on the previous feature table. India, coming together.
Singapore, Malaysia, Azerbaijan, Russia. Why am I blanking on countries? Oh, sorry. Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Thailand. And how many queens are in this deck? Queen of Hearts.
Very interesting card, I have to say. Both players likely thinking they have the best hand.
It is worth noting that the board is, for the most part, very wrong. Board is king, jack, queen. Either way, it's a chop. Hormones is like a, sorry. Hormones is like a crossover between Glee and High School Musical without the singing parts. After you starting.
Yeah, that is actually exactly how I imagined it. Literally exactly what was going through in my head when I heard about the premise.
Nice hand.
Chop it up.
So much drama just to chop up the big blind and the under the gun open. So seek, so seek.
So top tap, they call him, huh?
Top at the top.
Top tap, I believe.
47 big blinds chip leading here, but not by a large margin. Chung leading right behind. And Choi from Hong Kong still a short stack, but with a very workable 16, 15 big blinds.
Compare short eyes to good.
Definitely, yeah. All the pictures. 5 pictures got out there.
I don't know what it means. This is all. Maybe pocket 10, you cannot call the turn. Alright, S10, I lose.
Peace.
Kwan Han Chen, 7-2 suited.
Stay loose, play 7 deuce, they never do.
Has been quiet on this table so far, mostly due to the card distribution. Chao Ting, Cheng, ace-9 off, under the gun +2. Marginal decision, could go either way. Depends how you see the table, your opponents, and who's in the blind.
He's going to go for a raise. Being one of the bigger stacks, does have a little bit more flexibility and leeway. Peter Kiam also being a little quiet here on this table. As you said, a lot due to just the card distribution, but also kind of a quiet admiration for these players. Like, I find a lot about poker is about patience and waiting for the right spots, laying in wait like an ambush predator.
Yeah, I was
for the right time.
talking to Henry about how when I first started playing on the live circuit, coming across some of the players I respected the most, I kept expecting fancy, aggressive, loose plays. And I started sort of judging them for literally not playing a hand for 2 hours. And then I realized how difficult it is to literally not play a hand for 2 hours. And only true, solid, professional legends can have that level of patience. Peter Kiem, certainly one of those legends. Superstar. He's from America. One of the mainstays of the Asian poker tour. It's tough to find a high roller or a main event where Peter is not participating, often running deep.
He will lose tonight anyway. Yeah, he will lose tonight anyway.
It's okay. I can see the return.
Yeah, you will see the replay.
So Napa taking that one down. Really tempted to call him top tap, but doesn't roll off the tongue, does it? Top tap.
I'm just waiting for him to have ace-king on a king-high board, just so I can say, oh, he's got top.
Yeah, but it's top tap. That's what doesn't flow. Top, as poker players, we're
Sure.
used to saying. Top, by the way, I think a great poker nickname.
But I think when it's, yes, anglicized is top tap, but I don't think, for at least from what I've gathered from listening to Ty,
Oh,
they don't have they all have the open A sound, so it would be top.
Yeah, I will
which
not.
to me sounds like top.
Top.
Okay.
Okay. We can roll with that. You can correct us in the chat. Is it very anglicized, top tap, or is it top?
Because it's punat, not punat. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I get so confused, particularly with Thai names. And listen, I'm Indian. My name isn't the easiest to pronounce. I just sort of given up. Everybody in India mispronounces my name too, by the way.
Really?
They had an extra H sound in the middle, so my name is Vidur. You'd say it like you say something like feather. So Vidur.
Vidur.
Everybody says Vidur with an extra H, and that word in Hindi actually means widower.
Oh.
Which also coincidentally
Playboy?
rhymes with my name, but well, a sad
wait,
playboy.
hold on. Yeah, sad playboy. Wait, is widower the one whose husband whose wife has died? I see.
And that's what the mispronunciation of my name translates to. And also the word widower sounds like my name to begin with. So it's all very confusing. By the way, chat, all you're saying is what was already written, which is top tap again.
top tab, like tab water.
Like no, like tap water.
They're
I'm
trolling
more
us.
confused. I'm more confused.
What the hell is tab? T-A-B water.
Wait, I know tap water, but I don't know what tab
Greg,
water is.
We're being trolled here, buddy. We need to
In
quit
the-
while we're not too behind.
In the Philippines, they made me say bad words in the chat. They were like, "Oh, can you please shout out my friend?"
Oh my
and then
God.
they type in a bad word. And
You
I
meat
say-
puppet.
Oh gosh, I'm giving them ideas. I refuse.
Napat it is.
Napat it is. Glad we keep that a decision. Short stack with.
Or if you know his character name from his famous TV show, I'm willing to
Ah.
consider that as well.
Short stack Choi with nut low pre-flop.
Kevin Choi, by the way, an absolute high stakes cash shark.
43 left. 43 left.
I just heard 43 left. 43 left in my head.
43 left, and that is actually crazy news because that completely changes the dynamics of the table that we are watching here. 39 places paid 182,000 Taiwanese dollars. That's good for 6,000 US. We are 4 away from the money, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. The first big milestone approaching, and these players can look up. 43. We're playing 8-handed. That's 6 tables. That means these players probably eyeing the other 5 tables before making any big decisions. There's ICM pressure to be had here. You either go home with 0 or a minimum of 6,000 USD. A lot to play for. I think the shorter stacks will certainly be keeping that in mind. Nobody too short on our table. 13 bigs with the comfortable structure we have is good enough to perhaps wait for 4 players to get bust. However, you don't want to bleed too much as you make your way to the other side of the bubble, because of course what you're really hoping for is first place, 172,000.
Blind versus blind action here. Chen with second pair. Looks like the hand's over. And we're back at it. Look at our payouts here. First place takes home 5.2 million Taiwan dollars. That's about 172,000 USD. Final tabling 551,000 would give you $18,000. I can confirm now that 100% we are getting trolled. Codfish saying, "Oh, tap is pronounced TRACKHTP," which I will attempt.
That tracks.
for the content. Oh, it's tap. It's pronounced thract.
That tracks. Makes sense. Thanks for making it easy, Codfish.
Thank you, Codfish.
Big presence on our stream as always.
You goaded me into it, Cod. You did it. Choi just waiting for a playable hand. As you said, playing a lot of hands. Sure, it takes a, you know, you have to navigate pretty well post flop if you're playing a wide range of hands, but folding hands and not playing for 2 hours in itself is incredibly difficult and requires an inhumane amount of discipline.
Especially for cash game players who are used to getting in the mix very often. Meanwhile, Kiat wakes up with the ace-queen off in the cutoff. Easiest open ever. Pretty bad hands in the blinds. 6-3 off. About as bad as it gets. Perhaps one of the ones you need to consider letting go, to the extent you have any folding range at all in the big blind.
Disciplined fold by Chung in the big blind, and a nice little pickup there by Lee from Malaysia. Taking a look at our chip counts. Top, we're up at the top. I'm of course talking about Napat from Thailand, 52 big blinds, 1 million in chips. Kevin Choi still short, 13 bigs, looking for that double.
Codfish asking you, Greg, what is the best thing you've eaten in Taipei? Saying, please don't say broccoli, which was, of course, Henry's answer. And by the way, Codfish, I was along with Henry for that broccoli, and it was top. But the question was for you, Greg. What is the best thing you've eaten in Taipei?
The best thing I've eaten in Taipei so far was the curry ramen we had at a nearby Japanese / Indian.
Excuse me?
Yeah, it was a curry store, but they had
Japanese?
ramen. So it was like ramen and curry broth, which I'd never had before. It was like as if like an Indian person and a Japanese person got married and started a restaurant together. It was beautiful.
There are no noodles in Indian cuisine, just FYI.
Yeah, but they've got ramen in Japan.
Hey, fusion it up.
Fusion it up.
And you know what Indian cuisine could use? Noodles.
What? And you know what Japanese cuisine could use?
Curry.
I think they already do have some curry, though.
Yeah, they do.
But they could always use more.
That's like making a pun on the word curry.
Why?
Just because Japanese use the word curry, you just add like curry, Indian curry powder to it. Call it fusion. But Taipei, of course, considered one of the food capitals of Asia. I'm personally perhaps not the best candidate to go try all the unique, exotic offerings here. Been sticking to interesting places close to the venue for now. Did check out a couple of night markets, as did Greg. Great stuff out there.
Oh
If you
yes,
do
that
end
does
up-
remind me. Like the Rauha night market was really nice in terms of food. Nice white selection. Chomjan says Mala hot pot. Oh man, yeah, I would love some hot pot here. Okay, Chan. Again, some confusion here from Chan in scene 5, who we saw earlier on open mucking a hand, causing some confusion. Back into the mix again. Chan with 6s under the gun, gonna raise it up to 2 big blinds, very reasonable. And it's gonna work its way around to the blinds.
With 4 players or so left until we hit the bubble. Chan actually leveraging that fact to raise 6s under the gun. Could have considered folding as well, depending on the dynamics. In this case, it was with the blinds of Peter Kiem and Napat. Peter Kiem has woken up with ace-queen off, but once again, few off the money here. 27 big blinds is plenty. Small blind, difficult position to play. Lots to consider. Every option on the table, really. Can fold, call, or raise. Fold, of course, simply because we are on the money bubble and he would be covered by Chan.
And Peter Kiem goes all in here.
Wow. How is that for pulling the trigger? And just understanding the dynamics that Chan was likely leveraging. Perhaps picking up something in those discussions about the raise and the open as well in terms of live reads. Might seem like a punt, ladies and gentlemen, but Peter Kiem does not punt.
Peter Kiem hunts, hunting for chips, putting Chan in a tough spot here.
You really need to be confident in your read here. I mean, you're facing an under the gun open, and the person has you covered. I mean, yes, you're on the bubble, but you're not putting your opponent's stack at risk. And yet, Peter Kiem realizing he likely has the best hand and has massive fold equity against hands precisely like the one Chan has. Talk about folding out 50% equity. I say that assuming Chan is going to fold. 6 is quite weak.
Yep.
This is perhaps a bit of Hollywood. Yes, you can consider calling it off, but really the chances of being dominated by overpairs is such a drastically bad outcome. Folding seems the more prudent thing to do.
Peter Kiem probably feeling a little bit better after Chan has tanked for a while. Probably most worried about ace-king, but now with the tank he knows he's at best. Flipping, oh wow. And Chan makes the call here. So
He doesn't, he announces he folds, but for some reason shows his hand. Free
Oh.
information,
Sorry,
not too sure how I feel about that.
I misheard, I thought I heard I call. as he was about to table his hand. Oh. What do you think about free information?
I hate it.
Okay.
Why do it?
Great, I will never give you free information then.
On the poker table, at least. I mean, he just exposed the fact that he's opening 6 under the gun, which is actually very relevant information. And the fact that he's folding the jams, not to mention he gave a free confidence boost to Peter Kiem for perfectly playing the hand and getting a hand that had 55% equity pre-flop to fold for literally no upside. There's nothing that he gained by giving away all that.
Sure. In terms of strategy, yes. Probably not the most EV play. However, just I love seeing the camaraderie. There's a lot of camaraderie when it comes to showing your hand. So I kind of, for the atmosphere of the table and the vibes, I think it's nice. Keeps the game friendly. Yes, are they playing high stakes? Is there a lot of money on the line? Yes. But also, at the end of the day, love seeing fun poker. You know?
Maybe if both players show, sure. I know what you mean by camaraderie, but that spot, I don't know that it built any camaraderie. It just showed a bit of weakness, and it's just sometimes you get sort of carried away in terms of wanting to preserve an image of why you perhaps took so long to make a decision, why you opened to begin with. But when you're surrounded by the sickos that he is currently surrounded by, Kevin Choi on his left, Kiat, two to his left, Peter Kiem, the person he was in the hand against. That's the kind of information you want to preserve. Let's not forget Adam Samir Kerman from Australia. Seat 1, hasn't been in the mix lately. 588,000 total in career earnings.
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the hijack. Looks down and says, oh, hijacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50K as the blinds increase to 10K, 25K, 25K.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god! Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets, the American Airlines, the pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when they're playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head it's something you must do. Your opponent can easily have 8s, 9s, 10s that you would absolutely dominate. Many hands that would likely take the flip against you. Perhaps some fold equity as well, depending on how your opponent likes to navigate situations. So, not too many moves left up on offer for Adam here.
And also notable is that we're near the money, and Carmen is covered.
Does go all in, despite being near the bubble. Is going to see the bad news. Really hard luck there for Adam to run into the aces, and respect for jamming it in there despite being on the bubble. It's exactly the attitude you need. Adam with over 600,000 lifetime earnings. Really no spring chicken. Knew what he had to do. Gets the bad news. Throwing 19% equity to hit a jack.
No jack on this flop. Adam all in for his tournament life with the jacks. Needs to find a red jack. Needs to find an 8 or a red jack on the River of Dreams. It's going to be the deuce of hearts. And Adam from Australia is going to be eliminated here on our featured table of day 2 of the high roller. GG's in the chat for Adam. And if you feel so inclined, some ayas in the chat. And that's going to be a nice pickup here for Chan. As Chan now... Please disregard this payout here, folks. But Chan picks up a good chunk of chips here in seat 5, picking up aces in a very fortunate spot against jacks.
Chan to be smiling and discussing things once you've won the aces versus jacks. Loosening up a little bit there, Chan. Did we ever figure out how to pronounce his name?
Chan. Love seeing love seeing the smiles and the joy on the table here, despite it being for a lot of money, a lot of significant money. Remembering at the heart of the end of the day, it's about the fun you had. It's about the friends you make here at APT Taipei. And it truly is like a community here. A lot of these faces, now that I've been with the APT for about half a year, are very regular to me. These are faces I say hello to and say hello, then smile back at me in the hallways here and on the floor. It's been really great, just building rapport with the players here. Okay, blind versus blind. Chan back at it again with ace-5 offsuit. Kevin Choi with 8 big blinds with the 8s goes all in. Kevin Choi all in for what could be his tournament life here.
Okay, let's go.
Says, okay, let's go. And calls, so might witness another bust out here. Kevin Choi all in for his tournament life with pocket 8s and needs to dodge an ace or a bunch of 5s or a bunch of spades or clubs. His flop comes 8-9-7, set city, but gut shot for Chan. Needs to dodge the 6. Needs to dodge
some dropouts.
Yeah. Boat. Boat. And that's going to be a nice double up for Kevin Choi there.
Ace-5. 就是没按你。
Ace-5 off. Popular hand in this series. He's got 5 hands.
Action has been flying here. Back to our chip counts. Chan actually takes the chip lead from the pot with that ace's hand. Still maintains that chip lead even after losing a chunk of change to the short stack on his left. All smiles and understandably here. Really enjoying the energy that he's bringing to the table here.
Nobody has too massive a stack, which is to say there's no sort of table bully, table captain. Close to the bubble, I believe we have 2 or maybe 3 people left to the bubble. With 1 person left, we will go hand to hand, of course, to preserve the integrity of the game, make sure nobody needs to tank too much. So when that happens, you will know there are 40 people left in the field, 5 tables, precisely. For now, 6 tables, and I was about to say, nobody has such a large stack that they can really start bullying the table with that ICM pressure. And mind you, with some of the host of characters on this table, Peter Kiem, for instance, making his move with ace-10 suited, a lot of them cannot be bullied. They're just used to every situation, every stakes. They're always going for the win, so you can't tempt them into min-cashing. So that is an element of the game we are perhaps not seeing on this table. I suspect it's going on some of the outer tables.
Peter Kim gonna open up ace-10 suited on the hijacks, clubs variety. Kevin Choi with 9-3 off, gonna fold in the small, and Lee with 10-4 gonna fold in the big. No ginormous spots quite yet for Peter, except with the exception of the ace-queen hand that he jammed in a small blind versus the under the gun open to get the fold. But so far has been staying afloat, staying alive, and picking up a lot of blinds and dead money. Which again, doesn't seem significant, but a wise man once told me, if all you do in an orbit in a poker tournament is steal the blinds, you win the tournament. Albert Einstein.
That's right. Albert Einstein said that.
2021, Albert Einstein.
I recently saw some YouTube short where they just said Albert Einstein's card trick.
Oh?
And I freaking fell for it, dude. I was like, Albert Einstein had a card trick? And then the cartridge just involved spelling out the name Einstein, which is just a way of counting out, I guess, 8 letters. It obviously had nothing to do with Albert Einstein. They just pretended that he invented a card trick in his spare time.
And the shorts algorithm killing more brain cells once again.
Indeed. Don't watch shorts, guys. Watch YouTube live on the APT channel.
Wait, hold on. My livelihood depends on shorts. Hold on. Chan in the mix again. King Jack offsuit on the cutoff. Gonna get around to the small blind. And Lee.
Watch YouTube live on the APT, and the only YouTube shorts you should watch, of course, at Greg Goes All In.
Speaking of going all in, Lee doesn't go all in, pardon me. Does leave himself some chips here on the ICM near the money bubble. But effectively jamming with ace-10 suited, is marginally ahead here. It's going to be a raise of 460.
This is what happens when you have over 5 million in earnings. You're able to jam on the bubble, sort of play the Uno reverse card on the ICM pressure. You know people are opening lighter to apply that pressure. Finding a hand as strong as ace-10 suited allows you to just reverse it. Healthy pickup there for Kiat. Up to 25 bigs now. Very well played. Could sense the Chan also, with all the laughing and chilling that he'd been doing. Probably got a bit carried away.
Chan losing that chip lead. Had it for a brief moment, but it returns back to our initial chip leader, Napat from Thailand, also known as Tap Tap. Someone says KP is American. Yes, I believe so. Evidently does have ties to Asia, though the entire backstory, I'm not quite sure. You can learn more about the Kiem family in their autobiography, Kings with Kiems. No, I made that up. I don't know what I'm saying. Pocket Forest for Peter. Under the gun now. 27 bigs.
Maybe if he wins this event, he writes one. You never know.
Hey.
Remember that Gus Hansen poker book, How I Did It? No.
It was
no,
like
that's
every
O.J.
hand,
Simpson.
every hand revealed.
Every hand revealed. How I won the Aussie Millions. Peter could do one of those if he wins. How I won the APT High Roller.
Top. Napat with 6s, red variety, opening it up as our chip leader here on this table. Again, once near the money bubble.
Kevin seems to have some plans now. Well, he's folded one of them. I think both of them need to go in the muck now.
Well, 900. Thank you.
Kiat asks how much. About even stacks. Oh, excuse me. Kiat has about 635. Napat 900. Napat sort of tied for the chip lead on the table.
Lee gonna make the call with the beautiful suited connector in position here. We just saw him in the previous hand effectively go all in. Picking up some chips, back into the mix again. Chen of Taiwan, picking up suited Dolly Parton. Of course, I'm talking about 9 to 5. Dolly Parton known for her famous song, 9 to 5, which then inspired the Broadway musical, 9 to 5. Chung in the big blind, gonna defend, and we've got a bunch of hands here that are going to connect really well on certain boards. We might see fireworks as flop comes. Jack 7, deuce, 2 diamonds here. Chung takes the lead with a pair of 7s. Napat with the underpair with 6s. And Lee with the gut shot and the backdoor hearts having 40% equity in this hand. Has 2 overs to the 7 and the gutter and backdoor hearts. Our pre-flop aggressor in the pot starts with a check multi-way. So checks to Lee in position here. exercising the power of position. Again, how I like to explain the power of position to newer poker players is that imagine going second in rock, paper, scissors. That is the power of position. Chung gonna call with the pair of sevens. Does kind of have the best hand in the pot with sixes. Has the second best hand.
Pretty spicy board here.
Folds, heads up now, turn bringing.
Lots of interesting
Ace
turns, and
six.
how's that for one of them?
This is a really interesting hand.
And
So-
how about the pocket sixes getting folded with the K6 coming out? I mean,
Wow.
incredible turn card.
Yes, Chung picks up the 2 pair, but this one gives Lee an open ender here. So I need 10 or 5 for a straight. 6 of hearts would have been slightly spicier, but 6 of hearts is not coming. So I'm going to continue barreling here. $175 into 300. Chung going to feel pretty confident that he has the best hand. Very rarely will Lee have jacks here, as that might get 3-bet pre, though there wasn't under the gun or early position open. Might have deuces, but there's just a lot of diamonds, diamond draws and straight draws around that Chung is very well ahead of. Lee will very unlikely have better 2 pairs like jack deuce, jack 6, or jack 7.
I can't get over it. The K6. Maximum pain card.
And an all-in wow.
That's going to put an end to things. Kiat's going to be disappointed with the equity he had to fold there. There we go. Add a 6, he says.
Really? Yes. You have sevens?
Yes.
I know, right? I know where you shop.
6-7.
Yeah. Oh, you have 6-7?
Yes.
Oh,
Free information builds rapport.
sevens. Yeah, set over set.
I love to see it. It makes it, keeps it light.
Yeah, it's a very different scenario. Players realizing now what just occurred.
他 turn set， 我6、7两对。
那也是对我很好。
You bet you send me. You not bet. I bet.
I said the way. I said the way. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I said louder that time. Let's try.
Talking about what might have been, and to just respond to what you said about free information. It is, but I mean, it's a very different scenario, right? Like, you're not revealing some tight fold or your opening ranges. It made sense to have 6s there and fold.
Okay, Chan back in the mix. Queen Jack and +1. We're going to raise up to 50K. Kevin Choi on his left, the hijack, ace-10 off. Marginal hand, short stack near the money, understandably. Hand hits the muck. As we just hit 200 concurrent viewers on YouTube, thank you so much for being here and watching the Asian Poker Tour. You're watching day 2 of the High Rollers event. We're getting close to the money. Commentary brought to you by myself, Greg Goes All In Poker YouTuber, and Vitter Single of India.
Alan Su in chat says, let's go TW. Taiwan, I assume that means.
Taiwan makes sense.
Let's go Taiwan. Love Taiwan.
Taiwan, 加油! Peter Kim in the big blind. Heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend. Looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes. Wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kim flops bottom 2 with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2 pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
50K bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise
You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160. Chan, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Top pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom 2 against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim! Queen on the turn, dagger to the heart. Needs an 8 or a 5 now. It's not going to come. Peter Kim gets it in so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from our featured table. Good game to Peter Kim of US of A. Ayats in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that? Right as the queen comes on the turn. I'm telling you, I hate being all in with bottom 2 against top pair. Even though you're a 75% favorite, there's something about it. Peter Kim perhaps will be in my camp after today. Rough beat there to effectively almost bubble this high roller here at the APT. Good game, sir. We will see you around in the circuit. Probably knowing Peter will be joining us at the APT in Hanoi, starting the end of this month, about the 26th of May. If not, then Da Nang and Incheon, Korea. Meanwhile, the story of the hour, man with his tongue slightly out on the screen, perhaps in happiness, Mr. Chan. I really wish I knew how to pronounce his first name. We'll certainly have to ask him if I get the chance. And he is now that clear chip leader that we were talking about on this table, on the stone bubble. That is a great spot to be. It's the time to really widen your chip lead. I mean, you can start raising any 2. Perhaps not in a field like this where you're going to get a lot of pushback from these sickos. You can certainly be super wide and trying to pick up some chips in the middle until the bubble breaks.
Picking up some Chinese, I understand about like 50% of it, but just discussing about how big of a hand that was. He was saying how 大很多, like 20, like talking about like yes, really big, 20 big blinds. A massive pickup for Chan of China. All smiles, all joy, almost all the chips.
I can't continue.
He was saying also previously, I picked up, it's like before his big aces hand, when he was in the big blind, woke up with aces versus jacks. He was saying like he hadn't looked at his hands. He was just thinking about aces, and then he looked and he's like, oh my gosh, I have aces. And then in this hand too, they're talking about that feeling, you know, that feeling when you know something's just, it's gonna come. You know,
feeling EV?
That feeling EV, that feeling range.
Poker is brutal. Brutal sometimes. It's part of the game. There's not a better man to deal with it than Peter Kim. Consummate professional. Absolutely incredible mindset and demeanor on the table.
Takes the beat with grace. A slight pause in action here. For what reason, I'm not exactly sure. Could be a shuffling of tables. I doubt we're hand for hand.
I actually think we might be, Greg.
Oh.
With Peter's elimination. Let's go with that assumption as we find out more. We are, of course, on a 30-minute delay, so sometimes it's tough for us in the booth to deduce what might have happened 30 minutes ago. It is important protecting the integrity of the game. Hand-to-hand will also mean that we reshuffle the tables, and that is precisely what's happening. I'm going to go out on a limb and say we are now down to 40 players. That would mean 5 tables is an 8 max tournament. 39 of them will be paid something for their efforts. $6,000 US to be precise. One of them will be going home with nothing and become the next bubble boy. So the action is going to get super exciting. Hand-to-hand, in case any of you are not familiar, simply means all tables will deal a hand simultaneously and wait for all the other tables to finish before they deal the next one. This is super useful. It means that, for one thing, players don't try to tank and waste a lot of time in an attempt to bubble. Another reason, and this actually occurred at the main event just 2 days ago, if 2 players go all in at the same time, they actually end up chopping if they both lose the 39th place finish. So they both end up coming 39th and 40th, essentially tying for 39th place. That's super useful. That's like your buy-in back. Something you really want.
That's a pretty sick deal. Nice little.
And at the main event, 3 eliminations on the bubble simultaneously.
Oh, really?
3 of them chopped. Min cash.
Oh.
3-way.
Okay, get a little bit back. Not bad. A pretty good deal. A little bit of consolation. Question in the chat. Are there any compensations, I'm assuming, for Bubble Boy at APT? The official title of Bubble Boy is compensation enough.
Yeah, it's a great question, really, because once in a while you will see some, perhaps promotions sometimes. So, for instance, there are some online websites where if you sign up in advance for bubble protection, if you end with the Bubble Boy, you get something like your buy-in back. Another scenario that occurs, perhaps in slightly smaller tournaments, although this one might be one of them, is that sometimes the field decides that the bubble is taking too long and impeding play too much, and they essentially put together a min cash of sorts from their own prize pool, usually done unofficially. Honestly, our tournament is run by such professionals, such experienced stalwarts of tournament poker. Sort of account for all of that and make sure that the bubble is never too slow. Here we have 5 tables, not too many people with too many big stacks. I do suspect we will be hitting that bubble pretty soon. We will of course be playing hand-to-hand, so here we go, Stone Bubble, ladies and gentlemen. Only one person from this field is going to face the ultimate disappointment. And what a disappointment that would be on the 10th day of this series.
Absolutely. Got some new fresh blood and chips here, replacing Peter Kiam's empty seat. We'll be learning more about this new character in just a few, as we are on the bubble of the high rollers on day 2 of APT Taipei.
Yes, so I just play one, but you play the price. I got the my first name, but next time I'm the smoke line.
Stone Bubble, lots of pressure to be applied. Who wants to do it? Chan, of course, the obvious candidate with the chip lead, has thrown his hand in the muck already.
Where is the scanner?
How about Ace King? For Quan Han Chen, who has been relatively quiet for the most part on this table, understandably given the action on his left and right. Looks at the, well, the clock, but more likely making sure that we are down to hand for hand. How many blinds left, how many players? 25K is the big blind, raises it up to, I believe, 55.
55 it is, as we meet our first new player of the table in C1 here, Cho Woo-ran of South Korea, coming in of 285,000 in chips. So about 11 big blinds, a short stack with 10-9 suited on the Stone Cold Bubble. 10-9 suited is a pretty hand, but short stack is going to require something with a little bit more showdown value. Those are ace highs, king highs, pocket pairs. Chung coming in here on the button. A7 offsuit.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be calling or peeling with 11 big blinds on the stone bubble. I mean, likely you can inch your way towards the money simply by doing nothing for a while, so it better be worth it to pick up some extra chips. It's arguably the most aggressive ICM there is. 0 if you lose, a little bit if you win. So you want to avoid losing at all costs.
And Ogura from Japan, and our next new player on the table in seat 3. Here with Queen 5 suited in the big blind, a very defendable hand. Great price to call in the big blind. Gonna make the call. So, heads up to a flop. Hijack versus big blind. Ace King versus Queen 5 on the money bubble as flop comes Jack 3-4 here. Neither player making a pair. Chen ahead with Ace King high. Ogura with Queen high and backdoor flush and straight. It's gonna check it over to Chen, who's gonna like to check it back here, try to realize his ace high showdown. Turn brings the 8 of spades, giving Ogura one of those backdoor outs, giving him the spade flush draw, the Queen high spade flush draw. Might use this as an opportunity to put some aggression. 145K in the pot. Is gonna bet here. Looks like a bet of 80,000. 3 green chips and 1 blue chip is what I saw. 80,000 it is. I'm so sick. Chen with the best hand here, but only does have Ace King high. Does unblock spades, which might play into some consideration here. Both players very evenly stacked, both with 26 big blinds.
Always disappointing to whiff this hard with Ace King, but perhaps worth it to continue to one more street.
River. It's going to be the 5 of diamonds. Does give Ogura a pair now, which now he has to consider if he needs to turn the 5 into a bluff or check to try to realize showdown or make a small little blocker bet. Decisions, decisions, decisions. This is simply a game of decisions. Nothing more, nothing less.
Once again, we are on the stone bubble. 40 people left. 39 paid. All decisions are fairly high stake.
Check,
especially
check.
if you have a smaller stack. We are seeing some live updates from the outer tables. 4 of them left, I believe. Tables, that is. Some extremely familiar faces, not least because we met a lot of them at the previous feature table. All in action, I believe, and here we go. We see an all-in situation. And I believe that is Junichi, somebody from our previous feature table who had been absolutely dominating towards the end. Ace 10 for Junichi and pocket kings for Farhad Agayev, a mainstay at the APT. Junichi needs an ace or a 10, I believe.
Hits the ace.
Wow, hits the ace with a stone bubble. Farhad fist bumps Pachara, Junichi, and the other people on the table. Takes stone bubbling really well. I mean, what a professional. Farhad Agayev has had a lot of success at the APT, but this one he leaves with nothing, finishing in 40th place. GG, sir, hard luck. And Junichi, wow, just unstoppable. I mean, Greg, he had like the sickest heater, maybe won 6 out of the 8 pots he played within the last 30 minutes, getting hit by the deck. Now we see top pair versus an overpair. Hits those pesky 5-outers as well. Junichi, not knowing how many chips he has, I'm likely correct in saying one of the top contenders in this tournament. But there we go. We have made the money.
$6,000 guaranteed to everybody at this tournament.
And big congratulations to the 39 remaining players making it into the money of the high roller at day 2 APT Taipei. Locking up 6,000, but plenty more money to be won. 172,000 USD top grand prize, alongside with the coveted APT High Rollers trophy, and we'll be playing down to that today. So if you thought that bubble was exciting, you thought these suckouts have been exciting, boy, do we have more poker action for you. You're not going to want to go anywhere.
Yeah, how about a final table bubble to make $18,000 guaranteed and work your way up to $172,000. It's all on the line, and once you hit the money, that milestone having been reached, now you can really taste it. It's all within reach for these 302 entries who ponied up massive $3,300 US. For those who are still left behind, it has certainly worked out for them.
Oh. Really surprised to see no king high defend blind versus blind on the queen deuce deuce board by Napat. Taking the more conservative route, trying to find more certain spots. As Napat now is in the middle of the pack. Started this feature table with the chip lead, has lost a bit of it. How much was the buy-in, asked someone.
3,300 US dollars.
3,300 US dollars. So everyone who's been cashed has now made a profit of 2,700 US dollars. Not bad for a couple days' work.
The total prize pool in this tournament in Taiwanese dollars exceeded 26 million Taiwanese dollars. I'm doing the math correctly there. That should be just under $1 million US. Whew. How incredible is that? Just having $1 million prize pools willy-nilly over here at the APT
It's just another
Taipei.
day in the office. King Jack suited for Lee from Malaysia, raising it from +1 now. As it folds around to the blinds, Napat with Ace King offsuit. 35 big blinds. Lee does only have 12 big blinds left behind. Gonna raise it to 20. 20? 200. Chan, who's been running so hot here, picks up the 8s versus the early position raise. The small blind 3-bet. Now his 8s. And just has to ask, what do I do?
And what are you supposed to do here, really?
Makes the discipline fold. Love to see it.
Yeah, can't say I blame him. Napat had been quiet for a while as well.
As we take a look at our payouts, first place taking home 5.286500 million in Taiwan dollars. That's about 172,000 USD.
If you only got half, then the remaining set, then I will just do.
Natural 8 in the chat saying, Pachara slick with that smile. He's so charming. I can see now why Pachara is an ambassador with Natural 8. Natural 8, of course, being so smitten with Pachara.
How about that Riz Natural 8 mod? Get a room.
Natural 8 with that Riz. Pachara with that Riz.
And may I just take this moment to give a shout out to the funniest mod of all time. We'll do a name and face reveal for some donations someday, perhaps.
Yes, absolutely.
But for now, take my kudos for being absolutely hilarious. And I had a chance to catch up with some of the comments from the main event coverage yesterday in chat and some of the responses by the Natural 8 mod, and they were absolutely hilarious.
Action, action, action. The pot, Jack 10 suited raises, pardon me, Ogura, new player on the table, raises King 10 suited in the cutoff. The pot flats with Jack 10 suited, and Kevin Choi wakes up with Ace King on the big blind with only 18 big blinds left remaining. I imagine this is going to go all in here.
Well, we have crossed the bubble, so now would be the time to get chips in the middle quite freely. Pay jumps small for now.
Ace King very notably dominating both of the hands he's up against. Dominates King 10.
All in.
And Jack 10 dominated by King 10. It's like a domination food chain. Goes all in. Ogura gonna get out of the way of King 10 suited. Napat with the decision here. Likely will get out of the way as well, but immaculate professionals as they are, always want to ensure that they have all the information they need to an exact amount before making the ultimate decision. 430 to call to win 615.
This is a spot where you can decide to just take the ultimate gamble. Jack 10 suited, one of his hands. Very unlikely to be absolutely dominated, unless of course you're facing jacks, queens, kings, or aces, but it is so much more likely from a card combination perspective to be facing 2 overs the way he is, maybe even 2 under sometimes with an under pair.
Just like Elsa, lets it go.
Suited connector. Knight 10.
Jack 10 suited.
A lot of honesty at this table, multi-way here. Everyone kind of sharing a little bit of information about their hand. Check it out here as we take a look at our chip distribution. Chan, our chip leader right now, and probably also the most honest poker player you'll ever meet. Lee and Cho at the bottom there, 12 and 11 big blinds respectively, and a lot of middling stacks, so a pretty wide disparity in chips here.
Well, whatever Chan is doing, honesty-wise or otherwise, it certainly is working for him. He is a chip leader. And to be fair, the table is being streamed, so I suppose technically your opponents will find out what you have were they to look it up.
Round and round, the button goes where it stops. Nobody quite knows for sure. Henry Kilbane in the chat. Click the like button to show some support, chat. Listen to Henry Kilbane. Eat your broccoli. Chung raises it up with K9. Bow Wow suited variety. Big blind defend, Jack 5 as flop comes. 9-8-4, 2 diamonds here. Amazing flop here for Chung with top pair, great kicker with the flush draw to go with it, with the overcard. But unfortunately, Lee from Malaysia kind of sitting on Jack high and peanuts. Not even a spade on this flop to bring any consolation. It's going to be a quick bet, a quick fold.
Good looking out, Henry. People in the chat, you know you need to listen to Henry when he makes the effort to pop up in chat and remind you. Just hit that like button. Helps us promote the game.
Smash that like button for real.
In fact, you'll see as soon as you hit the like button, we get some new viewers. Just helps the YouTube algorithm push content the right way. Helps you too. YouTube will remind you next time we're live, more likely than not. Plus, it's free. Let's not forget. Absolutely free.
Napat with the pocket trays in the hijack. Gonna raise it up.
Napat's been busy.
Napat been grinding.
Not always successfully. Certainly has been busy.
Pocket trade. Ray's going to get all the way down to the blind. Small blind, big blind. Out of the way. Hand is over. Button moves one more person clockwise to the left, as Beyonce says. And take a look at our chip counts. Chan from China leading the pack, followed by Chung from Taiwan. Napat, who came in as our chip leader, now third from chips, 39 big blinds. And Lee and Cho still our short stacks here, folks. Ogura with the pocket queens, the senoritas, the ladies, the queen. Gonna raise it up to 50K. Pocket pair and pocket pair violence here. Napat with the pocket fives is thinking, I want a set to be mine. I'm gonna go ahead and mine a set. Pocket pair on pocket pair action here, folks. +1 versus +2. Kevin Choi likes to make sure he takes the time to make the right decision. Also balances out his tanking time, his tanking range, if you will. Small blind, Lee, short stacked, 8 bigs, king 10, gonna fold. Going through the blinds is devastating when you're short stacked, losing 2.5 big blinds each time. 7 deuce, stay loose, they never do. Heads up now. Queens versus fives on hand 72. Should have played 7 deuce. As flop comes, king jack 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player hitting a set, and even queen's not feeling the most comfortable with a king on the board. Does have the queen of diamonds as some consolation. Ogura gonna start with a check. Napat gonna start with a stab, 50K into 160.
Always unpleasant to have that 1 over show up on the flop. Takashi probably fairly comfortable at this stage of the hand. As it happens, he's 92% in equity. Were this to go to showdown.
Makes the call, turn, deuce of hearts. 5 of diamonds would have been spicy. Checks it over again to Napat. Pocket fives with the worst hand.
Talk about a brick. Nothing changes. Back to Napat. Call on the flop should signify that he could be behind, but does not seem to slow him down. He takes another stab at it, and given the sizing, I'm a little unsure what this bet is supposed to accomplish. 100K into 260. Certainly any draws are pretty much forced to continue for that price. Perhaps he thinks he can get some, I guess, pair of 8s, perhaps some jacks to fold.
10s.
Not too many hands, better than 5s.
10s, 9s
would
maybe.
fold there.
Does make the call. River. 9 of clubs.
Queen 10 does come in. Diamonds do not.
And does Napat fire the triple barrel here? Like to exploit the flop check by Ogura here. And does make a chonky bet now. 300K or so into 460K. Perhaps some thought about the small bet sizes on the flop in turn allows for weaker parts of Ogura's range to continue. That cannot withstand a large bet on the river.
Credit where it's due, he has converted his hand into a convincing bluff. Gets the fold.
So sick. Napat! Top! Just shows I don't need to have the best hand. I just need position, good hand reading, exploitation to win these chips.
Well
What a
played,
sicko.
sir. Well
Well
played.
played. Poker Stiff, one of my One of my fans, regular fans, and regular on this APT live chat says, "It's so great to hear the sultry, dulcet tones of @GregGoesAllIn on this stream." Thank you so much. Rather than the angry hashtag serial killer-esque hashtag rip your throat out if he is told hashtag nice hand. He's of course referring to one of my newer videos on my YouTube channel, Greg Goes All In. One of my comedy sketches that has gained a little bit more popularity than the rest, which has been nice. So thank you for the reference, Poker Stiff, on the Asian Poker Tour live chat. I love you. Pokerway says, good bluff. Nextation asking for payouts. So all the players have made it into the money. All of them guaranteed 182,000 Taiwan dollars, or 6,000 US dollars. Buy-in was about maybe 3,000 US dollars ish.
3,300.
3,300. Thank you, Vitter. And up top, grand prize is 172,000 US dollars. Some action once again. Chan, who's been running hotter than the sun, gonna open up Ace King +2, and
wow,
Lee,
here we go.
with
Kiat
less
is
than 10
all in.
bigs, goes all in with the pocket fours, the fake aces.
He's going to get called by Chan at the minimum here. Let's see if anybody picks up something along the way by the time action gets back around to Chan.
They will not insta-call. And it's going to be a good result for Lee here, seeing that he's not completely dominated. Is ahead very slightly in this, what is essentially a coin flip. Needs to fade the ace or king on this flop. As flop comes 10, 6, 7. It's safe for fours. Lee needs to fade the ace or king. Only an ace or king 6 out on this river. And he's going to do it here. And it's going to be a nice double up for Lee from Malaysia.
Kiat is an absolute rock star from Malaysia, over $5 million in lifetime earnings, as we discussed, and does survive that flip and has now something like a 16 big blind stack to work with, which is going to be plenty. Not really something that this table should have wanted to see. Anytime he has chips, he is a danger, a menace to the rest of the table. 7 big blinds, the shortest stack on the table now. As we approach something to the tune of 33 or 34 players left out there in the field. The pay jumps are coming, nice and slow. Things get really serious as we approach the 9 players mark. $18,000 guaranteed to the 9th player until we reach the final table of 8. This, of course, is an 8 max tournament. About $20,000 guaranteed to make the final table. That's 664,000 Taiwanese dollars.
Stay loose, play 7 deuce, they never do.
Poker Stiff asks, so min payout at this point is only 2x the buy-in. Indeed it is, and that sounds pretty good for a min payout.
Pretty standard, I would say.
Fairly common in tournaments with amazing structures like the one we're playing here, to have this sort of a distribution, especially to make top prizes a lot heavier, which does change the dynamics of the game. Incentivizes you to really go for it, leads to the best poker. Cutting back to the action here, 7s for Kiat this time around. Is going to be facing the aces from the patient Guan Han Shen. And mind you, with the upcoming raise from Chen, Kiat's sensors and radar should be spiked. Chen, as I mentioned, has been patient. This is a very different situation than going all in with force. Both started off with similar stacks. 3-bet, frankly, looks even stronger when you start out with about 17 big blinds. A small 3-bet at that. So how does Kiat choose to respond here? All in, he says, is going to get the bad news. 7s versus aces.
Who's covered? I wonder. They're running so evenly here.
It's going to be really close.
Ace.
Ace on the flop.
He's runner sevens, and that's going to be a good game, perhaps for Lee from Malaysia.
Well, the graphic suggests that Yet has been eliminated. Either way, it's going to be a chip in a chair kind of situation. But what good news for Kwon Han Chen, who has been very patient, gets it all in with the aces, and is rewarded on the flop itself. Now a serious force in this tournament. About 34 players left, 36 big blind stack, as we lose one of, if not perhaps, the strongest player in this field. The Malaysian superstar has been eliminated from the high roller, walks away with over $6,000 US.
And that's going to be a good game for Lee of Malaysia. GG's in the chat. Seat open now.
After this level, and then they will change someone else.
Poker Stiff has a question in the chat. Question: I know that cash games are illegal in Taiwan, correct? So how do most players build bankroll if even the best pro tourney players at best only win 15 to 20% of the time? I am not a poker professional. Do you have thoughts about this, Bitter?
Well, it depends what those 15 and 20% of the time lead to, doesn't it?
I guess so.
If you're winning main events here at the APT, or even some of the side events with record-breaking fields, that's going to build your bankroll real quick.
And I would say, like, I think a lot of people, when they think about bankroll, it's like, oh, you have to build it playing poker. Not necessarily. I think for the most part of most recreational players, they don't. You can build a bankroll by simply putting money aside, saving money aside from work to have a starting bankroll, and you can build it from there.
Great point. Chan playing the rush. Aces followed by pocket fives. In the hijack. Rush or not, a reasonable open. Does seem a tad more confident than he did a few hands ago, thanks to the double up.
As blinds increased at some point, 15K, 30K now.
Takes it down. Goes to show opening, aggression. It's always such a good idea in poker, especially tournament poker. Turns out, most of the time, people don't have much. When they do, that's when you can start fighting, figure it out. Taking it down uncontested. It's a great feeling.
The best feeling, some would say. 276 people in the chat. Love to see it, not in the chat, but watching. Again, folks, all 276 of y'all, every single one, every single individual with their own special individual story. Like and subscribe. It really helps us grow the game of poker in Asia, in Taiwan, in Taipei, in Thailand, and all those different countries that are watching here. Malaysia, Singapore. I've been hearing a lot more stories about trying to find out about the scene of poker in lots of different places, notably Thailand and India, where the live poker scene isn't as, it's quite sparse due to a lot of regulation. So nice to see the evolution of the game, and the growing of the game, and the more international acceptance of poker.
Yeah, and the APT certainly helped. So what has been amazing is to hear feedback from the Indian players that I do know, who've been talking about how they have simply loved the player fields, the tournament structures, the experience overall here at the APT in Taipei, and have already soft committed to coming back next year, perhaps bringing along their friends, their poker playing colleagues, so to speak, perhaps even their families to experience everything Taipei has to offer. And that's just one stop. Let's not forget, we of course have the tournaments in Hanoi. That's later this month. Da Nang, both of those in Vietnam. And then another huge series, sort of similar to Taipei in scope and scale, in Korea, Incheon. That's going to be at the end of August, start of September.
That's right. And if you want to learn more about those events in detail, please go to apt.poker for all of the information on our upcoming series. Again, that's going to be Hanoi, Da Nang, and Incheon. all of our confirmed events for the next third quarter of the year, where you'll very likely will see Vitor and myself at these events, so you won't want to miss that. apt.poker is the site to go to. That's the site to be at. Cho, our short stack, queen 8 suited, folding. Gonna go through the blind soon. It's gonna be a big chunk of chips there. Losing 2.5 big blinds every time you go through the blinds. It's like reverse Monopoly, but every time you go past go, you lose money.
At this point, Greg, I know such a little amount about Monopoly versus poker.
I know this
kind of
industry
ridiculous.
really does get all-consuming at times.
I had to really think about your analogy. Really try to remember the board from like
Sure.
20 years ago.
Well, to refresh you, yep, Monopoly played on a little square board. You roll a dice, you go around the board where you land on real estate or other fun things. And a nice little thing is like every time you make one full orbit, you know, like how the button makes an orbit
There we
around
go,
the
let's
table.
reverse the analogy.
Every time it goes past its starting point at go, you get $200 from the bank. But
That
the
makes so much more sense.
But the lesson you learn is that an hourly or like a routine or regular wage will never help you get ahead in our capitalistic economic world. So to
That's
really
right.
get ahead, you must purchase
property,
real estate. But it's not enough to just own some of it and share it equally with everybody else. You have to have a monopoly on the game. It's not just a board game. It was a social commentary.
That's why
on
it's
the
called
economic
Monopoly.
systems. Ah.
So can you 3-bet in Monopoly or what?
Only, you know how you get to pick the different little icons at the beginning, or the avatars, or the different things? There's like the car, and
Yeah,
the thumb,
yeah.
the
The
thimble,
top hat.
the top hat. Yes, you can 3-bet only if you pick the degenerate poker player.
Ah. They do have RNG. I mean, it's a dice game. And then you get those chance cards, right? That's RNG.
RNG?
Random number generator.
Ah, yes, yes.
That's poker-like.
That's poker-like. Okay, blind versus blind. 7-6 versus 7-5 suited. Flop comes ace-10-4. Both players have peanuts. First to bet, first to get. Who wants it?
A Life of Kai says, hi guys, in the chat.
Aw, hi
Is that-
Kai.
Well, I was going to ask. It might be for the rest of the chat, but we'll assume it was for us. Right, Greg?
It was what?
Well, I thought that he might be saying hi to the chat.
Oh.
But we'll just go out on a limb and say it's for us and say hi.
Course. Hi, Kai. Kai, of course, being one of our on-the-floor reporters, giving us all the live action updates in real time. A real difficult job to do. And so a big shout out to Kai. Kai Lai wants to know, can someone tell me if Lee Hong Cheong is still in the competition? I can tell you for sure that they're not on this feature table. As for the rest of the tables, I am not sure.
Check out the live reporting, guys.
Yes.
Just go to the website, do live reporting. You'll actually be half an hour ahead of the stream, but it will tell you if anything major has happened.
Yes, no spoilers, please. Please and thank you.
Speaking of spoilers, the Life of Kai, our on-the-ground reporter, does come in and says, yes, Hon Chung Lee from Hong Kong, still in the competition.
Life of Kai coming through, not just for the live updates, but for the live chat as well. Really giving us the real live updates.
Careful, Kai. This might become a permanent feature of our live chat. And this is not a world you want to live in, my friend. Just constantly answering questions from the chat.
If you're
of
too
who's
good at
in.
your job, you will get more responsibilities.
I just made a fish bowl last night. Little, a very fishy bowl.
Ace-9 suited, under the gun. It's going to get around to the big blind, who's...
But I just don't feel like I want to play.
Cho going through the big blind, starting with 8 bigs, now getting chonked, now standing up 5. PokerStip says, so crazy how there's so many Koreans and Japanese players we see playing at different APT tour stops. Considering there are no legit casinos in Japan and Korean nationals are not allowed to play in the casinos, I think conversely, it makes sense that there are a lot of Korean and Japanese players playing even though in their own countries that they can't play, because you gotta get that poker itch out somewhere, and what better place to do it than at the Asian Poker Tour.
John Kite in chat says, let's go Peter Da and Julian Salvesen, 2 players who I believe are still in the mix. We're down to about 34 players, as we are going to come up on the second break of the day. I believe we're about 20 minutes away, give or take. Don't quote me on that. Discipline fold, 9-7 suited. Realize that the 4 big blind stack is going to be all in with the majority of hands. 9-7 suited does not play well against them and can get isolated from the big blind. Cheng knows he has ridiculously good odds to call. He's pretty much committed with most any 2 cards. Not much to think about if you ask me. 130k, his stack can certainly afford it. 220 in the middle. I mean, Cho has to shove most of his hands. As it happens, 9-8 would be a flip. As long as he thinks he has 2 lifeguards, he has to run with it. And most of the time, of course, by definition, he will have 2 lifeguards. Throws in another time bank. Getting some judgment from the table and perhaps from Cho at taking this long. All right. Okay, fair play. Can use a time bank. There's plenty of time banks.
That's what they're for. And we got a call. So, Cho all in with ace-6. Needs to dodge the 9 or 8 as flop comes 5-7. Ace hits the ace, but gut shot here. Now more outs from the pair and the gut shot. Needs to fade and does fade it all. And it's going to be a nice double here for Cho.
Comeback City. Back up to 10 bigs.
$11 bigs now for Cho. Still our overwhelming short stack here, but definitely is just 1 double from doubling again and doubling again. And perhaps doubling again to winning the bet. As we know, it's still anybody's game. We saw a really intense heads-up battle yesterday for the main event.
What was that like while being out on the field, Greg? Like right next to the players? We saw you in camera plenty of times.
I couldn't believe how long it took. I was like, Punat's here, 9-1 lead. Kim has 10 big blinds. But Kim just found double after double after double after double, literally 4 doubles, made it comparable stacks. And ultimately it was Punat who won, but what a sweat. Cho's all in again with the ace-X and Agura with the 7. It's going to make the call. And luckily for Cho, it's still a flip here. But Cho all in for his tournament life. With the ace-8, needs to find an ace or an 8. 7 in the window, gonna have him drawing nearly dead. Picks up the gut shot here, needs a 6 and only a 6 on the river. It's not gonna come, and that's gonna be a good game for Cho Woo-ram of South Korea, eliminated in the money on day 2 of the high rollers here at APT Taipei. GG's to Mr. Cho.
We see that shot, perhaps the walking away shot, with the field and the poker room behind Cho. We see the updated chip counts. 5 stacks above 1 million. Some thresholds being crossed by a lot of players right now. We're about 32 players in the field as we inch towards that next milestone of the final table. Perhaps a mini milestone could be the final 2 tables as well. Simply because you can see each other's games, you can see how many players are left. Pay jump available at the 31 player mark, so very minor consideration considering the massive prize up for offer for first place being
172,000. 302 entries, about 30 or so left. This is when you can really taste it.
Yeah, regularly.
Taste the glory.
So you're a cash game player?
Yeah.
Or both?
Actually, I'm a cash game player. Okay. To be honest. Huh? No. I'm Thai.
And do we have a new player here?
In Thailand, you play cash game underground?
Yeah, underground. We're on stream, right?
I believe we do. And we'll find out more about
I haven't played any cash
Just
game
a
ever.
hot second here.
Yeah.
Napat on the stream talks about how he loves playing cash games. And then when questioned about how he plays in Thailand, where of course there are no cash games to be played, Napat quietly says, oh wait, yeah, no, I have never played any cash game ever.
Never have I ever seen, I don't even know what a cash game is. I've never seen a cash game or heard of cash games. In fact, I'm blind in one eye, deaf in both ears. What is a cash game?
Action on Takashi in the small blind decides to go with the limping strategy despite the rags. Jack 6 off. But actually has a reasonable hand to try and bump up the action. Position and a larger stack than his opponent also help. Takashi might have to let this one go. It's just too raggy.
Fair prediction. As Agura makes the fold after limping in.
Andres in the chat asks, how much was the buy-in for the main event? 1,600 USD. And before you ask, how much was first place? How about 365,000 USD? The old 200x ball for our winner, Punat.
2 million in the prize pool for that main event. And the guarantee for that main event, money put up by the APT itself, was $1 million US dollars, and we smashed it, crushed it, and doubled it. Double it and pass it on to the next prize pool because it was 2 million USD.
What is even the next milestone for the APT, I wonder? I guess 365 is just so massive. Perhaps one day, $500,000 USD? That would be crazy. Legends made constantly on this tour. Punat, the winner of the main event, already a legend in his own right. Thai superstar, we were calling him. Certainly cementing his legacy with the win that he achieved yesterday.
Lee Han Cheong of Hong Kong being the new player at our table here in the Nike blue shirt. Last I saw him, he was on the final table of the Superstars event with a buy-in of 10,000 USD.
Baller. That is baller.
Under the gun versus big blind. Choi raises his 4s, defend from the big blind, king 7 suited, flop comes ace 7-6. Chan outflops with a pair of 7s on a fairly dry board. Checks to pre-flop aggressor, who makes the c-bet with the pocket 4s. Under pairs being a good bluff candidate here. Also sometimes are good, but it does get called now as the turn brings the 10 of diamonds. No help to Choi whatsoever. Big blind checks it over to Choi with the pocket 4s. Gonna check again, and an interesting river card being the 5 of diamonds. Choi does block the bottom straight, but under the gun opening is never gonna have 4-3-4 or 4-8.
Goes check, check. Fair enough, small one. So, most of the stacks between 30 and 45 big blinds. 50 big blinds for the relative chip leader, Chan, seat 5.
Got on the right side of an aces versus jacks cooler. Sort of never looked back in terms of maintaining a lead, a healthy chip stack. 50 big, certainly a lot at this stage. So we're down to about 31 players. Break coming up. About 10 minutes. Perhaps one of those mini milestones for these players to take a moment, gather themselves, get some of the juice we have out in the cafe.
Juice.
Some vitamins.
Vitamins? They sell vitamins out there?
No, I mean in the juice, Greg.
Oh, I see.
I mean how our ancestors had vitamins.
I see, not in massively produced little Flintstones gummies. Right. Right.
I wonder how the Flintstones had vitamins. Their own gummies?
Flintstones. We're the Flintstones. And our legacies are vitamin gummies.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
The modern Stone Age family and the legacy is vitamin gummies.
Yep.
You're a genius, Greg.
Thank you, brother. I try.
You're a poet and you don't even
realize that I am one.
Yes.
Thank you. I keep saying that joke to Henry, but I don't think he's never commented on it.
Oh, really?
So I don't think he's actually picked up on it yet.
That happens to me all the time.
That what? You'll say a joke and it'll...
I didn't mean to, Henry, but in fact, even with a line like that, you're a poet and you don't even realize. People don't get meta jokes if they don't know the joke, right?
Yeah.
Our chat might be feeling the same way, by the way.
Asian Poker Tour making a comment. Ooh, and we've pinned it, so you know it's important. Join an $888 flip out by playing Natural 8 Trivia. So if you click that link in the pinned comment in the live chat, it'll take you to a Google Doc where you can answer some live trivia questions about Natural 8, and you'll automatically be entered into an $888 flip out. You don't even have to be online for it. It just enters you in, and you basically go all in, and whoever wins a bunch of money. So you don't want to miss out on that. If you didn't hear me, all I said was free money. Click the link in the pinned comment.
Poker Stiff asks a question that has generated a few responses in the chat already. Have you seen possibly even a scattering of American pros coming to Asia to play APT events? To be completely candid, Poker Stiff, probably not too many. There was, of course, the likes of Peter Kim and other American nationalities who tend to live in Asia to begin with. You're right, it's obviously a lot to travel, but Andres says the buy-ins are too low for USD pros to make it worth traveling. I wouldn't agree with that. We had multiple $5,000 buy-ins, $10,000 buy-ins, $3,300 buy-ins, the one you're watching right now. Let's get back to that in a moment. As we look at this board, top two were Kwan Han Chen and Han Chong Lee, who people were asking about in the chat earlier, has an ace as well, along with some backdoor diamonds and straight draws. Certainly cannot be going anywhere for the moment.
8 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds would be spicy. Ooh! Oh, that's a
10 of diamonds?
Spicy card.
Fortunately for Han Chong Lee, he is drawing dead to the chop of the case ace. Kwan Han Chen has locked this up with the perfect card. Diamond to boot to make sure Han Chong Lee stays interested in this hand. Lee gives Chen the look. I do like that. Chen gives the look back. Really psychological warfare element to poker.
Uses a time chip here, not to be mistaken for a chip with a denomination. It's quite the decision now.
Some bet sizings come to mind. If you want to set up a river shove, you do need to go big here. 265K in the middle. Something like a 230K bet would set you up for a river shove. Tend to be afraid to lose your customer when you have the board locked up like this. You have tens, you have aces, you block both of them. What can your opponent have? You want to keep them around in case they have a draw so that they can hit the draw and stack off to you. Turns out in this case, Lee has both the ace and the draw. 50K. Big decision point in the hand. Going to be awkward on the river in terms of sizing, but Chen has picked the right amount to keep draws interested.
But Lee here, like a stick bug with a crayon, drawing very, very thin. Needs an ace and only an ace. Diamonds are no good as River brings a king of clubs, which might get Lee in trouble here because now his kicker no longer plays and he chops with better ace X's, except this specific one.
Well, I suspect the action goes check bet, and when the action comes back to Lee, he needs to realize aces are not betting for value anymore in position on this board with the flush draw coming in. This is going to be an interesting hand for sure.
Chen probably loving that the front door flush comes in, hoping that Lee has one of those.
Great point. That can be the factor that influences his bet sizing the most. Might want to go big, realizing that a flush draw, especially a small one, might not raise the river. So he wants to get as much value as possible. I'll tell you what, it's much easier when you can look at the cards, but given the intensity with which he looks at the clock, really takes his time with the decision, certainly looks value heavy, not reading into live tells as much as realizing how relatively quiet Chen has been on this table so far. Something these players are certainly noticing. These high rollers.
Bet has been made. Looks like 350. Could be 450. I think 350 though. 350 it is.
Well, Lee needs to be giving Chen credit for an absolutely wild 3-barrel bluff here to consider making this call. Yes, you are chopping other aces, but really think about it. Would an ace be betting the river on this board when you're beat by tens, beat by ace king, beat by jack queen, and of course 2 clubs?
And calling for at best a chop always feels pretty painful, and Lee makes a world-class fold here. As chips are shipped towards Chen. A nice hand for Taiwan here. Poker Stiff says that 10 of diamonds is the most ignorant turn card. I think that was, I will give, that was an interesting choice of adjectives. I won't pretend I understand it.
Ignorant to what?
I don't know. Get this man a thesaurus.
Decency of pots? I'm not sure. It's really thrown me off, that one. So about 30 players still in the field. All looking at the top prize, 172K. What a way that would be to close out the series for one of the players here at the event. Life-changing money for so many. Even for some of them who have bought in and ponied up 3,300 USD. Certainly you don't expect this level of prize pool at most events with those buy-ins. I mean, you're talking about a 50x return on a $3,300 buy-in. Pretty crazy. Those are like tough numbers to achieve online, much less live.
And we're doing it here at the APT, and we're just getting started. Honestly, I cannot imagine how far the APT is going to go. It's been very exciting being a part of it. Always nice to be on the winning team.
Well said. Is that what it feels like? That is what it feels like.
Yeah.
Interesting. Never saw it that way. But I will from now on. Thanks for that, Greg.
No worries.
A little tribalistic. But that's what's fun.
Hoorah.
That's what's fun about sports teams.
Shiba Wan. 18? 180. Oh. Oh.
Oh my.
I love it. Love to see it.
Step in a step.
Button raise. 3-bet. Takes it down. Lee Han Chiang of Hong Kong.
Great stuff there. Aggression is the name of the game.
Actually, they're playing poker.
Ah, good point.
No limit hold'em.
They should change the name of the game. Actually, if they change the name of the game to aggression, everybody would be much better at poker. It is true. One of the earliest mistakes you can make in poker is simply to not be aggressive enough. And if you don't know what that means, just think of it as not bluffing enough.
I was too aggro when I started out.
I
so
was too. That is a
lost
lot
too
of
much
players.
money.
No, I was too. And I think it served me really well. The thing is, when you first start out in poker, chances are you are a losing player. And it's better to be an aggro losing player than it is to be a passive losing player.
Why?
Because when you get better, when you're trying to take the game more seriously, you have that aggro gear in you. It's something you need to modulate as opposed to learn.
It's
And when
easier
you're
to take aggression back than it is to scale it up.
Yeah, said differently, that's exactly right. And I think aggression is perhaps the single most winning quality when it comes to poker at the higher levels. At the lower levels, by which I mean smaller stakes perhaps, or simply by playing with people less experienced, sure, you can just play solid, bet good hands. Simply patience alone is probably the biggest skill you can develop and implement. And that alone will make you a winning player. I mean, I remember when we first started in college, the most patient guy just printed money all the time. And we used to think he's boring, but we did say he was good.
Folding is boring, but winning money is pretty exciting. Choose your hard, folks. Choose your hard.
I remember I met some friends after like 5-6 years, those who I used to play poker with back in college. And they were sort of surprised to see my results in poker. And almost like, I mean, I wouldn't say jealous, but, you know, sort of living vicariously through some of my poker experiences. And the first thing they asked me is like, do you still bluff a lot? Like, do you still bluff like you used to? And I was like, well, maybe, I don't know. Did I bluff a lot? They're like, yeah.
Wow. Interesting spot here, blind versus blind. Chung betting, taking a stab with 7 high, gets called by the king high. I do apologize. I'm unaware if there was a bet on the flop. There was not, so it went check, 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 bet, call. Another check. Chung is playing the board.
Fair enough to call one street on ace-6, jack-6 with the king high. Is rewarded.
Call, check, check, king high announced. And I do believe we are now entering hand 88, which will be our last hand before entering a 15-minute break.
Greg, you want to know a stupid bet I made with Henry today?
A bet?
250 hands for the whole thing.
250?
And I set the line like 30 hands into it too. Well, Henry set the line and I snap called.
Is that reasonable, or is that you think too high?
No, I think it's too low.
Oh.
But I'm an optimist. If the hands are less than 250, it means the day is done early, as much as it would suck to wrap up the festival.
Right.
It would mean a quick and dirty and fun final table, perhaps. So that's how I like to set my bets, you know. Optimistic moonshots, I call them.
It's probably my greatest asset in life and biggest weakness in poker. I'm incredibly optimistic. So you know I'm chasing my backdoor draws.
Backdoor draws are so tight.
Backdoor draws.
Yum, yum.
Kevin Choi all in with blackjack, ace jack. Great hand for poker, great hand for blackjack. He's going to fold around to the blinds. He just needs to get through the big blind here. For 12 big blinds, Kevin Choi all in is probably going to take this one down. Yes, he does. And folks, our players are on a 15-minute break, which means that we are too, which is great because I really have to go pee. But this has been Greg Goes All In, Poker YouTube Meme Lord, hanging out with Vitor Singhal, doing commentary for you live here at day 2 of the High Rollers event here at the Asian Poker Tour, well into the money.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっています来須さこです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
What it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. No deal, by the way, which means
Oh, yeah.
one of these guys walking away with 1.26 billion and denying the other the billionaire status that a deal might have achieved. Respect. Always respect a no deal heads up.
I got to admit, you know, I think on the back end of 10 days of poker, I might have been the first of 4, the first of 5, the first of 3 to maybe just put that word deal out there to the rest of the table.
Click that deal button, as they say on the online
you know,
streets.
these guys have been grinding, but just the audacity, if you will, to just be like, you know what? No, I've grinded for the past 10 days. I want an outright win. I want the 53k plus score on my Hendon Mob. I want the trophy. I just want it all. I haven't come this far to start offering up deals as Knockmin Lei goads Jinwoo to stabbing with 3 high, 1.6 in the middle.
Pure. Keeping it pure. Like those guys who never run it twice. Just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just play some poker.
That reminds me of a few guys. I mean, look at this. This is just power poker. And it's just been the case. This isn't just a one-off. This has been throughout the entirety of this heads-up match.
My oh my. And if I could just take advantage of us having that close-up shot there on Jinwoo Kim as he cut out those chips, double-handed, put them in the middle. 1.1 million is the bet. Even a slight smirk on his face. Sort of the sign of confidence usually, as though it was unintentionally let out.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, you know? Got to go down in a massive ball of flames and knock me in lay.
A huge fold there.
Wow.
Gilbert in the chat pointing out Albert fired all 3 streets quite a few times on yesterday's stream. Well, no one is surprised, surely. Just looking at the carnage we've seen just today. Queens again. This monster is being dealt out, leading to interesting situations here and there. Julian built a healthy stack for himself. Came in one of the shorter stacks.
Oh my word.
It's almost tripled up since then, since the start of the day.
Julian with 9 lives. Fortunate to be here, courtesy of Satoshi's ill-timed 3-bet earlier on, getting John to fold what would have been the winning hand, and now Hijack v Button has queens against 10s. He makes the call. Oh my god,
Oh my word. I was just going to comment how John simply flat called in a situation where you're very likely to see 3 bets. Had some sort of sixth sense about it all. And now with Dong having ace king and only 9 big blinds, this is going to develop into a real situation. Dong pretty much has to go all in and squeeze, and he's going to be in a decent spot, frankly, to more than double up, be in a flip situation. Julian has to be licking his lips a little bit. Dong could easily be squeezing with something much, much worse than ace king. Queens is looking just so good. And now, does he want to reel in the customer of John Perry or isolate and go heads up against Dong Chen? And no matter what he chooses to do, how does John react? He's seen the story play out before and has been burned. He did make the right fold with the jacks, but of course would have won the hand. And as much as you want to be extremely rational,
wow.
What a decision.
He folds the 10 again.
It's correct again. Henry, what are the odds there's a 10 on the flop, man? Come on.
Don't. Come on, man.
It would be just too much to bear.
Ace king for Chen Dong against Julian's pocket queens.
We really are on the verge of the first elimination here. Dong Chen does need some help. Is in a flip. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. I knew it. Maximum pain. That's the mantra of the day. The poker gods have decided to deal out maximum pain to John Perry.
Third card, another deuce.
Wow. Let's not forget the person at risk, Dong Chen, on the verge. 1 card away. Deuce would also do it.
Is a 7.
Not gonna be it. And Dong is the first person out. Round of applause, fist bumps all around. What a dramatic hand to exit on. And John seems to be taking it fairly okay. I know I would be losing my marbles sitting there in his spot. Satoshi, still the chip leader. Ace 10 off in the low jack, as you said, Henry. Under the gun +3 on the graphic. Bumps it up. You love to see it. Except the timing might be slightly off here. John having pocket jacks, and Julian wakes up with...
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっていますクルスサコです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. Yes! 1 million!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations! You won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the fans who showing up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we had to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
A warm welcome back to Taipei as the final day of the Asian Poker Tour series. I do apologize. Day 10.
Different era of the Asian Poker Tour.
Different era, new era is the High Roller $3,300 buy-in with $172,000 going to the eventual champion. By the way, second biggest prize pool and second biggest first prize payout in the history of Taiwanese poker. Second only to the main event, which obviously concluded yesterday with the Thai superstar Punat Punsri going away with over $365,000. But that's yesterday's news, Greg. Today?
It's today's news, that's right. Day 2 of the High Rollers event here at the Asian Poker Tour on the last day of the series. But we're going to end it with a bang, with a great live stream, a great event. Everybody is well into the money now. About mid-cash or just past one level up past mid-cash. But we've got an exciting table for you. So let's get right back into the action right here, right now at APT.
Boom. 28 players left, playing all the way down to a winner today. So there will be a final two-table redraw. This feature table featuring none other than our Day 2 chip leader, Peter Da, came into today, the only player with more than 1 million chips. Finds himself at the top of the chip counts here. That's another recognizable name and face. Seong Muk Jung came second in the High Roller in Hanoi. Finds himself running deep here. What did you and Vidor get up to whilst I was away? Any shenanigans?
All of the shenanigans. A lot of shenanigans on this table. It was pretty. We started out the day. All players are pretty evenly stacked and pretty equal distribution in chips. So it made for some really great poker. Some really huge suckouts, resulting in the elimination of some notable players, such as Peter Kim. A really fun player from Hong Kong, Mr. Chan, was fun to narrate for, commentate for. But a completely brand new host of characters. And let's get right into it as we slowly learn more about them. James Mendoza had Ace-King under the gun, raising it up. He has been a regular patron to the Asian Poker Tour, so great to see him back out here once again.
It's so nice after a few festivals. You really start to recognize people, and you know, the guys that do travel with the APT circuit always seem to have some guys that just consistently run deep. 91 hands into the day. We are in the money. And yeah, I actually bumped into Peter Kim. Obviously, you two were in the booth literally moments after his bust out. And naturally, as you do at a festival, and you see someone like, oh, hey, man, how's it going? He's like, well, Henry, didn't you see what just happened on stream? I was like, no. So I'm not in the booth. It's like, well, let me fill you in, pal. I just bubbled for almost a chip lead pot with bottom 2 against top pair. And obviously Peter, professional MTT player, knows the swings and the variance involved, but always bittersweet to run deep and get sucked out on just before the money. Discipline lay down there from Robert.
here.
Yeah, King Queen just generally not playing well against a typical under the gun range. Open. And we're going to get down to the blinds. This little pocket pair. Going to get folds all the way down to the big blind. And it's going to take it down pretty. It's a nice little pickup there by Peter Da.
Got Atchwao in the chat saying, my boy Peter Da. Let us know who you're rooting for. Atchwao rooting for his boy Peter. Norwegian flag. Couple of Norwegians at this table. Maybe a byproduct of the current world champion, Espen Jorstad. Of course, the reigning world champ.
And your roommate.
Not my roommate.
Oh,
housemate.
Housemate.
Housemate. We don't share a room.
Oh, sorry. That's what we say in Canada. Like roommate,
really?
Roommate means like your housemate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
we
like
call
you
it
share an apartment.
Ah, okay.
Doesn't necessarily mean you share a room together.
Well, I mean, there are rumors that Espen and I share a room.
Well, there are now.
I mean, there's been plenty of rumors. No, in the UK we say flatmate.
Flatmate,
yeah.
right.
So interesting.
I
Interesting to see the
see.
difference.
The cultural shock, the
Oh my
cultural
God,
differences
it
here
shocked me.
in the commentary booth alone. Jacks for Jung on the button.
JJ with the J's. Should have said J with the JJs rather. But
J with the JJs. Jacks for J. Any way you want to put it. Man's got Jacks versus Queen 6 on the big blind here. Is Peter Da going to defend? We shall see. Only time will tell.
everyone currently guaranteed around 2x the buy-in. That's $3,300. See all eyes on the top prize, 172,000 USD. Not bad for a couple of days' work.
Not bad at all. Take a look at our chip counts. Peter Da, our boy Peter Da, 68 big blinds. Got a virtual rail there by Atchwao, my boy Peter Da. Less than 3. Looks like a heart. Very nice.
It reminds me of the old Lex Veldhouse streams when people would donate and the Nightbot would always read it less than 3 rather than the heart emoji. Robert with another playable hand. Did let go of the King Queen to the under the gun open. Finds himself under the gun this time with Ace Queen suited. Eager to get involved, especially at this stack depth. See if anyone behind wakes up with a playable hand. James Mendoza, Queen Jack suited on the button. It's his fellow countryman.
USA versus USA. This could be the worst civil war we've ever seen in USA history. As he makes the call.
He goes there, chat. He knows where the line is. Peter always seems dialed in, even a spot as trivial as this. Not necessarily posturing, also just making his opponent sweat a little bit. Trying to get a read.
Big blind special from our short stack. Ace high. There's an under the gun open though.
Yeah, it's a grim one. Very likely to be dominated. And that is an under the gun open and a button flat. Button can of course have hands like Ace 10, Ace Jack. Yeah, that's a disciplined fold. Respect. So heads up to a flop. James in trouble.
As flop comes, 10-5-7. None of the suits that either player wanted to see. Ace high is good here with the 2 overs.
Yeah, it seems like a small range c-bet spot. 260 in the middle.
Small c-bet spot it is. Looks about 70K into 260.
Love the sizing. Quarter pot. It's monotone boards. James Of course, can still have flushes, can still have hands like King 10, Queen 10, Ace 10, but does get out of there, and a nice little pickup for Robert. Greg.
Yes, Henry.
We've been spending a lot of time together.
Yes, we have.
And I realized I don't know that much about you other than the content that you put out, so I got a couple of poker-related questions.
Great, I've got some poker-related answers.
What is your most memorable poker moment as a player? Is there anything that sticks out to you that, like, wow, I'm going to remember that for many years to come, whether it be a cash game pot, maybe a tournament?
Well, the quote comes to mind: the axe forgets, but the tree remembers. And so, of course, I have a bad beat hand.
No.
Yes, it is. But it's not only a bad beat hand, it's also a riddle. I defend 9-8 on the big blind versus an under the gun open.
Cash game?
Cash game.
How deep are we?
Like 100, 200, something like that.
Okay.
Okay, it's very different, but it's 100. Board runs out 9-9, deuce, deuce, 3. I have 9-8. I lose, and under the gun doesn't have deuces.
Okay.
What did under the gun have?
9-3.
Correct.
Got him.
Offsuit. Arizona. Talking stick.
Let's
what
go.
the heck? But that's poker-wise. In terms of just poker moments, I would say going to Top Golf and drinking with Rampage Poker and Branson Poker and Abbey Poker. Why are they all pokers? It was pretty fun and memorable.
Love Rampage.
Yeah, good guy. Undisputedly one of the best work ethics in the entire industry.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I've hung out a couple of times with Rampage. Always leads to degeneracy.
I went skydiving with him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he just asked me to go skydiving with him the first time I met him. I was like, yeah. So we went skydiving.
That seems
was
like,
fun.
yeah. Why not?
Why not?
How else are we going to bond?
Yes, other than jumping out of a plane together. Nut flush draw here for Robert with the aces spades. Peter Da with 9 high and not much else going on except the pre-flop aggression and the positional advantage. Gets checked to, gets to bet. Gets 110 into 230, just shy of half.
Another monotone board spot. This time button v big blind.
And I must also say, the APT has been really memorable and proving to be a very significant part of my career in the poker industry. Check raise by Robert. 250.
Just north of min. Loves to just get folds here. 10x with no spade. 6s through 9s. Certainly has more flushes in his range. Although you could argue Peter on the button going to be opening hands like Queen Deuce suited. Maybe even hands like Jack 6, Jack 7 of spades. But not waste the time bank chip here, and he needs to be careful. I understand he doesn't want to just snap fold and kind of maybe give off some information, but those time extensions prove incredibly valuable, especially later on in the tournament with the massive ICM considerations that are going to be in play.
Absolutely. I know this all too well, having played a turbo recently and running out of time chips for it and ultimately punting off because I ran out. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I call. Oh, I'm dead.
We've all been there, my man. Exactly how you feel. So that's how things stand at this feature. Peter losing that pot. Jung is closing in.
Some love from the Thai community in the chat, I assume. Great to see. Love to see the engagement.
What a fantastic series it's been here in Taipei. Records broken left, right, and center.
When we say overwhelming success, we truly mean overwhelming success. Like, we were overwhelmed. We were not expecting this amount of growth so quickly, that even here at the Asia Poker Arena, the largest poker room in all of Asia, we almost couldn't keep up with the demand for poker here in Taipei. So, and that's only the first event, only the first series of the new era of the Asian Poker Tour, and it's only up from here. Really exciting time to be with the APT, and really excited to see where it goes, and happy to be along for the journey.
Summer Series just round the corner, of course.
Summer Series had me a blast. James Mendoza opens up A7 off on the hijack. Peter Da, proving to be a live chat favorite, gonna come along here with King Jack suited.
Opens the door for a button squeeze here.
And no
then
squeeze, no.
Gonna let it go.
Robert gets out of the way, down to the blinds.
Roy asking how many players left. Currently 28 players remain. If you are, of course, looking for updates on the outer tables, you can head over to the AsianPokerTour.com website. Click on live reporting. So we have our Life of Poker team working behind the scenes to give you updates from the outer tables.
Interesting. Ace High is the best hand here, but it has the least equity, as Chung has the only flush draw of the three, 7 high, but Peter Da does have the open ender. He's going to check to our pre-flop aggressor James Mendoza, who checks back, and Peter Da checks back his open ender. As the turn brings the king of clubs, giving Peter Da the best hand with top pair jack kicker to go along with his king high, with his open-ended straight draw. Chung still drawing pretty live with the 7 of hearts. Any heart will do, but drawing to a 7 high flush draw does not feel great.
See how Peter proceeds here. A few options on the table.
Gonna put money in while he's ahead. Never a bad strategy. 110 going to 300. Small bet here. Getting to read that. Neither player very strong. If he wants to get values, he might have to bet a little smaller than usual.
Yeah, I like this third pot. Gets to control the size of the pot going to the river, and James, of course, just snap folding the A7.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Peter Da up top, 51 bigs. Jung falling behind with 40. And Lin, our short stack, less than 20 bigs, sitting at 10. Gonna need a double.
That's what I heard. They always like redraw. Is it 24 right now?
Yeah, that's 25 right now.
Can hear James Mendoza talking about how many players left remaining. I believe I heard him say 25.
All good? I'm just checking. Right?
Did he really? Dropping like flies.
$302 entries into the high roller. Only 25 left remaining. All contending and fighting for that top grand prize of 172,000 US dollars.
There are 25 remaining. That means we will be going on a short break.
Salfson hasn't been getting too much into the mix yet, and just might with the Dolly Parton of the suited variety. So we're gonna see button versus big blind, Ace-4 versus 9-5 suited as flop comes 6-4, 6-2 club. Salfson with the 9 high flush draw here. Nemscary with the pair of fours, with the ace of clubs, is ahead. The equity is running very closely right now.
Yeah, how about that for a fun flop? Ace of clubs in hand as well. It's going to continue.
Very small. 50K into 230, less than a quarter. More than a fifth. Wow. Salvesen using this as an opportunity to put in the raise now to 200,000. And Nemscary makes the call. A large pot brewing here. Button versus big blind. With the check raise and a flop. Turn brings the 3 of hearts as this board just gets spicier. Salvesen, who already had the flush draw, now picks up an open-ended straight draw as well. Also does still have the 2 overs to Nemscary's pair of fours, which are ahead currently.
Is this a case of too many outs, Greg?
Too many out syndrome?
Feels like it. A lot of them are live. You can see 15 of the 20 are live as he fires again 200 into 630. This is a really interesting spot. We're in a very intricate part of the game tree here. Button v big blind. Robert well aware that Julian can have hands like 8-5, 8-7, flush draws, hands like 5-3, 3 deuce, 7-3. He's still ahead of.
Ace of clubs an interesting consideration for him to have, because as well as there are a lot of straight draw bluffs, Nemscary does block some of the nut flush draw bluffs as well.
You typically see nut flush draws check call rather than there's that 5 you were talking about. And Julian Rivers the showdown. This board just getting worse and worse for Robert. Put money in whilst he was ahead. See how he proceeds on this river. Is Julian reaching for like a blockish size bet?
Trying to decide if he needs to turn his hand into a bluff or not, or if his showdown value is just enough, because Nemscary, whose range is uncapped, still has all the overpairs. Does go all in here.
That's gangster. Check raise flop, barrel turn, jam river. It's giving me some serious Post Malone vibes as well. That hoodie shades and oh, you got your shades on as well. Is that for the picture?
Always ready. No, at this point they're just kind of glued onto my face. But thank you for that correction, as of course I'm not the most theoretically trained in poker. But so ace high flushes or flush draws tend to try to realize equity, then play aggressively.
For a few reasons. One, you don't want to be blown off your equity by like check raising and then getting jammed on, just because of how much equity you would have with a nut flush. Secondly, ace high can be good, can have showdown. And thirdly, you get to cooler weaker flushes as well, whereas check raising or bloating the pot could actually get weaker club draws to fold. So you want to keep those hands in the case that a third club does roll off, and ultimately you get to then cooler your opponent. But then obviously the downside to check raising a nut flush draw would be getting jammed over the top and not being able to call because you're just not getting the right price. So yeah, if you'll see a lot of people play the lower flush draws more aggressively just because they don't have as much showdown, like the 9 highs. Whereas the ace high, king high type flush draws where a lot of good things can happen by keeping your opponent in the pot. That's one of the reasons.
What a sick job I have. I get paid to learn with Henry Kilbane.
Behave.
The more you know.
I love it. I love this situation. Deuce. The best and the worst.
Once again, it will be a very short break as we get down to the final 3 tables, the final 24.
Almost there. Let's go. Let's go.
Everyone currently guaranteed 232,000 Taiwanese dollars. Good for around 2 buy-ins.
As we enter hand 98 here. Salvson, we just saw, made a pretty gangster all in as a bluff. Little did he know his hand was good, but even putting in hands like aces and other overpairs in a tough spot and that run out of a board was very, very cool to see. I think he had already made his decision regardless of the river card. The chips are going in. Jung, currently with the mystery cards facing the button open, is going to make the 3-bet here from the small blind with the mystery cards. Ooh, it's a mystery. And we'll never know. We will go to our graves never knowing what Jung Sung-mook 3-bet from the small blind in hand 98 of day 2 of the APT High Rollers. I'm losing sleep tonight over this.
I may never do commentary again.
I quit. I'm kidding.
No take backsies.
Not binding. Verbal not binding.
Contract signed.
Our short stack under the gun gets out of the way with 10 bigs. About to go through the blinds. Will lose 2.5 big blinds if he does. Needs to find a spot to jam and double as soon as he can. Ace-Jack for Robert, a great hand for poker, a great hand for blackjack. Opens it up on +1 here. He's going to get around all the way down to our button now.
Blackjack! How many hands lifetime of blackjack do you think you've played?
Less than 100, honestly.
Peter in the big. Suited Doyle.
Doyle in a suit. Studded with diamonds.
Suited 10x from +1 against the +1 open. Wouldn't fold him for any of the options. Does decide to defend. Peter strikes me as like the type of player that's really tough to play against. Just based off this very small sample that I've seen so far. It's really dialed in and makes it really uncomfortable for his opponents.
Well, not only the kind of player, but just the chip stack he has in front of him being the chip leader. Definitely going to make it a difficult player to play with. And on top of that, he also has the virtual rail cheering him on. Ace-6, 4-2 spades here as Robert flops top pair jack kicker. Peter Da here with backdoor diamonds and optimistic backdoor straights. But ultimately with 10 high.
Right? Yeah, they always do redraw at 24. What about like 16? No. They do it again? No, they don't do it.
Discussion here that we're doing a redraw at 24 players. We are currently down to 25, which means we could be redrawing very soon, which would entail a short break from us.
Oh, there we go. Just heard from the players. The floor has paused play as we're down to our final 24. So we'll be going on a very short break as we redraw for the final 3 tables. The APT Taipei High Roller. $3,300 buy-in. Everyone currently guaranteed just shy of $7,000 for their efforts. And today, we'll be playing down to a champion. As said, champion will be walking away with 172,000 USD. Don't go too far. Greg and I will be back in just 10 to 15 minutes time.
And the last after one, then I'll take 10 times. That means like semi and I'll final it. I mean, maybe some of us are going to stay there. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there's only 3 tables, so.
Yeah. I pick it up from the camera.
Guys, find your names here. You stay, seat 5. I stay, seat 5? Yes. Seat 4. Same table. Table 3 is right over there. So I'm the center now?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and SmartHUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friends who showing up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A warm welcome back to Taipei. We're down to the final 3 tables of the final event here at the Asian Poker Tour Taipei. First of all is the High Roller $3,300 buy-in with 172,000 USD going to first, and we are playing down to the champion today. Greg goes all in alongside myself, the one-armed bandit, Henry Kilbane. Greg.
Henry.
How are we doing?
We're doing great. We've got exciting action here. It's the last day of the APT Taipei series here in Taipei, and we're ending it with a bang with our high rollers. As you said, day 2, 24 players left remaining, only one of them walking away with 172,000 US dollars. Who's it gonna be? You're gonna have to stay tuned to find out as we get right back into the action after our reshuffling of tables. We thank you for your patience.
And so, new feature table.
Yes, new feature
new
table.
New players.
New blood, new chips, new representations of different flags in the world. But, again, only one champion walking away with the beautiful APT trophies of the new era. Real 24-karat gold going to one of these players. Who is it gonna be? It looks like we've got Pachara.
Hello.
Hello, Pachara.
See a lot of Thai people in the chat. If you're watching from Thailand, click the like button. We'll send some Rungud to Pachara Wongwachit. Already has one trophy here in Taipei. So yesterday we saw his good friend and fellow countryman Punat Punsri take down the main event. He looks pretty tired, and I've got a funny feeling I know why.
Why?
Well, there was a bit of a party after Punat shipped the main for 365,000 yesterday.
Well, due cause for celebration. But Pachara here, now on our feature table. Gonna have to bring the focus back and hopefully bring home another trophy for Thailand. Thailand has been representing very well here at the Asian Poker Tour. You live in Thailand, maybe you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, the Thai contingent have really shown up in force here. All kind of started with Punat and Kanapom kind of bursting onto the scenes at the Triton series Opponent obviously taking down the Triton main event for 2.6 million late last year, I believe September it was, in Cyprus. And that really put the Thai players on the map. And ever since, they just seem to show up to festivals all around the world and crush. See how they get on here. We see Pred Poker over on the Asian Poker Tour Twitch channel saying, hey guys, are you two commentating from the location? We are indeed. We are in Taipei at the CTP, also known as the Asian Poker Arena, the largest poker arena in Asia. And also worth mentioning, for those of you just joining us over on YouTube, you can still get involved in that $888 flip out. The Kahoot Natural 8 trivia. For every question you get correct, you get 100 chips into the free roll. Once you've answered all 10 questions, you'll automatically be registered. You do, of course, need a valid Natural 8 account. And just in case you're thinking, I can't be bothered to answer questions, just to give you an idea of how easy some of those questions are. Greg, I'll let you read out what the first question is.
Absolutely. First question, what is Natural 8? You've got 4 options, multiple choice. Is it A, OnlyFans, B, Asia's largest online poker room, C, first-person shooter game, or D, flight booking services? I'm just going to tell you right now, the answer is Asia's largest online poker room.
There you go, 100 chips.
100 chips. I'm giving out free answers, giving out free chips, and Natural 8 giving out free money. So folks, click that URL in the pinned comment of the live chat on YouTube. You will not regret it. Pachara, welcome, welcome. Great to see you get in the mix in hand 100 of the High Rollers Day 2 event here, top 24. Gonna check to you as the pre-flop aggressor on a board that's gonna heavily favor you. A quick bet, a quick fold. Pachara making a quick work of this event. Francisco says, loving the coverage. Thank God for IG ads. Would never have known there was coverage. Shout out to our social media team, our IG team. Shout out to Adrian. Obviously, what you're doing's working. And thank you so much for being here, Francisco.
Yeah, shout out Francisco. Were you following us on Instagram? Or was it an ad that popped up? Either way, love having you here. And just for future reference, so that you are notified of when we go live, we have the Summer Series just around the corner, followed by the $1 million main event in South Korea later in August. You can obviously click that subscribe button, not only to be notified when we go live, but we put out a ton of content in between series, hand highlights, final table, bonus hands, and well, not bonus hands, but like, you know what I mean. We put it all out. Potential collision here. Takashi. I used to love Takashi's Castle, man. I used to watch that show tirelessly as a kid.
But Jolly, new to our table here, picking up Ace-King versus the Under the Gun Open. Gonna make the 3-bet here.
Takashi comes with, start off with 18 bigs, ace-jack suited. Beautiful looking hand, but facing the 3-bet from the hijack. Does make the call. Gonna play the rest of the hand out of position. It's dominated as well. 520 in the middle with just 535 behind. And well,
wow.
Domination rotation, Greg.
Haha. Hits his 3-outer, makes the top pair, top kicker. Versus Jolly here.
It's a really interesting spot at this SPR. I don't actually just hate jamming. I think jamming's a thing.
520,000 in the pot, 535 remaining effectively. SPR effectively being just 1. Gonna go for a really small down bet, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like 5th pot. 100 into 520. Story checks out, 3-bet pot. The Jack 4-4. So he has the overpair range advantage.
Yeah, the problem here is even if Ogura hits his Jack and faces aggression, still not gonna love life too much, as yes, Jolly's range is uncapped and has all the overpairs.
Interesting spot for Takashi. Feels like a spot where we jam, we don't fold out better. We don't really get called by worse. Maybe 10s, maybe hand like Jack 10, King Jack, but I feel like they are more inclined to just flat from the hijack. But it does check jam. It's
probably feeling
35k for Jolly to call with the 2 overs. Little does he know, one of his overs not live.
Ogura probably feeling pretty good, not getting snap called.
Yeah. 100%.
And Jolie tank calls here. A lot of 10s, 9s, 8s. Well, not even though, really, because it was an under the gun open and a 3-bet. Maybe 10s, maybe 9s. Now looking a lot like Ace King.
There are, of course, worlds where Takashi's trapped with an absolute monster, like kings or aces. Question is does Jolly think Takashi plays a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s this way? Does get out of the way. Unfortunate to run into the ace-jack there. Had the goods pre. The flop had other plans. Final 3 tables here of this high roller, the APT high roller 8 max final day. We'll be playing down to a champion. Also going to be playing down to Greg Goes All In's pickup time. He's leaving us early, chat. It's not us, it's him.
It's not you, it's me.
Said he had better things to do.
I mistimed my flight. I apologize. It was a huge oversight on my part. It will not happen again. It was like, you know, it was one of those like awkward, you know, like awkward stack depths kind of things. It was like awkward timing for me. It's like I could either fly out midnight tonight or I can fly out midnight tomorrow. I didn't really feel like staying a whole day in Taiwan doing nothing.
Yeah.
But I also didn't want to leave too early. But I was like, well, oh, I'll fly off at midnight. I'll fly off at midnight. Everything will be over by then. I forget you're supposed to show up at the airport early. Massive oversight on my part. My bad.
Nothing to do in Taipei, chat, for an entire day.
Absolutely nothing. I miss my cat. That's what it is. Felton's all, you know, like I miss Felton. Felton misses me.
Well, do you know that for a fact?
Yeah,
Has he texted you?
He meows for me.
Did he let you know?
He sends a meow mail.
Chan gonna get a bit loosey-goosey from the small. Wants to peel the Queen 9 suited. Play the rest of the hand out of position with pretty mediocre holding at this stage of the tournament. Jung still the best of it. Either player loving that 8-6 deuce flop. No backdoor potential in terms of flushes. But Jung going to continue. This hand is likely to be over and done with. Stranger things have happened. Whilst we wait for Chan to make his decision, favorite dad joke, Greg, go.
Hey son, guess what?
What?
I'm leaving.
Bro. I don't think.
You asked me for a dad joke of all
to be
people?
fair, I put you on the spot. I'll put you on the spot.
I was like trying to dig deep in the recesses of my mind for comedic gold, and all I found was childhood trauma. Unfortunate.
Yeah, my dad left for a pint of milk and a loaf of bread about 25 years ago.
Oh, maybe our dads are hanging out at the same grocery store.
With Michael Jackson and Tupac.
Yeah.
Good
Okay,
times.
I've got like a
Bonding.
poker-related dad joke. What does
Poker-related dad joke.
Yeah.
Go on
What
then.
does what's the difference between a poker player and a pizza? A pizza can feed a family. But not these guys, because these guys are the super high rollers, and they're gonna take home the cash and get that bread.
Dig yourself that hole, pal.
I think I did.
Well, I'm not getting involved, although you did get a laugh out of me. 7K guaranteed for these final 24 players.
Blind versus blind, domination, nation, limpy poo pot. Flop comes ace, king, deuce, all diamonds. Both players with 10 high in a dream. Not a diamond in their hand for consolation. First to bet, first to get. Who wants it? Check, check. Fourth diamond on the board. Both players drawing to a flush. On the board. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'll give you that.
Boom! They both bink it. 5 of diamonds here. They both have the nut flush here.
Sick cooler. Flush v flush.
Yep.
Blind v blind.
Ace high flush versus ace high flush. How much sicker can it get?
Gonna chop it up. Takashi picking up 25k, courtesy of the big blind ante. So that is how things stand at this feature table. Is Win Nan Kwang out in front with 44 big blinds. But still, a long old ways to go. Anything can happen. We've seen domination, rotation on several occasions so far today. We've seen 2 pair cracked. Flop 2 pair cracked by top pair. Jacks against aces. Ace 10 over kings on the bubble. Saw yesterday, of course, that hand that is bound to go viral. 6-bet jam with the ace 5 offsuit running into Punat Punsri's aces. And now Robert with ace king, 20 big blinds, TG +1. These glasses are trippy, bro.
Yeah, I know. Henry, of course, referring to my all-in glasses that I always have on me at all times. Ace King versus Ace Jack seems to be the theme of this feature table. So we're going to see the raise by Robert from the US of A from +1. USA been representing pretty strongly in this event. A few Americans. Paul Kim also being one of the notable ones. Unfortunately has since busted out. Kwang now with Ace Jack offsuit in the hijack. Gonna put the raise to 280.
I'm a big fan of this. Rather 3-bet the offsuit combo. Flatting really opens the door for either another flat behind or a squeeze. Playing the hand multi-way out of position. We're in a 3-way, 4-way sandwich. Really difficult to navigate.
And am I wrong to say that the offsuit variety of Ace Jack is a better contender for a 3-bet because Ace Jack suited has more playability post and should therefore flat more?
Exactly.
Look, Henry, I'm learning things with you.
Yeah, obviously flatting the suited variety is nice because, again, similar to earlier on, you get to cooler, weaker flushes. Hands like King, Queen, Queen 10, King 10 that you'd maybe fold out with a 3-bet.
Ah.
See Win running into top of range here as Robert does announce himself. Win's asked for a count.
20 big blinds total. It's the call 735k to win 1.4. Not really getting the right price. There's Jacko. Obviously, Robert is more than capable of having 4-bet bluffs. It just seems so rare. These positions so rare at this stack depth, so rare at this stage of the tournament. Stranger things have happened. Very easy to level yourself.
1 minute and 15.
No limit hold'em tournaments, especially when you play against great players.
Yeah.
1 minute and 15. Yeah, 1 minute and 15. 1 minute and 15.
Stone cold poker face here by Robert. And Kwang making the disciplined fold here. Gets out of the way with ace-jack and a nice pot. Uncontested post. It goes to Nemskiri of the US of A.
Yeah, great pickup there for Robert.
Third
increasing him stack by almost 40%.
Chan from China are short stack here in seat 7. Looking for an opportune time to make the double. Must say I love these chips. The greens just pop on camera. The watermelons, as the floor likes to call them.
Robert with another playable hand, this time under the gun. Jack 10 suited. Fresh off that pickup. Gonna get back to work.
Just another day in the office for some of these World Elite
boy.
poker players. Jack for Jung.
Jay with the JJs again. Just gonna flat call. This is really exciting because there are a few short stacks behind.
Ah!
Ooh,
Chan
boy.
with the queens. We were just talking about him being short and needing a double up. What a better opportune time to do it than with queens. Cooler City.
Chara out of the way. So it's going to fold back round to Robert. I expect he's going to get out of the way. That leaves Jung with the JJs in rough shape.
Jung with the underrepresented hand. Probably loves this spot. But cannot believe it. Sees the queens. But Chan is all in for his tournament life. Needs to fade the one jack in the deck. As flop comes. 8, 5, 7, 2 clubs.
All right, that's a fair fight. Some running straight cards for Jung. Now looking for the case jack. Doesn't come. Chan with the double, Greg. Full
With the
double and
double.
then some.
And Chan, I've been really enjoying his energy at the table so far. He does strike me as someone who's probably more on the recreational side of poker things, simply by the way that he's probably the most honest poker player you'll ever meet. He's happy to show his cards even though he doesn't need to. Talk about what he had, say things like, oh, I wanted to bluff you there, revealing information about his hand, but also just keeping up the general camaraderie and rapport at the table. Love to see him run good and make a name for himself at this table as he skyrockets to second in chips here.
There we go. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that statement, Greg. Something that you see a lot of at the Asian Poker Tour. People just having a lot of fun, enjoying themselves. Obviously not to do a disservice to the more stoic and calmer professionals out there, but it's fun having some wild cards in the mix.
I'm all about that entertainment value, EV. See some, I see some Korean presence in the rail.
There we go.
안녕하세요. 감사합니다 for being here. Not low for Chung. 18 big blinds. Blind versus blind battle.
Johnny rocking the Raiders cap. Okay.
The Raiders represent which city again?
Vegas.
Vegas.
I think.
A limp from the small blind here by our Frenchman. And a check behind by Nemskiri with Queen 6 suited. Domination Nation. And domination is going to happen here as both players flop a pair of 6s. One of them severely outkicked. But Jolie, though outkicked, does have the gut shot and the backdoor diamonds.
Backdoor straight flush, mate.
Ah, yes. Shoot for the moon.
I'm going to take a stab with his middle pair. Queen kicker, backdoor hearts. All working for him. Half pot. Not an easy spot for Jolly. I don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet. With his middle pair and gut shot. Also maybe a chance for him to steal it away from Robert on future streets, depending on the run out.
No, I mean the seat draw goes same.
Some chop outs available.
Change the table.
Ace king or a 5.
No. Motherfuckers. So if I bust like my sad face is
It's gonna go check now. River, 9 of clubs. Obscure gets the check mark with the best hand. 2 pairs, 6s and 5s. Queen kicker versus Jolie's 6s and 5s. 9 kicker.
Pretty bad river for both players. Some of the 9x stabs from Robert on the flop. Now improved to top pair. See the flop to open ender. Now gets there.
They're gonna live another table, After 2 hours? Yeah, I think so.
Probably throwing out a time extension chip. Maybe thinking of blocking. Maybe thinking of turning his hand into a bluff.
And I want to change too.
Certainly has merit.
I don't know.
What do you know, Greg? It's like half pot.
Okay. There's 16 players. There we go. No.
Very curious bet size here. I'm curious as to I'm curious about his actual mindset. If he's trying to turn this into a bluff, or if he's trying to go for some value. Either way.
Well, well, well. Take a bow,
Wow.
Bastian. Getting the best hand to fold. Robert, got to give him some credit as well for at least taking some time there on the river. I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty tough for bluffs, missed diamonds. But it has to be, I don't know, man.
It's really
a
impressive. Just getting
grip
the
spot.
slightly marginally better hand
Yeah.
to fold.
Really nice bet. Chara along with Chit. Already with a APT New Era trophy, looking to add another one to his resume. What's that going to be like when all the Thai teams show up at the airport? They all fly back to Bangkok. There's just loads of trophies at customs. And they're going to be like, what are you guys doing?
They'll be able to afford the oversized baggage fees.
100%.
King for Kwang. Sorry, you're about to say something, but I saw a premium.
It may even raise some eyebrows, the customs. Hang on a minute. You guys go on there. Yeah, kings for win. Fold all the way around to the big blind. Jung with an ace. Has to be careful though.
See, against an under the gun open. It's going to defend.
Heads up to a flop here. Under the gun versus big blind. Kings versus ace-5. This flop comes queen high. A beautiful flop here for the Kings. Though not much for Jung, sitting with just ace high. Not a good ace high at that.
Incredibly slow this table.
I just hear someone complain about the pace of play. And it's incredibly slow.
Somebody's card dead. Patience lah. Patience. It's gonna be okay. Okay. Did hear that for sure. Too many time banks. Too many time bank syndrome.
Too many damn time banks.
More lucky, and I don't know what it is. It's a Chinese, but it's the Japanese. So I don't know. Like, next is a little lucky.
A little lucky, but maybe.
At the APT, we do pride on ourselves on our long levels for our flagship events, as it allows more play for the players. And we do have something for everyone. We also do have our nightly turbos instead of the 45-minute levels you often see, or the 1-hour levels you often see in our flagship events. Our side events also feature 25-minute levels, 20-minute levels, and if you're feeling hyper turbo-y, sometimes even 15-minute levels. So a little bit of everything for everyone. Jolie on the cutoff with ace-10 suited, clubs variety. Gonna raise it up and runs into Nemskiri's ace-jack offsuit here. Almost surely going to be seeing a 3-bet here. Cutoff range is opening range is going to be pretty wide that Nemskiri can get value from. A 3-bet it is, it seems.
Oh boy. Button v cutoff. Could certainly see this go in the middle at this stack depth. Would not fault Jolly for coming over the top. A hand as strong as ace-10.
Knows that Nemskiri knows that Jolie could be opening wide, and therefore Nemskiri could be 3-betting light. There's a lot of leveling going on between these two late position players right here.
Jolly could dunk like King, Queen, Queen 10 suited in the middle. Even a hand like ace-5, ace-10. You can see, does have ace-10 suited. Is he going to announce himself? Action will be back on Robert to make the call. Yeah, it does move all in. Was Robert inducing with the ace-jack-o. Bastian loving that he's faded the snap call, of course. I do believe Robert is the covered player. Only just.
Yeah.
It's like a couple of big blinds in it. Just checking the itinerary. He throws out a time extension chip.
Jolie has no idea how much he needs this fold.
How many you give it in this station?
This tournament? This tournament, 1. I only buy it twice.
Oh, okay.
But this whole series, I only gave away.
Really grim spot for Robert. Wow, he does make the call. He's going to get shown the ace-10. He's in great shape to double up here. Got to give credit to both players, Jolly for finding the jam and Robert for having the courage to call it off. After some deliberation, King 5 deuce. So far, so good for the American.
So just fade the 3 outs. 4 hearts on the river, going to complete the board, and Robert with a massive double, Greg, up to 2.4 million, just shy of 50 big blinds.
And tragedy for Jolie of France, now left with only 2 big blinds and a dream. Could not find the domination rotation as Jolie now plummets to our short stack status. 100K in chips, just 2 big blinds.
Eight. 11:15. Yeah, 11:15. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That's right.
That's too much.
So any consolation.
11:15.
I love France.
Vive la France.
Vive la France. Best football team in the world. I know.
Jolie takes the beat well. Manages to say, nice hand.
Yeah, cut off the button. Found the 4-bet jam. Was close as well. I mean, I think there are worlds where Robert actually folds. Did eventually make the difficult call. A lot of chatter at this table.
A lot of what, pardon me?
A lot of chatter.
Yeah.
Some banter, some lightheartedness.
Love to see the banter and the rapport, the camaraderie, even at such high stakes. It's great to see that poker has not died, is still well alive, and still an enjoyable game.
A lot of Thai support in the chat. Sawadee Cup to all of the Thai viewers. Assume you're all here rooting for Pachara, of course. Currently in seat 1, playing 25 bigs. If you're watching from Thailand, click that like button. Show some support for your fellow countrymen.
And you have right to feel prideful. I think Thailand has been making such a strong name for itself in the poker community, and it's been evident here at APT Taipei. So many Thai players, and just recently, so many notable celebrities as well I got to meet yesterday. One of them, of course, being Marie Broner. It was just an incredible to see her here, and all of them together working towards destigmatizing poker in Thailand. And I think by utilizing public figures such as actresses, actors, celebrities, they've done a real good job at doing that. So congrats to Thailand for really making a name for itself on the international stage here at APT Taipei.
We be trying to get it legalized.
They do be trying. Bunch of spades here on this board. Chan has the jack high flush draw right now versus ace high, no flush draw. $65K bet into 295. Pretty sexy price to come along and chase that flush. But we're not just calling, says Chan. No, I've got the jack of spades and a pair of sevens. You know I'm raising. And just like Josh Groban, you raise me up, and he takes it down. Chan, still very impressive contender here. Third in chips with 36 big blinds representing China.
Are we going to swap every 2 hours, the feature table?
We're going to lose some players from this table as there's been eliminations on the outer tables. But forget, you can get updates over on the AsianPokerTour.com website. 19 players remain. There have been a few eliminations, including Mendoza, busted in 24th. Ace-Jack into Sarvan Tomboli's pocket kings. One now guaranteed 8,400 USD for their efforts.
Thailand Pride still making a strong presence here in our live chat. Puripat saying, fighting Thailand. Yes, fighting, fighting.
That is true. I live in Phuket and train with a lot of local Thai trainers. Stone cold killers, man. Muay Thai out there. Also surfing as well. I know some Thai guys that really know how to shred some waves.
You're a surfer yourself, aren't you, Henry?
21 and 23 and
I am, but I'm not. Like, I don't want to. I'm not on their level, man. I'll catch a wave or two, but very like beginner / intermediate. I do love surfing, but I can only really surf on a longboard.
Sure. So a more recreational level, it seems.
Certainly.
I think. There could be blind, right? Could be blind.
Seven-handed here.
If I shove, I reopen the building.
We can tank up 1 minute.
I don't have 105.
How about it? Second largest prize pool in Taiwanese poker history. Second largest first prize in Taiwanese poker history. And second to ourselves, obviously. Yesterday saw that record being broken
by our very own main event. 2 million USD in the prize pool. Double our guarantee of 1 million USD. It's been an overwhelming success. Jolie as the short stack here, 2 big blinds. Gonna use the tank folding strategy. Everyone knows what he's doing. He knows everyone knows what he's doing.
That's
So
a
they're
pay
talking
jump as
about
well.
they're talking about it out loud. He's like, and he owns it. He says, "Listen, I'm sorry," and the people at the table say, "Don't worry, we get it."
Yeah, $900 pay jump, or 860 to be exact, between 21st and 20th. Does eventually announce himself and move his final 2 bigs into the middle. Obviously be forced all in the next hand.
I don't have 105, not to waste like 30 extra seconds.
I'm surprised Jolie doesn't have any more time banks, just the one.
100. Exactly 100.
Chan gonna get out of there. So round to the blinds. Oh, Pachara. Couple of kings in the small blind. Get the Thai flag in the chat. Channel your Thai energy. So he's going to click it to 180 to incentivize the big blind coming along for the ride. See if he wakes up with anything.
Pocket 8, wow.
Oh, this might go in, Greg. Especially given the dynamic. Jolly kind of all in with any 2. Pachara going to be ISOing incredibly wide here against the any 2 range from Jolly. Would not fault Cheng for pushing his final 16 bigs in the middle.
And that is exactly what Cheng does. Cheng of Taiwan goes all in here. And a snap call.
Such a sick injuries from Pachara, man.
Wow. Pachara does cover everyone here.
He does indeed.
So 2 players all in for the tournament life. Chung and Jolie.
Yeah, you get 20 players for sure.
A 3-way all in.
I'm gonna make it 2 sevens though coming. Lucky 7.
Jolly just confirming that Cheng would obviously get the pay jump. Ace, Queen, 6, clean as it comes. And now Cheng drawing to 1 out alone. The Jack of Diamonds completing the board. Pachara with the double elimination, Greg. Up to 2.2 million chips. But more importantly, everyone's securing a couple of ladders. And with that, we're down to the final 19. And we only have 5 players at the table, so what we're going to do is we're going to need to bring players over to this table due to having just 5 players. Not often you see a double elimination. Let's get some love in the chat for these final 19. Pachara.
Pachara, not only a hero to the Thai chat, the Thai rail, but also a hero to the fellow players and remaining players in the tournament. 2 bust outs here means a pay jump. So Pachara really a hero in everyone's eyes. Nice hand from Pachara and a good game, of course.
Got Achwa in the chat, still rooting for his boys, and let's go Da.
Peter Da. Peter Da.
Some Norwegian love.
And with so many empty seats at our feature table now, we just might, I'm just going to tease it now,
You gonna go
just might see Peter Da up here on our feature table.
I thought you were going to go
and go and sit in. Just max late reg.
Just go and chill with the team. The boys out there. So hey guys, you don't mind, just here to watch. Just waiting for players to be brought over to the main stage, down to the final 19, the real business end of this high roller, $3,300 buy-in.
Over here, right?
172k up top, over 300 entries in this one, would you believe?
He's Thai, but he buy it. But no, it's Thai friend, but he went to Temple and buy it in Thailand.
Who are we gonna get? 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 7.
You show it to the camera.
Just waiting for hands to conclude
If I win this tournament with this
on
L, we're gonna like go
the outer tables.
Like $100 each after this, yeah.
Pachara with some sort of lucky pendant on his as a card protector, drawing some attention from the dealer, having a nice chat about it, talking about how if he wins this tournament, he's going to start mass producing that card protector and mass selling them for $100 a piece.
When I win the tournament, you just take the L, okay? Because I'll forget. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a man with so much riz, so much charisma in one man?
I'll forget.
As in Pachara? Or?
As in Pachara, yes. Very charismatic gentleman. Obviously has a huge following and well-deserved.
Pachara Wongwitriz. Pachara Wongwitriz. Riz. You didn't get it? Alright. I give up.
All right, folks. So we're going to go on a momentary break as we reshuffle the tables and even them out more evenly. But
Brief
we're down
break,
to our 19 players. Again, commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Henry Kilbane. We'll be right back for the culmination of the daily 2 of the high rollers here at APT Taipei. We'll be right back.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the $406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah!
本来出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finish, Dunzo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friend who trained up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Sorry, I do apologise. Warm welcome back. We are live. We're back. Brief break. We had to bring some players over, or a player over, and it is none other than Peter Da, as you guys were requesting in the chat. The man from Norway coming back to this table. Started off the day as chip leader, still in the hunt for the 172k up top as Greg goes all in. Myself, Henry Kilbane, continue the coverage here in Taipei for this festival finale, if you will.
Yes, the festival finale, the Asian Poker Tour. Peter Da is back, sitting on a very healthy 31 big blinds. Evidently a crowd favorite here in our live chat here on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. If you're watching and you're supporting, we thank you. We appreciate it. Help us grow the game of poker in Asia. Smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and make sure you ding that notification bell, because people always forget to do that. And that's the only way you'll always make sure that you'll be alerted when we live stream our live streams.
Live stream the live streams. Peter got a limp from the small.
And Namaskiri, Queen 9 suited in the big blind, electing to just check back his option. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. Da versus Namaskiri. His flop comes 8-4-8 rainbow. This flop drier than my dry spell in college. Option's going to go check, check.
Dry
Ooh,
spell.
Hello! Gutter. Peter Da making his presence known here on this feature table with the straight to the 8. Namaskiri just with the 2 overs. Gonna check it over. Sneaky, sneaky. Lays down the trap. And Namaskiri does not fall for it. Checks it on back.
Dry spell is in. Dry spell is in grades. You weren't getting good grades? That's what the
Yes, grades,
right,
correct.
Of course, that's what I thought.
I just couldn't get that tap combo back in theater school.
Does go for the bet on the river 2/3 spot. Robert with Queen High.
So what's the name?
Does let it go. Seems really sus. Staring Peter down a little bit there.
Queen High does have some showdown value, especially blind versus blind, but with Queen High, just Sometimes there's not much you can do, then other just accept and fold.
Everyone currently guaranteed $9,300 for their efforts. Almost 3 buy-ins. Who's it going to be, ladies and gentlemen? Who are you rooting for?
Same as kimono, right? Yeah, it's just Japanese, but still, like, everyone calls it kimono. So.
Players at the table talking about the chi pao that the dealer is wearing, and then a little bit of discussion about what chi pao is in English. Chi pao remains chi pao in English, the same way kimono would still just be kimono in English. The same way coffee in English is cafe in Chinese. Just right in just the phonetics, if you will. 5-4 suited for Kwang under the gun.
Learn something new every day.
Chocolate in Chinese is chocolate. McDonald's is mai tang lao, which is admittedly a little bit different. King Jack offsuit for Pachara, who had just stacked 2 players at our feature table. What a legend. Pachara, of course, being from Thailand, representing Thailand, and also is a great ambassador of Natural 8 and to the game of poker in general. I'm going to raise it up to 120 in the cutoff as it folds to the big blind. Jung with 9-4. That's the best, that's the funniest fold I've ever seen. Oh, I love it when, you know, you're on a feature table. Best to make a meal out of it, you know? Great to see.
I do like it in the big blind where you get to just kind of squeeze your cards. Jung, of course, coming runner-up in the high roller back in Hanoi a few months back. Regular on the circuit. Respected by many. Very tough player to play against.
Speaking of circuit, yes, today is our final day at APT Taipei, so there's not much time to come undone still, but we're going to be in Hanoi very shortly in just 3.5 weeks or so. If you want more information about that, you can go to apt.poker for all of the information. And guess what? After that, we're also going to Da Nang. And after that, we're going to Korea. We're going to Incheon. So if any of those locations sound in and around your location or nearby, or maybe you're living in that city, please come and visit us and let's hang out at the Asian Poker Tour, the best poker series in all of Asia.
I'm really looking forward to that one in Korea. I've never been to Korea.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm going to have to get one of those maps that you start kind of like coloring in once you've visited somewhere.
You should. Totally. Chip counts here. Nemiskiri of the US of A leading the pack with 41 big blinds, and Jung still our short stack ninja of South Korea with just 12 big blinds and a ton of middling stacks.
Same hand. Yeah, the guy, this one had like 3 big blinds. He went under the gun, holding under the gun.
I love that top that Peter's wearing.
Representing the Tiger.
I can dig that vibe. That's that air about him.
Nobody gave him the memo that the official animal of the APT is the lion, but I can understand the confusion. Peter Da of Norway. He's 7 offsuit in the hijack, 27 big blinds.
He's a very aggressive player. There are some ICM implications coming into effect. Down to the final 19 players here. Falls round to Jung on the button. King 5.
Short stacked. Gotta find a better spot. Blind versus blind. Big stack on big stack.
He seems to be having fun out there, even though he's short stacked.
Kwang with the Q4 in the small blind.
Almost soon, right? 1.8.
Huh?
Same.
A bit less than 147 after the big blind.
Nan Kwang with Queen 4-0.
200.
Gonna come with a 3-point.
Ooh.
3x.
Yeah, more than 3x raise here. Blind v blind.
Okay, you got it. You got it.
Chan says, okay, you win.
Did
you raise it 200 or all in?
200.
And as you can hear him say, 4-7. The most honest man you meet.
I like this guy.
I love this guy. Good vibes all around.
Jung the shortest stack by... Jung, rather, I do apologize. Shortest stack by quite some margin now. Needs to find the spot sooner rather than later. If anyone's capable of fighting their way back into it, it's Seungmook Jung. Has the minerals. Robert, a couple of ducks.
Quack, quack in the high jack. Gonna lead on out here, open it up. Blinds are 30K, 60K. He's probably gonna raise up to 125K.
That's exactly what he did. It's almost like you saw the graphic.
Quick maths by Greg Goes All In.
Naveen Kumar in the chat asking for the payouts. Firstly, welcome to the stream, Naveen. Thanks for asking the question. Everyone currently guaranteed $9,300, $9,300 for their efforts. Next pay jump comes when we get down to 17. It's a $290 pay jump. We'll keep you guys updated as and when we lose players, but obviously all eyes on the top prize of 172,630 USD going to the eventual champion. Any questions, either myself or Greg, feel free to fire them in the chat. Just try and keep them poker related, APT related. Don't be asking Greg, you know, about philosophy or Greek mythology or anything like that.
I don't mind. I'm an open book. Got some time to pass. Queen, queen, not right now. We're back into poker. Pachara picks up queens in the small blind. Peter Da in the big blind. Must have heard my comment about the tiger and got a little self-conscious. Put on a jacket here.
Ice blue jacket. Looks like he's going on an expedition in Antarctica for that oil.
That good old Antarctican oil. Raised by Pachara.
The old 3.3x. Stop it. I love this. He would do this with bottom of range. So keeping it balanced with top of range makes a ton of sense. Especially against Peter as well, who loves fighting back.
Fighting!
Doesn't concede many pots without at least putting his opponents to the test.
But calling off with 5 high, 25 big steep doesn't feel great. Takes the fold. I think I heard, I believe it was Da who just said to Pachara, or someone at the table just went, "Why are you so baller?" And I agree. Pachara, please, for the chat, why are you so baller?
You can see in the replay.
Yeah, I believe it.
You can see in the replay. It's one of my favorite lines whenever I'm poker vlogging. It's like, Greg, what did you have? You'll see it on the vlog. And then I never upload it.
Oh, man. That's painful.
Jung with 12 big blinds under the gun with ace-9 suited. Might just make do like a FedEx package and ship it.
No, I don't think it's that bad.
I don't know. I just make them up. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad.
That was good. Fair
That was
play,
good?
man. Yeah,
all
yeah.
right. Greg goes all in on a roll. Does elect to just min raise, I believe.
I like this six-handed ace-9, incredibly strong holding.
I have like 70 behind. I mean,
Six-handed play. I
behind.
say incredibly strong. Yeah. Also, Jung wants to have raise folds from under the gun off this stack depth. This is probably one of the hands that falls into that category. A fold round to Robert. in the big. Queen 5-0. He's just going to get out of there. So nice little pick up for Jung. Bit of breathing room.
Nice. Picks up the blinds just as he's about to go through them. Jung still, though, our short stack with 15 bigs at the bottom of the pack. But with 15 bigs, a lot you can do with that. One double and you're at 30. And right back in it. Any Hong Kong player remains, asks Wilson. Yes, I believe we do. Maybe. No, I lied to you. Not at this feature table, we do not. But perhaps in the remaining field, we do. I know that Sparrow Chung from Hong Kong was in the mix, though I cannot confirm or deny whether he's still in the mix.
Have a quick look. Sparrow, you say?
This is the tale.
Sparrow Chung, right?
Sparrow, yeah. Of Captain Chung Sparrow. A player so brave. Here at APT Taipei.
Yeah, looks like he's still in the mix. Live reporting available over on the AsianPokerTour.com website. Have the Life of Poker team keeping us updated. The outer tables.
P says, dude, you forgot to put how many players left on the field. P, we didn't forget. All you gotta do is ask. And we've got about 17 or 18 players left.
I think you can. Do something.
But we're getting closer and closer to the final table here, folks, of the high roller here at APT Taipei. It's the second day of grinding. Hand 121 of the day. Peter Da. Action now on Peter Da in the cutoff. A crowd favorite. It's been a long day, as you can hear. One of the players just complaining, my back hurts, which is very understandable. As comfortable as these NZXT chairs are, these are long days, folks, and some of them have been playing past just this event. Perhaps even since day one of APT Taipei. Jung, 12 big blinds and a small blind with pocket sevens. Goes all in.
7, 9,
And now big blind with ace-5 offsuit has a choice to make. To call or not to call, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in thy mind to fold or to call.
Some ICM considerations, some future game considerations here. I think for chips, ace-5 is probably close to a call for 13.5. Blind v blind. With ICM, wouldn't fault him for getting out of the way. I think ace-5 suited is probably a snap. John potentially on a bit of a spin.
Kwong ahead of all king high, queen highs that might shove here. And the call. So Jung all in for his tournament life with pocket sevens versus Kwong's ace-5 offsuit. Needs to fade the ace or a bunch of fives or a bunch of hearts as flop comes. 7-6 jack. A set of sevens going pretty good, but it has to dodge the runner flush. Needs to dodge the straight, a 4. And Jung's going to do it here with the double. Everyone all smiles as Jung gets the double. Our short stack ninja, not so short no more.
Okay, I give you this.
Greg, please back off the mic when you yell. Too loud, my earbuds just distorts anyway. Thanks. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Sorry. Might be. And thank you for the thank you for the feedback. Always appreciated. See, I was told yesterday the mic was too far away from my face, and so I tend to overcorrect because I want to make sure I take the direction well. Just takes a little bit of it's a bit of a pendulum trying to get to find the sweet spot. You know what I'm saying?
Chat, 0 set. Imagine spending 10 days with the guy. Okay. All right.
You got here 3 days ago.
It wasn't 3 days ago.
4 days ago?
Dude.
Felt like 10. I know 3 days with me feels like 10.
When did I get here? A week ago. Got here on the 1st. No, I got here on the 2nd. Sorry, I had a red eye from the 1st to the 2nd.
Oh, wow. Yeah, time has... See, time for me has flown when I'm with Henry Kilbane. I'm disappointed that he can't say the same about me.
Dude. The moment you go, I feel like a part of me is left as Win may go back to back against Jung.
Ooh.
He's run into the 10s.
Oh,
Chan
wow.
gets
Goes
out
all
the
in.
way, and Jung could go from shortest stack to table captain in just 2 hands if he can hold here with the 2 red 10s. Win absolutely nothing wrong with this jam. Small blind v button.
All in for his tournament life. 10 in the window.
Another set for Jung, but does need to fade the gut shot.
As the turn brings a king, picking up more outs here. And no longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam, as Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
That's wild. We were talking and alluding to the idea of him doubling a couple of times against the same player. Win calling the previous hand with the ace-5, blind v blind, and then 3-bet ripping the queen jack and running into the 10s of Jung, who now finds himself at the top of the counts, playing 2.9 million at this table. And I believe, Greg, going on another break due to the fact that we're down to 5 players at this feature table. So a very short break, don't go too far. When we come back, we're playing down to the final table here in Taipei. It's the Asian Poker Tour High Roller Day 2. Catch you guys in 5.
See what I mean? Too many days.
Yeah, I wanna change it for sure. Like I don't wanna waste my time. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it goes like
just way too much.
all day, something like that.
I think they're probably gonna do it at this break though.
Oh, really?
I was thinking about race with 10, 8 suits. Hard.
Me? To me?
Yeah, when it has 7, I have 8, 10 suits.
I'm still shoving it in.
Yeah, but I put this one because it only has 7 big blinds.
Backdoor flush.
You make the flush?
I make the flush. It was good I didn't do that.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't care about the result.
Okay, you know the result. I had to call it back.
No, I'm just doing what I have to do. So.
So how much you have now?
I have no freaking idea. It was like so quick, so.
You have 3 million now?
I don't know, wait. 10, 20, 25, 26, 27, 29, 2.9. Yeah, it was fast. It was a quick run for sure.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and SmartHUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Warm welcome back to the CTP, the Asian Poker Arena in Taipei. We're down to the final 17 players here in the High Roller. The 8 max High Roller, everyone currently guaranteed $10,590 for their efforts so far. As we welcome you back into the broadcast booth, Greg goes all in. Shades.
Henry Kilbane, no shades, just so you could tell us apart. Folks, again, we're down to the 17 last players here at the High Rollers on the last day of APT Taipei. Let's make no waste, and let's get to haste and get right back into the hands. We're witnessing a hand already post-flop, Under the Gun versus Small Blind. And looks like it's going to be a c-bet from Under the Gun with Ace-King of Diamonds to 2 overs, but Chan does have top pair, 7 kicker.
Yeah, Chan with a peel from the small blind with the Jack-7 suited. And we've seen this before. He does like flatting with these suited 3 gappers and 2 gappers. Check raising to 300k and a snap fold from Pachara, the ace-king of diamonds. Nice little pick up there for Chan. That's how things stand at this feature. So we had Sparrow Chan join the feature table. Someone was asking about players from Hong Kong. We had P in the chat saying, I wish the casters could sign my underwear. I mean, come on down to the CTP.
Yeah, well, you know where we are. We're live streaming, so we'll do it. We're here. Whatever gets bums in seats, we'll do it.
We are here. Appreciate the feedback, Zero. As mentioned, always looking for ways to improve the stream from a production point of view, from a commentary point of view. And trust me when I say in the festival post-mortem meetings, we take pretty much everything on board. Really looking to scale poker in Asia and really looking to scale the quality of stream that we put out for your entertainment, wherever it may be tuning in from. Shout out to my good friend Simon Steedman from GG Poker.
Is he in the chat?
He sent me a private message saying, my boys, a little close-up.
Aww. Hi, Simon. I miss you.
Do you, though? Do you?
I do. It's been a while since I've seen Simon in the
someone that you
flesh.
can actually miss? I just do miss Simon.
Taking a look at our chip counts here. Jung, this is the protagonist of the last past hour, went from being our shortest stack with 10 big blinds, now working his way up to chip leader on this table with 50 big blinds. Just goes to show that anything can happen. Nemskiri with king queen offsuit under the gun, 7-handed.
Yeah, Jung is a force to be reckoned with a chip stack. Absolute monster. The high roller in Hanoi just always seems to be running deep.
Jung gonna try to mind a set with pocket sixes in the hijack.
What a great name, Jung Sparrow.
Da Peter, the crowd favorite from Norway, in the big blind with Jack 7 offsuit. Likely won't come along, but anything can happen. Does make the fold. So we're going to see heads up to a flop here. Under the gun versus hijack. Early position versus late. As flop comes, ace 8-4. Sixers are going to hold, but won't feel too comfortable against 2 overcards. Nemskiri with nut high card. Ace, king, queen high. Going to continuation bet on this dry board. Ace 8-4, rainbow. And Jung correctly going to defend with the sixes. So we're off to a turn, which brings the 10 of spades. Nemskiri still has king high, but does pick up the gut shot. Needs a jack for the Broadway straight. But a 10 now demoting Jung's pair of sixes now to
I
fourth
love
pair.
this turn barrel. I love that he's reaching for chips. Just has such a great hand to do it with. Opening from under the gun, really leaning into all of those middling pairs. Some of those backdoor flush floats.
This is a fairly small bet, 150 into 550.
That's exactly what he's targeting. But look at this, Jung. Calling flop and turn with 3 overs on the board.
So River brings an inconsequential 3 of hearts. Is Nemskiri going to continue this story he's been telling? He will not. He makes the check as it goes check, check. And Jung gets rewarded with the 2 correct calls on the flop and the turn. Doesn't get sucked out on.
Jung with the read.
And Jung just continues being the protagonist and hero of this feature table so far.
So we are coming up to the end of this level. Blinds will be going up to 40,000, 80,000. An 80,000 big blind ante. We'll be heading to a break. 15 minutes for the players to just stretch their legs, grab some coffee.
Again, folks, if you notice in our live chat, you'll see that there's a pinned comment to a URL, a Google Doc, of some Natural 8 trivia, which you can fill out as long as you have an eligible Natural 8 account.
Should we give them another answer?
Yeah, we should. And if you do so, you get entered automatically into an $888 flip out. So essentially, we're giving you free money, and the trivia questions are super easy. For example, what makes Natural 8 stand out from other poker brands? It's multiple choice. Is it A, no customer support, B, no special offers, C, no idea, or D, this is the correct answer, by the way, 24/7 live chat, world class, by the way. So folks, we're giving out the answers, we're giving away free money. All you got to do is just click that link in the live chat, pinned in the live chat.
Yeah, that's a sizable flip out, $888. Certainly worth getting in the mix for just a couple of clicks. Potentially get some cash money.
That's 888 things you could buy at the dollar store. When you put it in that perspective, I can see you face palming from the corner of my eyes now. It's like a skill I've developed.
You know me so well, Greg.
This is the tale of Captain Chung Sparrow, ace-4 suited on the hijack, hearts variety. All smiles here, representing Hong Kong, as he makes a raise up to 120 with 18 big blinds.
Starting with like 1.2, something like that? 1.3?
Yeah, around 1.1, 1.2.
Thank you.
Chung inquiring before even looking down at his two cards. It's intimidating.
Something I've been noticing, though, is just the sportsmanship here at this table. Oftentimes, you know, people ask for counts, and the person being asked will very happily just give them a accurate or fairly accurate estimate. Ace high here by pair of aces here for Chung. King high for Jung here, drawing pretty slim.
I think it's just Asian culture. Just very respectful. Never really see anyone too disgruntled at answering, you know, how much are you playing? Like you said, it's just been a lot of sportsmanship. That was on display throughout the entirety of that final table yesterday.
Absolutely, because by TDA rules, you're only entitled to look at a person's stack. They don't have to count it out for you.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Were you there when they were writing the rules?
No. If I were, I would be winning a lot more tournaments. If Greg goes all in, he must win the hand.
Chung Sparrow with a delayed C-bet, picking it up. Chipping up nicely. 17 left in this high roller. 8 max high roller, $3,300 buy-in, 302 entries. Another record-breaking turnout. 172,000 USD going to the eventual champion. 2 six-figure payouts here today. Everyone guaranteed $10,590 for their efforts, and it's currently Joshua McCulley chip leading the final 17, playing a massive 3.4 million chip stack.
Peter Da waiting patiently, exercising discipline. Jung in the small blind with K9, King 9 offsuit as our chip leader. Guns to get out the way. Big blind special for Chan, who has had the propensity to play pretty wide, but picks up a premium here with Ace King offsuit in the big blind versus the under the gun open. Is just gonna jam peanut butter and jam it all in and a fold. He has the sheepish smile as he drags in the chips.
No one in the danger zone at this feature, although the blinds are going up just a few minutes.
Kailai asks, how many people are participating at Natural 8? If you're talking about this specific event, there were 302 entries. If you're talking about the Flip Out Online, I am not sure.
Let's hazard a guess.
It's going to be at least 2 people.
That's a good guess.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble, Kailai.
More than 1 and less than 10,000. It's my range.
Seems about right. Seems about right.
Had a bet with Vidor at the start of the stream.
250 hands,
Yeah,
huh?
currently at 130. I'm liking my side, dude.
You voted for over, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he took the unders. 250. Even after yesterday's heads-up match lasting for 100 hands. But here we are. Free money coming my way.
Sicko. $276 legends watching over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel. We're just 20 subs away from getting up to 5,500 subscribers. Would love to hit that during this series, as you guys already know. The amount of work the team's been putting in, the weeks, the months building up to this launch of the new era. And we're not planning on stopping anytime soon. The summer series has already been announced, another $1 million guarantee later on in the year in South Korea. Qualifiers and packages going to be up for grabs on Natural 8. Giveaways on socials. Content from Greg Goes All In and the production team, the media team. So any likes and subscriptions as a sign of support are greatly appreciated. A nice pickup there by Peter Da. Lying patiently in wait for the right spot. Picks up the 7s, raises it up, and takes it down. Nice to pick up the blinds right before going into the blinds. 6-handed right now. Again, folks, all of these players playing for the money up top. First prize, grand prize, 172,000 US dollars, or 5.3 million Taiwan dollars. Almost 300 people watching now live.
Love it.
What was the viewership like? Main event.
700, mate.
Main event heads up.
Main
Wow.
event we had got up to 700. Chan, a couple of ladies.
The senoritas.
The mamacitas.
QQ.
Pocket queens.
Raising it up on the cutoff. 125,000. Peter Da gonna defend the big blind here with King 7 offsuit. King is live.
Absolutely no idea what's going on in the background, but I want to be there. Some celebrations going on. Peter potentially in trouble here. Jack 7 tray flops middle pair king kicker.
With the King of Spades. Jack high flop for Chan, just a dream. Chan been running well.
It is a dreamy flop.
80K.
Relatively small C bet.
Quarter pot bet. A little bit less than that.
See Peter check raise spots like this. As he
Hello.
does throw out a couple of plaques north to 200,000. See how Chan decides to proceed, whether he wants to fast play this, given that there are a ton of gut shots out there in a spade draw. Just going to flat call. Inflated pot heading to the turn.
As the turn brings the deuce of diamonds. Brick City, baby. Peter Da can no longer rely on those backdoor flush outs. Needs a king or a 7.
Yeah, and holding the king of spades is pretty bad here. Blocking some of the folds.
Really make like a shotgun and double barrel here, folks.
It's not, you can't fold. I just jam like all the...
Let's check on over to Chan. 740 in the middle.
I mean, if you think
Chan
like
opts
that,
to deal on
then
this
it's like
deuce of
there's no
diamonds
way.
turn. Gonna check it behind.
Wow.
Theoretically, it's a call for sure. I might
Turn,
call for sure.
turn's gonna be pretty terrible. A pretty terrible card for Chan when Peter Da check raises on the flop.
That's a
Might
really
have some
fun
jack
river.
X's.
Actually, that's a very good show.
Peter may now think he has the best of it, given that the top card has paired. Spades have bricked, all the straight draws have bricked. Hands like ace king, ace queen. This is a value bet.
A little value blocker bet.
Value bet. 200k into 740.
I mean, can my flight like fucking go to Seoul tomorrow?
Oh. Hello.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, hello.
What's going on here?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600.
Oh, Chan
Wow.
just soul reading this guy. Check turn. That bumps it upstairs to 600k.
And the line looks so weird that Peter Da just maybe might make the call. Miss spades here. Does block one of the key spades.
What a peculiar hand being played out here. Peter check raised the flop to 200k, check turn, does get away from it on the river, and with that, the players and us here in the booth are heading into a 15-minute break. Don't go too far. When we come back, we're going to be playing down to the final table. Vidal Singhal will be joining us, and Greg's going to be leaving.
Yes, I will.
Flying back home.
Back to Canada. So I will take this time to just express my thanks to the Asian Poker Tour, and of course to all of you viewers back home for watching and supporting us. Of course, big thanks to my co-commentators Henry Kilbane and Vidar Singhal. Don't go away. In 15 minutes we will be. Don't you go away, huh? I know. I will know if you click away. We'll be right back to our final coverage here of the high rollers of APT Taipei.
Okay, take your break, guys. You still have 11 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
We have to corner up.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっています来栖さこです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
my word.
Here
Did
we
he have
go.
kings twice yesterday against ace king?
Indeed, and it worked out perfectly both times. Got it all in with monster pots.
Well, if there's ever a world where John gets away from this setup, this is going to be it. He's open from under the gun. Low jack has 3-bet. Julian from the small blind moving all in. So the cold 4-bet out of the small. John going to ask for a count.
What a situation. If Satoshi had taken the conservative route, maybe called his ace-10 off, or even folded, something he could have considered, we know how this hand would have gone. Julian all in, John always calling. Now John has to worry about the stack, and the only stack really that has him covered. That is 3-bet him. He certainly cannot go all in over the top without worrying about what Satoshi might have. A proper 3-bet that was, by the way, to 450k, representing a lot of strength.
Oh,
Wow.
well played, sir. Oh, wow. He makes the call.
Didn't he fold King Jack earlier?
Hang on a minute. I'm so confused, but he does have the key card. The Ace of Hearts. The overcard to Julian's Kings. 5 cards to come. Take a bow, Bert, by the way. Bert Perry folding the jacks. Oh, my word.
The moment you said it,
oh my word.
I expected it. I knew it'd be in the window. I didn't even think it'd be anywhere else. I knew it'd be in the window.
What is happening so far this tournament? The 3 of diamonds does present a gut shot for Satoshi.
To stay alive, and the river card.
Ace or a deuce, whoever's calling out the action.
Is the
6 of clubs. Wow.
Wow. Satoshi, with his 3-bet, has effectively rescued Julian from busting the tournament. He would have been all in kings versus jacks. Bert Perry would have comfortably bad beat Julian with his trip jacks.
Nyok Min Lei picking up.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっていますクルスサコです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 6-0! Yes, yes, yes! Yes, 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 yes! 1 million! 1 million!
本来出局超干的，现在很爽，换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛，打比赛，打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations! You won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friend who showing up here at the home. This is my first, second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the live coverage of the APT High Rollers. We're down to the last 16 players or so, and we're playing down to the final table, and of course we're playing down to the champion, who will be taking away 172,000 US dollars. I'm Greg Goes All In. I'm joined by my co-commentator Vitor Singal, and Vitor, you've missed quite a performance, quite the show. It's been absolutely bonkers. Notably, Pachara has been on the table representing Thailand. The Thailand rail has been going strong. Chan from China, who we've seen with some unorthodox plays, openly sharing information, has been running hotter than the sun, still in contention for the prize. And we get back right into the action. Here we can see Peter Da from Norway also has quite the following, and the rail on the live chat. So let's get right back into the action, shall we?
Well, no surprise about some of the faces we see here down to the last 16. Because I have no life, I actually was following some of the action. It has been pretty wild, and being outside the booth, I was able to look at some of the outer tables as well as we slowly inch our way down to the final 16. It's been crazy. Absolutely crazy. What a crazy way to end this festival. And talk about crazy. How about this hand? Middle set
for Chan, who checks it back like a wizard, giving Peter a little more rope here, as what I imagined might have been could be a 3-bet pot. No, probably not a 3-bet pot. Probably a single raise pot. Chan raise from hijack, flat from Peter. Heads up to a flop, check, check.
Peter Da is what I've been hearing in chat.
Yes. Chan now with the set of 9s. Gonna start going for value here.
360.
That's 360 into the pot. Peter Da does only have 915k behind. Just King High might elect here to just make the fold, leave himself some chips, and find a fortunate double up later on. Chan from China picking up more and more chips. Also notably here in seat 5, we have Jung Sung Mook of South Korea, who at this feature table started out with 10 big blinds, and he's really been the protagonist for the last hour or so. He made a double, made another double, and at some point just went from short stack. He literally went, it was within 2 hands. Back-to-back 2 hands. He went from short stack to chip leader.
I love it.
2 doubles back-to-back.
Heroes and villains being formed. By the way, Yazad, contractor, has been in our chat for the main event as well. Says, Bawa power time. Let's go Zarwan Tamboli. Bit of an Indian reference there.
Oh, tell me more.
Just referring to likely the sort of community that Zarwan belongs to. Zarwan Tamboli, one of India's best. Absolute crusher on the tournament felts. I've in fact commentated over him winning some final tables. Currently trying to make his way to the final table. Healthy stack, last I saw outside. Somewhere between 40 to 50 big, surely at least one of the top 5 stacks in the tournament at this point.
And Peter Da of Norway goes all in with ace-9 suit. He's going to get through the small blind. If he gets through the big blind, it's going to be a huge pickup. A great result. And Jung, our chip leader with king-5 suited, asks for the count.
Not surprising to see him ask for the count. Seems a little bit loose, but king-5 suited might just be good enough against an aggressive opponent like Peter to call off. Only because there is the big blind ante in there as well. 835 to call, 1.1 million in the pot.
915.
Sorry, I was thinking about like 600 something like that. No, more, a little bit more.
I'll explain more. Thought maybe the shove was for lesser than it actually was.
Fine result there. Jung, our chip leader, followed by Chan from China. Chung Sparrow, like a sparrow. Light in chips here, entering, representing Hong Kong at our feature table here. Yazak Contractor says, making India proud time and again. Let's get it home, Zaru. Zaru, I can only imagine, is yet another player still in the field, or perhaps just not on this specific featured table.
Yeah, we're down to 2 tables. Zaru apparently is on the other table, of course, and it is that time of the tournament when you start eyeing the other table, really seeing what the dynamics are on the other tables, perhaps exactly what's happening right now.
And 134, ICM implications at hand. Sparrow Chung, as the short stack with 13 bigs, may just be employing a tank fold strategy, perhaps, which is entirely his right to do. Perhaps not. Gonna go for a little stroll here, suss out the other tables. Action on Superstar Pachara, Natural 8 ambassador representing Thailand. He also might go for a stroll. Peter Daw, King 7 suited from Norway. Diamonds variety in the cutoff with 13 big blinds. Some huge payout implications. At hand right now, Peter Daw, if there are short stacks about, are heavily incentivized to wait for the shorter stacks to bust out so they can make some pay jumps. It's just going to let the King 7 go. It's going to go blind versus blind now. Our two chip leaders in the blinds. Jung leading the pack in this table with 40 bigs, 3.2 million in chips, with 98 offsuit in the small blind. Is just going to make what I believe is the call. Action now on Chan with 10-6 offsuit. Together they have a gut shot.
I really do think we need to petition for a translation feature on the YouTube live chat, don't you think, Greg? We're missing so much good stuff.
I know.
In Thai, perhaps in other languages as well. I do see perhaps Korean,
Chan
Japanese.
hits the 10 here. Jung with just 9 high in the pre-flop. With just 9 high. No pre-flop aggression as he limped in. He's going to take a stab at this dry board, ace 10-5, against Chan's very capped range. Should be getting folds most of the time, but not this time. Chan with the 10, who's been able to hit just almost every flop. We'll make the call. Not too many ace X's in Jung's range when he just limps in pre. So off to a turn now, deuce of hearts, pretty inconsequential. Brings in the backdoor flush, which neither player has. As Chan now gets the check mark, and Jung with like a zombie with a crayon now drawing dead. Jung waves the white flag now. And by white flag, I don't mean the South Korean flag, I just mean the metaphorical white flag.
Imagine if he did raise the Korean flag as a way of giving up in the hand.
That might be problematic. And it's going to be a fold. And Chan takes down yet another hand. Another pot is getting shipped Chan's way. Chan now tied neck and neck with the chip leader, 3.1 million in chips. Peter Dunn, Sparrow Chung, both are short stacks here.
Char seems bored.
Did he go celebrate with his fellow countrymen yesterday night?
I wouldn't know. I assume he did, actually. How could he not?
I guess
Proud
so.
moment for Thailand.
Absolutely, a very proud moment.
So I believe we're down to 17 players at the moment, which is why you see some empty seats on this table. Do the math, 8 max tournament.
1 million, I guess. 1 million.
To make 17 players sit on 3 tables, need to have some empty seats. So we await one elimination to get down to the final 2 tables. Might seem like a meaningless milestone, but honestly, it is a seminal moment in a tournament, as you can literally see what's going on at the other table. In a live tournament in particular, you have access to what is going on the other table. You start making decisions accordingly. ICM pressure tends to be fairly high. The pay jumps start becoming meaningful. I don't expect the pace of play to slow down, not with these guys. Certainly all going for first place and the final table.
Number 136. How are we feeling about that little bet of ours, Vidor? The line at 250 hands.
Not great.
Today.
Not great.
It's all right.
It's good to be an underdog once in a while. victory feels all the more juicier. Remember Subham Kim yesterday? Coming back from the 10-1, almost clutching it. Imagine how he would have felt. I'd say I'm at the 5-1 chip deficit range right now. Back to the action here. Raised from the cutoff with ace-jack off. Chan just finds pocket kings, 3-bets them from the button. This might look like a bit of a move here. Chip leader versus second in chips.
Yeah, especially these positions. Button v cutoff, and I tell you what, Chan has been getting hit by the deck
all day.
Queens against jacks,
aces versus jacks at the start of the day. And what is Chung to do here? Ace jack high up enough in his range to justify putting in more chips in the middle. However, he is battling with the fellow big stack on the table. Look at that, 4-bet incoming.
Oh boy. Let out a big sigh before cutting out the 4-bet, and that is music to the ears of Chan with the kings. Asking for an account. This is what makes Jung such a tough player to play against. We saw him come second in the high roller in Hanoi back end of last year. And well, how about it?
Quick all-in by Chan.
5-bet jam, and Chan up to 4.3 million, one of the tournament chip leaders.
Above 50 bigs at this stage of the tournament is a pretty boss stack to have. Chung does release instantly, doesn't bother Hollywooding. That's the thing about playing at the top level, especially in something like a high roller.
yeah.
It's not like you're trying to say, oh, I always have a hand. You're actually trying to say, hey, once in a while when I 4-bet you, I don't have a hand. Have fun navigating that.
Almost 300 viewers over on YouTube. See Yazad rooting for Zarvan Tomboli. He said, Thailand got to win again, so boring. Not yet. Pachara Wonwachit has a lot of tough competition in front of him. Shout out to all of our viewers on Twitch, Facebook and YouTube. As always, we appreciate you guys getting involved in the conversation. Any questions you may have for myself or Vidor, fire them in the chat.
So I did see you interacting with Mr. P in the chat. I think that's Pachara, maybe.
Oh, really?
Maybe he's manifesting the win. Thailand gonna win again?
Maybe.
He has been quiet ever since I've joined the booth here.
Oh, Sparrow.
This time around, Chan with the A7 of diamonds might just justify calling this off. Can certainly afford it with his newfound chips.
And Sparrow just taking the rejam spot. Final 11 big blinds.
This is somewhat of a leveling war. Chan, being the chip leader on the table, perhaps the tournament, is going to open light. Sparrow is going to overshove light as well. And Chan is thinking, I actually have a bit of a hand here. Does he think I'm just opening light?
It's a fish fold.
I think it's a fish fold, but I don't.
Fish fold, he says, is correct in the sense that he was actually ahead pre.
I will find out that later. I look at the replay. I will know whether I do a fish fold.
Gets one through with the ace-3 suited.
你係喺香港即係平時喺邊度玩啊？有冇？
通常朋友玩嘅。
哦。
home game 嗰啲，或者喺澳門玩。
有冇打波嗰啲啊？即係
哦，都有嘅。上年係打下。
online 嗰啲。
online 啲冇嘅。
你點稱呼啊？
即係飛Kelvin。
Kelvin 哦。我叫 Sparrow。
Look at that. Some new connections, maybe some friendships being formed at the poker table here. Love to see it. What a baller named Sparrow is, by the way.
It really is, man.
Is that something you guys discussed?
We did indeed. Touched upon the subject. Note the discipline fold from Jung. There's some ICM implications coming into play. 17 left.
My, Bishara seems to need a break. No doubt. Extremely fatigued, not just from today and day one of this particular event, but the series as a whole. What a grind it's been.
And the celebrations last night, of course. Celebrating his fellow countrymen and his close friends. Victory, Punat Punsri taking down a historic event. We're stopping the clock, ladies and gentlemen, and that can only mean one thing. There has been an elimination on the outer tables.
And for the Indian fans in the chat, I do believe Zarvan is the one who has eliminated the 17th player out, which means we will be down to 2 tables of 8 here.
Yes, indeed. We're going on a 15-minute break. Final 2 table redraw. Zarvan up to 3.1 million. Chat, don't go too far. When we come back from this break, we're going to be playing down to the final table of the 8 max high roller. Over 302 hopefuls entered this one. We're down to almost the final 5% of the field. The $172,000 up top. Fedora and I will be back with you guys in around 15 minutes time with some fresh faces.
Alright. Hyper players, drop your seats. Less than 3 minutes left in the break, guys. Less than 2 minutes. Also, it was paid registered by Hyper Turbo 8 Max. Please drop your respective seats. You may not drop your seats. Hyper Turbo 8 Max players. If you paid and registered for Hyper Turbo 8 Max, please drop your seats. Hyper Turbo 8 Max. Hyper Turbo 8 Max. Once again, Hyper Turbo players, turbo is warning.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations! You won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friend who showing up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Up Ace Queen on the big blind versus the button open. Taking again the passive route as the middling stack here, again very incentivized to pot control against the big stack and bide his time and outlast the short stack. Both players making top pair here, and three-handed, that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I said wow because talk about having an underrepresented hand. Nyokmin Lee simply flat called in the big blind. The range of that is super wide. Ace Queen pretty much at the top of that range. Jinwoo Kim comfortably bets out for value. And now, is Ngok still afraid of the ICM, or does he realize that he has an absolute monster and wants to put more money in the middle?
More money, more fun. Looks like a raise to me. About 400,000? 400,000 raise. Nyokmin Lee.
Alarm bells need to be going off for Jinwoo here. What is Ngok feeling comfortable raising it up with the short stack still in the mix, 3 players left at the final table? He's quick to make the call, and I don't blame him, but taking some time to really think about this decision could serve him well.
Interesting turn card here, pairing the board, improving both players to 2 pair. Jinwoo Kim's kicker no longer plays, has 1 chop out, has chop outs on the river now, needs a king for a chop. And Nyokmin Lee taking an interesting line of check raising flop and now checking turn.
We see the outs actually, an ace, a 10 or a king will do it, so certainly not drawing dead, but cannot win this hand.
Small bet now, 400k. I can understand the check by Nyokmin Lee as Jinwoo Kim might be calling with a lot of 10x's versus the check raise. Which of course now improves to trips. So exercising pot control once again. Just check calling here with the best hand. Aces and 10s, queen kicker as the river brings Bink City for Jinwoo Kim, smashing every single river and finds the chop out here.
And how the tables have turned now that he's in position with the 2-street betting lead, probably feeling comfortable that his opponent does not have a 10, given that he checked the turn and now the river. He check called the turn, of course, Nyokmin Lee, and now check the river. Jinwoo actually goes all in, and now,
oh wow,
Ngok has to be in the blender thinking, does my opponent actually have a 10? What a crazy turn of events in this hand, thanks to how Nyokmin Lee played the hand, underrepresented his ace-queen throughout, is now calling either as a bluff catcher with his top pair, aces up I should say, with a king kicker,
Yeah.
Or at best chopping the pot, and given the ICM implications, what a sick spot, Greg. How the
So
hand is gone
sick.
is so confusing in a way.
Jinwoo Kim trying to get value here from perhaps I could say trying to get ace X's off a chop here. Now that his kicker doesn't play, maybe some king high flush, some nut flush draws that make a pair of kings on the river. But either way, what a sick spot here. Jinwoo Kim, wow, gets the fold. He's so sick. He's so sick.
I'll tell you what, Greg, that is not one Gokmin Lee will enjoy on the playback.
Hand number 196 of the day, closing in on that 200 hand mark since we kicked things off at 1 p.m. local time over 10 hours ago. Limited pot, these hands could collide on certain board textures. 10-9 v 9-8. Limited pot as we head to the Queen Jack 8 board, and what do you know? Jinwoo Kim has flopped the nut straight. Gokmin Lee has bottom pair and a gut shot to go along with it. Little does he know, be drawing to a chop in the form of the gut shot needs running boat cards.
How do you think that feels, Henry? Just flopping the nuts at this stage, getting bet into.
Check raise from Jinwoo. Got a fast play this. I understand this at the stack depth. Obviously, the wider ranges of heads up. Gonna have plenty of semi-bluffs. Want to make sure that's balanced with value as well.
And just think about the very last hand. He was getting completely out of line with 3 high. Gets an opportunity to essentially balance. Look at that. Strings along Gokmin Lee. Understandable bottom pair and the straight draw. This spot is ballooning up with Jinwoo in complete control. King doesn't change much, but does make the board a little more dangerous for bottom pair. That straight draw still in the mix for Gokmin Lee, and is that going to be enough to keep him in the hand? Jinwoo very likely to continue putting chips in the middle with the nuts here. Well, no longer the nuts, but second nuts.
1.6 million in the middle is the local Vietnamese player. It's the effective stack. Potential scare card for Jinwoo, allegedly. Right. Gokmin Lee can still have hands like kings, ace king, king 10. That's obviously if Jinwoo didn't flop the nut straight. So had he check raised with a hand like Jack X, Queen X, maybe worlds where he would slow down on this perceived scare card, but does fire 900 into 1.6, setting up a very natural river jam.
Great point there, Henry. It does sort of define his range very differently when he continues to fire on the king. The backdoor club draw also does allow Jinwoo to represent some bluffs.
7 of diamonds completing the board. I mean, the great thing for Jinwoo is unblocking all of those pairs, of course. So many hands that he can extract value from.
And talk about balance, we just saw Jinwoo completely run over Gokmin Lee. Oh my god, he goes all in, and we have the first situation where we might actually be in that potential territory of closing this out. Were Gokmin Lee able to find a hero call?
It is a flopped bottom pair. Some of the semi-bluffs that check raise flop, king 10, king 9, ace 10, do get there on the turn, but Gokmin Lee out of time extension chips. We saw this in the main event, making a decision for the title and the 16,000 difference between first and second as he heroes it off with bottom pair.
It is over, ladies and gentlemen, and what a sick hero call. I mean, obviously incorrect in this instance, but Gokmin Lee clearly not afraid to put his tournament life on the line with that hero call, and with that, we have crowned a champion to the high roller, and it is in fact the man from America, Jinwoo Kim.
GG's. Albert, not the best start to this final table, but still very healthy. 57 big blinds. Opening in to John Perry's big, who is going to defend. Spades dominated. Oh, 10-10-7.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっていますクルスサコです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
The final two tables of the 8 max high roller. We are getting down to the pinch point of this final event of the Asian Poker Tour Festival here at the CTP in Taipei as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Henry Kilbane alongside my co-commentator Vidal Singhal. We're playing down to a winner. 172,000 United States dollars for first. And we have a star-studded field. We've got the Indian superstar that we were talking about on break.
Zarvan Tamboli, of course. A lot of fans in the chat, by the way.
We got the Thai superstar, Pachara Wongwachit. I mean, listen, the Thai contingent just showing up. Not only festival after festival, but it seems every event, just a deep run from someone from that Thai team. Everyone currently guaranteed $10,590 for their efforts thus far, but you've made it this far. Surely some players are already thinking of what could I buy with 172K.
Well, you call it a pinch point. That's the perfect word because they have to play down first to the final table. We're down to 2 tables of 8 each. That's 16 players. Action is going to be pretty spicy and tensions are going to be super high as everybody wants to make the milestone of the final table, but also come in with enough chips to really make a dent and go for first. As we head down, see the clock first. Head down to the new feature table. We will, of course, be taking you through the new characters and some of the old characters, of course, that we have. Some of the familiar characters from early on in the day. which is the part I love when we cover full day 2, going down to the winner, as we are doing today, at this final event here at the APT Taipei $3,300 high roller. In case you are joining us only now, welcome, welcome. Do let us know where you're joining us from and who you're supporting. Lots of cheers coming for Zarban from India. Chara, of course, an absolute fan favorite.
Joshua McCulley, who used to destroy me in heads-up PLO. No grudges held, of course. Do love seeing Josh at these APT festivals. Seems to just do so well.
Some of these players actually, I believe, sitting at the feature table for the first time today, which is also an interesting concept to think about. Everybody else has had their turn under the lights to get used to. The pressure, perhaps.
It is randomized.
It is, of course, randomized.
Yeah. Some players getting more time in the sun than others.
All in, I hear. Peter Da. 1.2 million blinds at 40-80. That's 15 bigs from the button. Fairly standard.
Yeah, just 20 minutes left of this blind level. Really is the pinch point. You can see the chip leader, Joshua McCulley, with just 36 big blinds. And down the bottom end is Michael Andrew Leck with 9 bigs. But as we saw before the break, it really is anyone's game still, as obvious as that sounds. We saw Jung go from shortest stack to table chip leader. Landon Terry over on YouTube saying, "Come on, Big Mike." Big Mike in the mix. Big Mike in the mix.
How about gangster names today? We had Sparrow Trim. And how have we been pronouncing Mr. Robert's name here? Namaskari?
Namaskari, yeah. Solid read.
Having Kiss in your name is just OG in its own way.
Morabella saying, "Let's go, Jay Smackers." Smack Attack is back. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for, obviously. Let us know if you're playing along on Natural 8. Still time to join that $888 flip out. And of course, to show you support, click that like button, click that subscribe button. It really helps us continue to grow the channel, grow the game in Asia. If it wasn't already clear, record-breaking fields here in Taipei. The Asian Poker Tour leading the front in Asia to continue growing the game as we dive back into this hand, Queen, Jack, Jack. Both players with an underpair to the board. Robert opening from under the gun. Junichi just defending from the big.
Wild to think about the journey some of these players have had all the way down to the final 16 here. When we're talking about $3,300 high rollers, trust me, the early stages of the tournaments themselves are absolutely grueling. If you've never played a high roller, get ready to be 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, so tough to play against. It's every spot, every pot contested for. Let's check all the way down to the river. As the King of Hearts completes the board. So Robert with the check mark. Got some Norwegian fans in the chat rooting for Peter Da. Obviously, Norwegian poker making a name for itself this year as Robert checks behind, picks up 440k pot. Going back to the Norwegians, Espen Jorstad, reigning WSOP main event champion. Kayan Mokri, another Norwegian who's made a bit of a name for himself in the last year or so in the high roller scene. That's how things stand here.
By the way, Henry, Espen reminds me. You thought roommates live in the same room?
Yeah. Why would you call it roommate?
That is a fair point, I have to say.
In the UK, we call it flatmates. He's my flatmate. But then, because we live in grindhouses, like, he's my housemate. Like the Big Brother house.
Yeah, but in America, saying apartment mate would sound silly, so.
Well, maybe they should use the correct terminology then and just call it a flat.
They call it a flat, and you take a lift to go up to it.
Michael with the jam. The rain outside. Looks like he belongs on a beach in Hawaii. I should speak to him on break. Said, keeping it tropical, Henry.
Love it.
It's all a mindset. The tropical mindset as he jams his 9.5 bigs with ace queen. Peter Dar.
This is a tough spot for
really
Peter.
Tough spot.
Hunt the gun +2 jam should garner some respect. Not to mention the respect of being down to 2 tables, being able to smell at least the final table, if not the first place prize. Is ace-jack the hand you want to go with at this point to call it off?
Some heavy ICM implications coming into effect, of course. Final 16.
Does have Michael comfortably covered.
Does have players behind to worry about, though. That's 4 players behind, in fact. Cutoff, button, and the blinds. Be a disaster to ISO and run into a bigger hand behind. Does get out of there. Disciplined fold there from Peter. Some Thai support in the chat. Or better say, why does JMac have the Cambodian flag? I have absolutely no idea. All I know is that IDs, passports, you get asked what flag do you want. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just like, look, I'm going to rep the Cambodian flag today.
Yeah. Show support, maybe. We'll roll with it. That's what he wants.
Nick B saying, woo! Glad Michael got a jamming hand, picking up the blinds and the big blind ante. Of course, talking about Michael Andrew Lek. Is it Lek or Lech, chat? Someone let me know. Seems like there's some friends in the chat. Everyone guaranteed $10,590 for their efforts thus far. Little 3x change on their buy-in. Top prize, $172,000.
You had a good hand?
Good enough, I guess.
Now that's the kind of poker table banter discussing a hand that I like with no information given. Did you have a good hand? Good enough, I guess. Subtext being for me to know and you to find out, buddy.
Yeah, Michael was telling me that he's been nursing a sub 10 big blind stack for the better part of 5 hours.
That's crazy.
All the way through the bubble. Was down to 3 big blinds at one point. He's now down to the final 2 tables, so he feels comfortable. He would obviously prefer to have more chips, but it does get turbo-y this stage of the tournament.
That's crazy. Short stack ninja.
Nick B saying it's pronounced Lek. Appreciate it, dude. It is, of course, a contractual obligation of mine to butcher 69% of surnames.
Michael Lek, by the way, number 2 on the all-time money list for Arkansas, United States.
There we go.
No small feat. 1.6 million total in lifetime live earnings. How about that?
I love that kind of information. really know who's got the live experience, who's played for this kind of money before. Obviously a couple of dark horses still in the field who finding themselves in the biggest spot of their career. Obviously saw Kim yesterday get heads up. And I managed to speak to his brother, actually. Came into the office to say goodbye. And he's very open about Kim being a recreational.
Amazing.
From Korea. Obviously going home with $208,000 runner-up
What
in
a
that
story.
main. To Panat Punsri. Chat would love to get this up to 100 likes on YouTube. You have no idea how much it helps the algorithm promote our stream and reach a wider audience as we head towards the final table. So if you could take a couple of seconds out of your day, just do us a favor, click that like button. It really does mean a lot to us here.
Speaking of unknowns and first-time big scores, how about Kwon Han Chen, who we've been following since he was on the first feature table, or perhaps the second. Slowly chipped up. His all-time earnings so far seem to be in the $10,000 range, assuming, of course, Hendon Mom is correct. Local player from Taiwan, now looking to at least double, and perhaps 18 times his current all-time earnings total.
Yeah, I love those kind of stories. Just the dark horse running deep. A life-changing spot. Peter with the underpair. Potential triple off spot. Opening from +1. Got to check behind though. Jack pairs on the turn. J-Dog, the gut shot. Has to be somewhat concerned, of course. This +1 open off of 16 bigs. Let's check on over a second time to Peter.
Players understandably taking their time with each decision. The stakes are as high as it gets.
The old Jack-Jack run out. Peter with the check mark. See what Josh does here. Just 9 high. Yeah, true signs of a professional. Sometimes it's okay to just wave the white flag and surrender.
You win, he says.
Josh playing the board. Sixes are good. Crucial pick up there for Peter. Up to 20 bigs. Natural 8 in the chat saying Thailand is running hot.
You know what I appreciate is him saying you win, but then actually showing his cards just in case it was a chop. So many players get slightly embarrassed, toss their hand into the muck. Little do they know. They might have been chopping, playing the board.
They're trying. Too expensive. It's tough, junior. If an ace or a 10, that's strong. Yeah.
Loving the variety of looks too, Henry, on the poker table.
There's some swag out there.
I'd like a lot out.
Peter Da with the
7, 9, 8.
slick back hair.
That was a cheeky one.
Blue wind cheater now out. Sasa, of course. Absolutely eclectic presence with his green hair. Now all in with the pocket eights. Early position. Certainly a chance somebody wakes up with a callable hand behind him. Jack-10 suited. Might be asking too much. Down to the button. No good. Joshua, same story with the king 6 off. Queen 8 probably not going to cut it either.
I just saw J-Mac is wearing a J Smackers cap. Did you see that?
Oh, that's subtle.
I'm going to get a custom-made cap. That's how things stand at this feature table. Final two tables. This 8 max high roller, $3,300 buy-in, over 302 entries in this one. 172,000 going to first. I believe I saw on the live updates, the live reporting available over on the AsianPokerTour.com website if you are looking for updates on the outer table, that Sasa said to someone, maybe the live reporter or a table mate, that he needs to come second or better to recoup his losses from a recent poker event where he lost 100K.
Recent poker, not the APT Taipei.
I don't know if it was in reference to, I mean, it's hard to lose 100K here with the buys, but maybe he fired 10 bullets.
If he
in
fired
the 10K.
100K into the APT Taipei, I think we owe him a nice sushi meal at the very least. That is some commitment.
Let me have a look.
To the APT.
See if I can find the report as Pachara.
How about this situation? Might end up all in here. Junichi takes the conservative route. Simply flat calls with the pocket sevens. A lot of uncomfortable boards for pocket sevens. 18 bigs for Junichi, 15 for Pachara. Chen makes a disciplined laydown. We easily could have been all in here under different circumstances. Under the gun +1 open from Pachara does look strong.
This is 5.
And perhaps Peter Da realizes he has good pot odds to call with his suited king.
Just to finish my story, it was Sasa at the table saying he just recently lost $100,000 playing poker and they need to finish second or above to recoup that lost money. Finds himself in the hunt with 2 left as we dive back into the Queen 8 board. It's Peter flopping best.
So often the story when a slightly conservative play allows perhaps the blinds to be in the pot, and the blinds do end up flopping the best hand. Read what has happened here. Against all odds, Peter now ahead in this hand. Plenty of equity, 65% as it stands now. Junichi understandably will take a stab in position between the 3 of them. 7's very likely to be the best hand more often than not, but in this case, Peter does have the goods. $125 into 600. Tiny bet multi-way. Understandable given the board texture. Draws probably not folding anyway. Good ones, that is. Flush draws.
Seen Peter check raise a lot of similar spots, but he's just going to get out of there.
Wow.
With the best of it. Obviously has Pachara behind, kind of finds himself in a bit of an awkward sandwich.
And how about that? Get the best hand to fold and the worst hand to call. I mean, is that a bet or is that a bet?
Nine of clubs on the turn, changes nothing. May slow down the action. Junichi tries to get this one to showdown.
Really showcasing the power of position, and perhaps why you don't want to be peeling with King 8 in the blinds if you're going to be folding on Queen 8 boards. It is, of course, tempting with the pot odds, but the stakes are so high, the ICM pressure is so high.
Now with Junichi checking behind on the turn, Pachara is to be aware that he has some form of showdown value as he does knuckle it on over a 3rd time. Pachara going to be down to 13 bigs.
Simple check. Send the pot over to Junichi.
The only way he can lose this hand is if he bets and opens the door for Pachara to do something wild, which seem out of character. Got a knuckle back, ace king no good. 7s for Junichi, climbing up the ladder to 27 big blinds. We've got Winter Soldier in the YouTube chat saying how many left to the final table. Firstly, Winter Soldier, welcome to the stream. Thank you for your question. We are 7 away from the final table. 16 players remain. Everyone guaranteed 10,590 USD for their efforts. as J-Mac, Joshua McCulley leading at this feature table.
Like 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m. every night. It's pretty crazy.
J-Smackers.
I love it. I love it. If he wins this, I'm going to ask him for that cap. Be like, hey, dude, as a massive J-Smackers fan, do you think he'll say yes?
Oh, of course. You just got to catch him when he's high off the win. People will do anything after the win. $172,000.
Michael with a spot here. Suited queen on the button. It's going to let it go.
If Michael wins, you think he'll give me a shirt?
That's a strong shirt. That is a very strong shirt. I rate it.
That's a 1.6 million in lifetime earnings shirt right there. Chara should take some notes.
That says when I'm not winning money at the poker table, I'm sipping sangrias and coconuts on a beach. Probably catching some waves in between the sips.
Peter flats the small blind. Certainly one strategy to play the small blind is to limp most of your hands. 9-7 can be one of them. Mystery hand for Sasa. But he does not seem interested in checking, and he goes all in. Going to get a fold from Peter. Wonder if he ever see what he had.
It's a bit of a theme for Sasa. That's twice now where he didn't put his cards on the reader. And the last time we actually managed to catch it, he had aces. Just a little bit of a live read on my part. But he seems to like look down at the cards. It's like, oh my god, I have an amazing hand. And forgets to put his card readers or cards on the readers. Hang on a minute, we got something going on the outer table.
An elimination, it seems like.
Yeah, believe it was Chung Sparrow got his chips in pre-flop with Kevin Choi. Sparrow with the queen jack of diamonds, Choi with the ace queen. Board came queen high, and Choi's top pair, top kicker held up. 16th place, 10,590 USD, and that means everyone now guaranteed 11,880 for their efforts. Sasa.
Now the one in the small blind. What's the small blind strategy, I wonder? Once again, does not seem interested in taking things slow. There we go.
There we go. Jamming into Pachara.
Wow.
Oh Pachara waking up with the goods.
Bad timing there by Sasa. 10-9 off against King. Rough shape. He was jamming into the shorter stack of Pachara.
Sasa potentially going to be left with just 2.5 bigs as he flops an open-ender. The door. 6 outs twice.
My oh my. Can he pull this off?
Now a king, no good. Needs an 8 and an 8 only. No dice as the kings of Pachara hold, and, well, we know the Thai fans are going to go wild for that one.
And the whole table
double.
Probably hating life with the idea of Pachara being the one to accumulate all these chips. Sasa down to just 2 big blinds.
It's our turn. GG.
Every elimination certainly does get you minor pay jumps and closer to the final table. But important to keep the end goal in mind and realize some of these guys, these superstars like Pachara, know exactly what to do when they accumulate more chips.
And it's not pleasant to be around.
So 15 players remain here. The 8-max high roller. Our final event will be covering the live stream here in Taipei. Wait till you get an eye on that trophy, chat, by the way.
If you were not with us for the main event coverage yesterday, with the trophy sitting in the middle during an epic 3-hour heads-up battle.
The cheek of Punat as well. You know, went in with the 10-1 chip lead. And then he texts me afterwards. So, well, I made you earn your salary today, didn't I? Made it interesting. Battling it out for 100 hands. Michael, 7 bigs, King Jack. Is this going to be enough? Does announce himself. As the blinds have gone up to 50,000, 100,000. It's the 2 big blind stack on the button with just Queen 4-0.
Should find an easy fold. Has 6 more hands for free. 5 rather, I should say. We're playing 8-max.
Off, high jack, low jack, UTG. 7-handed, right? You're right, you're right. Well, he's going to take the spot with the Queen 4. Rather than waiting. Wow. Pachara. The potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day where he eliminated 2 players. His kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry, the chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well. For everyone else, the 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Leck in 14th and Sasa in 15th, and Pachara with his 2nd double KO of the day, up to 3.3 million. We're down to 6 players at this table, 7 on the outer table.
I had to look at it twice. I was like,
What a run Pachara's been having. Just at this table alone. Gets jammed into when he has kings. Easy double up. Gets an all-in and a tiny stack all-in behind him. Wakes up with jacks. Holds. Making it look easy out here.
Thailand! Sawadee Cup. $13,170 locked up. Players dropping like flies here.
any suggestions on Thailand?
If you're watching from Thailand, click the like button. If you're rooting for Pachara, click the like button. And if you're enjoying the stream,
let me guess. Click subscribe.
There we go.
Pay jump for everyone.
Pay jump for everyone announced.
Pachara doing everyone a favor.
Maybe that 250 hand line is looking a bit more promising for you, Vidor. I don't want you to sweat.
I like it.
That
as long
massive
as
bet we got going on.
As long as it's a sweat, I like it.
See the players looking over on the outer table.
Action on Jay Smackers. Joshua Curtis. Ace-8, hijack, 26 big blind stack. Good enough to open. Ace-8 suited, I should say. Certainly helps the cause. We'll be faced with a massive line of Pachara. Massive stack, rather. Excuse me. Folds on the button. Shinichi with rags. And Robert also with rags, but on the big blind.
Is there any rules?
On to the next one. So six-handed on our feature table.
Blacks. Yeah.
We will be cutting whenever we can in case there's a very spicy situation ongoing on the other table.
Yeah.
Certainly if somebody's at
Yeah,
risk.
that's reasonable. Make it 10 or 5. Yeah.
Non saying, wow, you can speak speak Thai.
It was like 7.
Chi Chan Thadi.
For example.
I think I said it correctly.
It's a courtesy to like everyone.
I trust you. Feel free to show off, by the way, Henry. I don't know if the chat realizes that you live in Thailand.
This is the place I currently call home.
Feel free to brandish some sick Thai.
My Thai is terrible. In fact, it's non-existent. Peter coming with the min from the hijack, the ace-8. I do apologize, slightly north of min. It looks like
15. 15 black. 15.
wow. So hang on a minute. The outer table just saw Chen triple up ace king against ace queen against ace jack, but he was the short stack. He only had 350k. Tomboli had ace queen. He flat called the jam, and then Salverson had a sizable stack, jammed over the top with ace jack. Tomboli's ace queen held up. The Salverson busting, Tomboli profiting in the pot, and Chen tripling up.
Wow.
The action left, right, and center.
Who's reeling Zarban in the chat? Let's hear it for India. Zarban down amongst the outer tables. Outer table, I should say, just one.
Look at this from Robert, by the way.
Seems like Zarban Tomboli would have chipped up. More and more likely to make the final table. Zarban LFG, we hear. Raise the hype, guys. If and when Zarban makes the final table, I want all of India watching. Good timing, too, for India. I believe it's 6:30 p.m. on a Sunday. All the poker players will be grinding. Good time to have one screen on to reel Zarban.
I'm officially even now for the tournament. Huh? I'm break even for tournament now.
Naveen Kumar and Yazat, I do expect you
Oh, you make money.
to raise the alarm when Zarban gets to the final table.
It's just this tournament, not this series.
And three bullets.
So you make money. You make money.
Wait,
It's,
Josh is in for 4 bullets, I think.
Taiwanese dong.
So he's break even for the tournament, just this tournament.
You're profitable.
Someone else saying they're in for 3 bullets.
Now you locked it up, profit.
There we go.
Enjoy now. Enjoy. No more serious. Enjoy.
Some of these high rollers turning it into a 10K.
You wonder how we've broken all records at this APT Taipei. There we go. That's the level of commitment these players have to the game, to the APT. Just firing away, machine gunning into these tournaments, bullet after bullet.
Plucky saying, love you, Harry Kane from Thailand. All right, okay. Okay. Is that saying, let's go, Zaru, Indian poker. Love to see it. It's one of the things I really love about the Asian Poker Tour is the streams that we hold, the prize pools can really change the view on poker, can help grow the communities in certain parts of Asia, such as India, especially when there's 172,000 up top. Not every day you get to rail someone from your home country playing for 6 figures. Let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from, whereabouts in the world you're located.
2.9.
You're so right. Saying, yeah, he's in for 4. Well, if he wins it, it's okay. You know? Josh defending with the 4 deuce suited. 9-7-6, couple of diamonds, 1 heart. Complete whiff. Jace Mackers.
Just to go off what you were just saying, Henry, you're so right about what these streams and events like the APT Taipei do to the image of poker in some countries where perhaps poker is still not considered as legitimate, so considered this gambly card game and not the highly complex mind sport it is. India sort of going through its own poker boom, a slower one over the last decade. They do have streams and such in India, but what they don't have is prize pools like the one we're talking about here. And I'll tell you what, nothing diverts parents' attentions from the fact that it's a card game. Like 172,000 US dollars. Are you familiar with some of the currency metric system in India, Henry?
I'm not, mate. Please do enlighten us.
So the 100,000 in India is called 1 lakh. And 10 million in India is called 1 crore. And 1 crore is a big, big number.
How about this? Sorry to interrupt. Josh, with the probe on the river after it's checked all the way down, Pachara seems sus, but can't do anything about it. And Josh getting one through, just 4 high. Jace Mackers getting a bit frisky. The top of the chip counts now, regaining the chip lead. Do apologize, Vidor, please do continue.
Oh, not at all. Sick bet there by Jace Mackers, taken down. But yeah, they follow a different system. So 100,000, 1 lakh, 10 million, 1 crore. And 1 crore is serious money. 1 crore rupees, that is you could get a nice apartment in most cities in India with that money. And 172K is about 1.4 crores, if I'm doing the math correctly. That is life-changing money.
Wow.
And as soon as you say that you won 1 crore doing anything in India, trust me, it would shut up any naysayer.
Gonna raise some eyebrows and perk some ears up.
The way you call someone a millionaire, you say somebody is a crorepati.
Me.
And here, Zarvan trying to become a crorepati. Not that he isn't already, trust me.
Crorepati. I want to change my Instagram handle to Crorepati Henry.
You know what pati means too? It means husband.
There we go. Eligible bachelor. I love telling the story of how I went to my friend's wedding in Ludhiana, Punjab, and as the moment I landed, the moment he picked me up, took me back to his house, introduced me to his parents, his uncles, his aunties, and then immediately just started putting it out there. Henry's an eligible bachelor, by the way. He's trying to shill me off. Trying to get me snagged up.
You must have been the talk of the town, dude.
I tell you what, the food in India, mate, that's reason enough for me to just find myself an Indian wife, you know? Indian family.
Home food in India is special, man.
Oh, man. It doesn't get much better. It's Robert.
I don't think curry houses do it justice, you know what I mean?
Couldn't agree more. Robert getting a bit frisky here with the suited jack from the cutoff. Got to take down the blinds in the big blind ante. Rob Crowley saying Phuket. See some Thai flags in the chat. Yazza saying entire Indian poker circuit here to support Zarvan. Love to see the support in the chat. Get involved in the conversation. Any questions you need answering, feel free to fire them in the chat. Down to the final 12 players. 2 tables of 6. Everyone guaranteed 11,880. Oh, no, I do apologize. 13,170 for their efforts so far.
Next pay jump, 11th place. Prize pool goes up 15K USD to 11th place and 10th place.
Profit for Jace Mackers if he can make that ladder. In for 4 bullets.
That's a big one. Big inflection point. Might be ICMing himself for 11th place.
Couple of playable hands here, unfortunately for Chen. Playing sub 10. As we just mentioned, we are on a pay jump.
Takes a lot of discipline to actually fold this here. Does let it go. So tempting to perhaps peel, perhaps jam it in, thinking you'll have good equity even if called. As it happens, he would have been dominated. Makes the correct laydown. It is tough though to have 9 big blinds, knowing that dangerous big blind plus big blind ante is inching towards you. And mind you, 6-handed comes at you pretty fast. Only gets a couple of free hands before he needs to put about 20% of a stack in the middle. And to the point of what I was saying earlier, I believe he took a quick look at the other table. Pay jumps to play for here, as Henry just said. Important to note if somebody's about to bust on the other table. The next pay jump, about 1,800 US dollars. It's over half a buy-in. And then things get really serious. 11th and 10th place, 15K USD. 9th place, 18,000 USD. And then we reach our final table. And there we see Zarvan in the shot. Ace Queen versus Ace King, I believe. King on the board.
Oh, that was the hand that I was talking about. Spoiler on my part, I do apologize. It's just to reiterate, it's the Ace King, the Ace Queen, and the Ace Jack, where Salverson ended up being eliminated. It was Chen with his final 350K jamming the Ace King. Tamboli flat called with the Ace Queen. Salverson then jammed over the top with a mountain of chips. So Chen tripling up and Tamboli rather adding a chunk of chips to his stack, making profit in the hand, although he came second to Chen, eliminating Salverson in the process.
I mean, let's think about that hand for a moment. The shortest stack goes all in with Ace King, fair play. Zarvan calls with Ace Queen, fair play. And then a tricky ISO attempt by a relatively decent stack. Just puts it all in there with Ace Jack. And Zarvan actually calls it off with Ace Queen, somewhat rewarded for making that call. Quan Hunt Chen does find the Ace-5 suited on the hijack, enough to get it all in, considering those big blinds and big blinds antes were heading his way. And Junichi seems to be pondering this decision. King 10 off does seem a bit too wide to call it off.
Yeah, I mean, with ICM, sure, it's going to have the best hand a decent amount of time. In fact, it's going to have Chen dominated in some spots. Chen, the jam hands like Queen 10, maybe King 9 suited, 10-9 suited. Does make the fold. Getting pretty dicey out there for some of these shorter stacks. 12 players remain on this 8-max high roller. Look at Pachara just chilling, bro.
Is that a sausage he's been...
What's he munching on?
I think it's a sausage. Just another day at the office for Pachara. This is like his evening snack at the office. It's intimidating in its own way, isn't it? Somebody is so chill while you're so tense. At probably one of the sicker spots you've been in your life. Then somebody has experience with Pachara is just cruising along, showcasing he's been there, seen it all, done that. Peter does seem to be considering a little wham jam here with his 8 big blinds.
Not sure this would be the hand to pick. In the cutoff, 3 players to get through. Bit risky, if you ask me. Certainly can attempt to wait for better spots. Once again, the big blind plus big blind anti-combo could be playing on his mind.
Chara on the button. Going to throw out a couple of black plaques. Those plaques worth 100k a pop. Those green chips worth 25k and the black and blue chips worth 5k a piece. Picks up the blinds and the big blind ante. Legit holding, back up to 30 bigs. Chip leader along with Jay Smackers, aka Joshua McCulley, both sat on 3.1 million.
But Chara really has been in cruise control. Did get fortunate to have monster hands, pocket kings, pocket jacks at the start of this feature table. And all in here on the outer table.
Going on. So we have an all in. Looks like it was
called by Zarvan.
I'm so confused. So
I think
Zarvan has chips in front of him.
I think seat 5 or seat 4 perhaps has gone all in. Zarvan has
just
called
made the call, okay.
by putting in chips, and the blinds still have the option.
Okay,
to
here
act.
we go. Strap yourselves in. Well,
Wow.
hang on. Jung making the overcall.
And Zarvan looks disappointed. An overshove, perhaps.
It is.
Zarvan
Can't
probably
fold.
priced in, yeah.
Let's have a look. So ace Jack, the ace 9. A couple of picture cards. Looks like a pocket pair. Zarvan. Do apologize, chat. Really struggling here.
King, queen, deuce, and an ace on the turn. But I think there might be a set already. Wow, Zarvan has scooped it. And a chop, I believe, for the all-in player.
Chen's riveted straight somehow. Do apologize, chat.
I think I get it, Henry. It's come king, queen, deuce, ace, king. So Zarvan actually chops with the weaker ace, whereas the person with probably pocket jacks has been eliminated. Bit of a suck out there. And Zarvan has chipped up.
You're right. You're right.
Did I just nail
King,
it?
queen, deuce. Ace on the turn. Jung with the jacks. Zarvan with the ace jack. And then the board pairing river, the king, giving Chen the chop. So Zarvan winning a sizable... Wow. Zarvan taking the lead and has around 25% of the total chips in play.
Oh my, oh my.
With 11 players left.
We just went from 13 to 11? 11 now, I think.
Indians in chat, ring the bell, my friends. Get your buddies on. Today is Sunday. The Sunday grind is on. I think all eyes might be on Zarvan, who perhaps now is almost guaranteed to be in the final 8 with his monster chip lead. As Peter Da shoves in his small stack, does get through. How about that bink on the turn for Zarvan too? The 2 outer for the ace. Did have the gut shot to the Broadway as well, I believe, on that flop, but when you're running good, you're running good. Zarvan just vacuuming up those chips.
Otherwise, people think it's
Perhaps
stream
like
highlights.
Punat was yesterday.
I think it's stream highlights. You need to do it like an orbit or two, and yeah. Makes sense?
Every second, third, all in.
Yeah. Give him the false hope, we call it.
I didn't say it, but you could ask for new one.
That's good news for the rest of the field because we know that Jung is a very competent player. Came second in the high roller in Hanoi.
I can barely read the board.
But Zarvan,
With like queens and jacks,
25% of the chips in play. The 11 players left. It's the favorite in pole position to close this one out.
I might be 36, but My eyes and brain is like 60.
Jay Smackers and Pachara having a word. Pachara saying, maybe 36, but my eyes are like that of a 60-year-old. So 11 left. Everyone guaranteed 15,000. Peter just waking up with rags again in the big.
So listen to you, Prashar. Look at a jack first. Huh? Supposed to go kill the jacks, like you did.
Yeah. You got a Jack X.
Six-handed on this table, five-handed on the other. Things have whittled down fairly quickly at the late stages of this high roller. Some short stacks still in the mix, hovering between the 7 to 12 big blind range.
13. And you?
16. I could get up to 24.
Junichi finds the 8s under the gun.
One of them's not me.
And now the ICM pressure really begins, not just for the ICM pay jumps, but for the idea of making the final table. 8's obviously so strong, but 17 big blinds, precarious stack to play with. There's multiple short stacks in the field with only 11 left. Let's see how Junichi chooses to navigate. Standard open, and 9s for Robert, right behind Junichi. How much credit does he want to give the under the gun open? Does have a much more comfortable stack at 23 bigs. Once again, not the easiest spot. Certainly tough to consider folding, but calling or raising is not a trivial decision.
Looks like he's reaching for raising chips.
Certainly is. Does know his customer as well, and let's not forget, he can put the ICM pressure considering he has his opponent covered. Put pressure he does, a sizable raise to 575. Faction does get back around cleanly, back to Junichi. Question being asked is, are you ready for your tournament to end on this hand? That is what late-stage tournament poker boils down to sometimes. Meanwhile, Peter Dow wakes up with a real hand at 8 big blinds. However, with the open and the 3-bet, might be a little bit handcuffed. Ace-9 suited, a tad too weak. Absolutely dominated by the ranges of an under-the-gun open, an under-the-gun +1 3-bet.
Yeah, grim spot. Has to let it go. Doesn't like it. It's about as helpless and hopeless as you can feel. Look at that Pachara with the 7s. When you're short stacked, ICM implications in effect. Just handcuffed as things stand.
Junichi certainly would be feeling like he's getting bullied a bit. Almost as though his opponent knows what he has.
Oh, he's gonna make the call out of position.
Wow.
1.4 million in the middle, 1.2 back. Jack 6, 5, only one over to Robert's 9s. This may be trouble for Junichi. No ace, no king, no queen. Is he going to go for the stop and go here, Vidor?
I think Junichi needs to take a minute, really survey his surroundings. Look at how many players are left, how close he is to making the final table. Pocket 8's understandably a very reasonable holding, and with just one overcard to the board, it's always very difficult to navigate. But he did open under the gun, and he did get 3-bet. All over pairs, certainly in the range of Robert here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. These positions under the gun, the +1 or the hijack in this situation.
And let me just say, Robert cannot be too comfortable as well. After all, if Junichi was the one with, let's say, queens, kings, or aces, he might play the hand the same way. Going to make...
Yeah, I would eliminate queens and potentially kings. I think aces is the trap. And look at this, check jam from Junichi with just the 1 overcard. 775k for Robert to call. He's asking for a count. if Robert makes the call, Junichi is drawing to 1 out and 1 out only to get us down
Henry,
to 10 players.
This is so insane because there might be merit to Robert folding here despite the incredible pot odds he's getting. He needs to look at his customer and think, what hand does Junichi shove here so confidently that I am ahead of? I mean, how does this not scream ace-jack, jack-10 suited, maybe the kings or aces I was talking about earlier? You are right, I would take queens out of his range, but who knows at this point?
What a spot for Robert. What a spot for Junichi. With the fold equity, 2.9 million in the middle already. And could get the better hand to fold.
I have mentioned, I believe yesterday, this is my least favorite situation in tournament poker. When you have one overcard to your pocket pair and you're being asked to make a decision for a lot of chips. Extremely difficult to navigate. And put yourself in Robert's shoes. What does it look like Junichi has? Perhaps some sort of an 8-7 suited. Perhaps some sort of a wild 6 he's going crazy with. And perhaps 8s and 7s. But apart from that, almost the entire range of hands Junichi might play this way do beat pocket 9s. And the unorthodox play of Junichi has put Robert in the blender.
Yeah, it's such a strange, intricate part of the game tree because I feel like you can remove some of the hands that you mentioned, you know, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, some 7-8 suited, some ace-5 suited. You'd think with the 3-bet, those hands would be hitting the mark. Maybe, just maybe, Junichi going to pick up a monster pot due to just how strangely this hand's played out.
Henry, if Robert folds this, Junichi would have extracted maximum value from 8s against 9s.
He'd be one of the table chip leaders as well. Absolute scenes here on the final table bubble.
This, by the way, is one of those times. Wow, he does let it go, and who can blame him? Who can blame him? This is one of those times where Robert is going to wish this was not being streamed, because this one is going to hurt. In about 30 minutes, or whenever Robert decides to catch up with the stream, he's going to be a not so happy camper, knowing what could have been if he just tossed in one chip and said call.
So Pachara said he had 7s. Did Junichi just say he had 8s? I'm fairly sure he just said I had 8s.
Oh my. A dagger through the heart of Robert Shorley. Junichi also does not strike me as a man who would, so to speak, lie at the poker table. Robert, I'm sure, understands that, would be inclined to believe Junichi, and would be advised to take a minute to just let it go.
Yeah, indeed. Jay Smackers, King 9 of diamonds in the cutoff. Does have the short stack, just 7 bigs to worry about. Also has a couple of big stacks behind now. Pachara, Junichi.
Just to think more about that hand, Henry. I mean, Junichi just has a jack so often when he's playing like that.
Jacks, 10s, weirdly enough.
Really can't blame Robert there.
That flop SPR. Such a strange hand. Of course, Robert just had Junichi drawing to 1 out.
That was...
Is that Pachara letting out a big sigh?
Well, it wasn't a sigh, it was a yawn. And as I've been saying for the past hour, Pachara seems bored.
Just another day in the office. I wouldn't say he's bored, just tired. I mean, what, he showed up to the club when we were leaving at 3:15 a.m.?
I thought that was between us, all this information.
I do apologize.
It's all out there now?
It's all out there.
I don't know what you discussed with Greg, so...
I mean, look. Punat Punsri won the main event. Are we meant to just go back to the hotel room and sleep? Is that what's expected?
I mean, you have mentioned some timings already, but just the boss move of showing up to the club when you and I are tapping out just tells you everything there is to know about that yawn that Pachara just let out.
Yeah, we'll let him off. He's allowed to.
You think he went to McDonald's afterwards?
I don't know, man, but I'm regretting that decision. And I always do, bro. Every time. I'm like, yes, that's the play. And then the next day, I'm just like, why? Just feel groggy, sluggish in the morning. He's 9 suited. Joshua, a.k.a. J Smackers, a.k.a. J Mac, a.k.a. J Dog.
Up to 450 people on the YouTube live stream alone. Thank you so much for joining us, for supporting us. Do hit that like button while you're here. It helps us a lot more than you might think. And get ready for what is surely going to be an action-packed final table.
Well, Robert taking the rejam spot with the ace-8-0 after losing that big pot against Junichi. Action back on Joshua. 11 bigs to call. Ace-9 might just be the cutoff point. I think ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited.
Tricky situation again. I mean, you think this is a bit of frustration creeping up from the previous hand? Or is it standard?
I mean, having an ace is nice, especially against Joshua. One of the table chip leaders, of course, and also Joshua just has the experience when it comes to ICM and final table bubble play, in the sense that he's going to be leaning into these players, right? So if there's ever a wider range to go after, obviously we can see here Joshua actually has the goods, has the better hand rather. If Josh thinks Robert's jamming hands like King, Queen, King, Jack, King 10, Queen 10, those types of holdings, the jam gets it done. Crucial pickup there for Robert, back up to 16 bigs. Peter Dar.
Needs to be one higher, or just needs to be suited, or it's already suited.
Pachara with the soul read, bro. Needs to be exactly 1 pip higher.
Maybe it needs to be too high, maybe.
Huh?
Okay.
Maybe it needs to be too high.
Not going to question Josh.
Too high.
Maybe it needs to be.
I mean, now that Josh has said that, Pachara might just announce his hand.
Huh?
Must be ace high.
Yeah. Pretty decent one.
But tag me in, coach. All right, who's going to back me for these 3Ks?
Mind you, Robert getting the information too that he had a good ace high, and what a great result there for ace-8 to get that fold, considering he just lost pocket 9s to pocket 8s by folding himself. A little bit of a rake back, if you may. Pocket jacks for Joshua right after that hand where he was sort of bullied out with the 3-bet jam. Can sort of represent some loose frustration, some friskiness with this open.
Peter looks so drained. So drained. Every spot.
Is this the one he goes with? As I just mentioned, Joshua might be looking frustrated after losing the previous hand. Good discipline.
I don't think Josh is the type to get frustrated, by the way.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, he's in for 4 bullets. Junichi going to lay down the 9-8 suited. Robert not going to get involved with the Queen 6-0. So round to the big blind. Understandable to see a bit of cagey play here. See players kind of slowing down as we get closer to that final table.
Final table would be good for $21,000, 8th place guaranteed that amount. With about 10 or perhaps 11 players left.
Yeah,
everybody
players
guaranteed
left.
15,000 at the moment. 9th place, 18,000. So 2 $3,000 pay jumps. That's a buy-in right there. And when you're in for 4 buy-ins, like our man Jay Smackers, each additional buy-in represents a huge win for the bankroll. how about the huge win of 172,000 US dollars for the bankroll? 1.4 crores if you're from India like me. An unimaginable sum to win in a poker tournament for most Indian players.
For Asia in general, man, it's the thing that I love about this. You know, we had the natural 8 qualifiers, had the final tablists who qualified for $80. Life-changing money. Not just in Asia, I mean in the world, dude. Look, 172K. I wouldn't turn my nose up at that kind of money. 5Bet Bluff over on YouTube asking, what's the buy-in and what's up top? Firstly, welcome to the stream, 5Bet Bluff.
Where were you yesterday, 5Bet Bluff, when there was actually a 5Bet Bluff happening? We missed you.
Buy-in was 3,300 USD. Had over 302 entries, and there is $172,630 for first. Clues in the title, by the way. Couldn't not needle. As the blinds have gone up to 60,000, 120,000.
540,000 in the middle every time up for grabs. And look at that, 960,000 in the stack of Guan Han Chen. That's the kind of money to go after in the middle. Fortunately for Chen, Bechara has raised from the hijack. Queen 10 off is going to be good enough. Bechara has been quiet, actually hasn't stepped out of line at all. Just has been getting hit by the deck once in a while, and chips seem to be going his way. Joshua needs to decide whether this is the moment to put up resistance with the 8-6 off. Pot odds have to be super tempting. 120 to try and win 540. Not this time.
ICM. Risk premium as well. Tangling with something that has him covered. Bechara and Josh obviously know each other. Very friendly. Josh saying, thank you. There's Josh. All it is big. If on the off chance, and I know that this is a big if there are any Zarvan fans in the chat, out of the 428 people watching, click that like button. If you're rooting for Zarvan, if you're tuning in from India, Indian representation here at the APT, not only in the commentary booth, my esteemed co-commentator, partner in crime, Vidor Singhal, quickly becoming a voice in poker in Asia. Zarvan getting it done on the felt as Robert looks down at ace-king in the cutoff.
$13 bigs to start with, and interestingly, choosing not to go all in.
Yeah, I love this. Because it's from late position, he's meant to have raise folds. Especially with ICM. Opting to try and induce a squeeze from behind.
Robert Nemiskeri, 128,000 in all-time live cashes. $36,000, his largest score so far. Can be beat today with just a 6th place finish, much less 172,000 of first place. Really showing his experience and skill with moves such as this one. And open from the cutoff with ace-king off. Joshua has found a very playable hand. However, action has gone around to Peter Dahl, I believe. At least the camera has. I believe action has as well. So Joshua folded the 8-7 of diamonds, I believe.
How you feeling, Kumbella? Kumbella? How you feeling? I'm very sore in here. Huh?
To apologize, chat, just waiting for the graphics to catch up. Peter has been tanking in most spots, even with mediocre. He does announce himself, though. Robert with the snap call. Peter with the ace-6 of clubs for his final 715,000 chips. And do apologize, Josh is obviously not involved with this. There we go.
Six big blind, but such a big pot.
It's such a big pot with ICM, and the average stack being as shallow as it is. Upside down 6, followed by a real 6. Peter drilling the flop as the Queen of Diamonds rolls off on the river, and the Peter Da getting the double back up to 13 bigs, and Robert now down in the danger zone. Just 7 big blinds, what could have been with that 9s v8s hand, and now getting obviously incredibly unlucky. 3 outed by the Norwegian.
And Peter Da, I mean, what a time to run good. On the verge of being eliminated from this record-breaking high roller. Instead, now with a 13 big blind stack with 2 players with 8 and 7 big blinds respectively behind him, suddenly can eye the final table. Did wait very patiently to pick his spot. Ended up choosing the wrong one, at least in terms of the holding of his opponent. Ace-6 versus Ace-King, but drills the 6 on the flop.
Tournament poker can be so cruel at times. You can do everything right and still just, you know, just get eliminated, man, or just lose with the best of it. Such is poker, not to state the obvious.
And credit to Robert for staying super stoic through all of it. Seems to be moving on to the very next hand. Last time around, after losing the 9s to the 8s, not that he could see what he lost to, but he did perhaps hear that he'd had the best of it. Found the perfect rejam with the Ace-8 off.
Wow, this is close.
Let's see how he
Jack,
responds.
yeah,
Well, gets it in there. Knows what to do, knows the charts. The only question is, does somebody wake up with a hand behind him? Queen-8 suited, good enough to get it in from the hijack. Shen perhaps tanking a little bit for the clock and the other table.
It's going to fold round to the blinds. Oh, wow, it's Peter. Is Peter going to go the 1-2 KO? Ace-9.
Really the poker gods needling at this point Robert by giving Peter a callable hand. Or does Robert get a bit of revenge getting it in with the worst of it if Peter makes the call?
I don't know what they're playing out there, but I want to be a part of it.
Craps, it sounds like. Seems fun. Wow. Peter Da decides to preserve his
snap
newfound
call
stack.
from Pachara. Cards on their backs. What has he got?
Is it kings?
I saw a queen. No, I
King
didn't.
Jack.
I saw a king jack. I lied. Pachara making the call in good shape to eliminate Robert in 11th place. Needs to just hold as a flop comes Jack 8-3, 8 in the window. What a tease. As the diamond on the turn reduces Robert to just 3 outs. And the 8 of hearts
is one of them.
Corner pocket.
Right. And how about the idea of Peter Da being in the hand as well? Would have hit the ace on the return and lost on the river.
Wow.
This one was just meant to go Robert's way, and there we go, some justice, so to speak, in the world.
Well.
Pachara on the receiving end of it.
Robert hitting his own 3-outer to stay alive and double up to 17 bigs, and Pachara down to sub 20 now.
That's a good sign.
All these spots are massive, says Pachara. What he really means is massive in terms of equity, in terms of the value of each of these chips climbing up as the blinds climb up as we approach the final table. Players understandably are getting shorter stacked rather, simply because play has been going on for so long without too many players getting eliminated.
8-ball corner pocket.
And Robert stoic through that miraculous river as well. well balanced on being stoic through the bad and the good times.
Chip leader at this table is Jace Mackers, Joshua McCulley with just 23 bigs, Guan Han Chen at the bottom of the counts with 8 big blinds. I mean, look, Chen doubles through the chip leader. He moves up to middle of the pack. Chip leader moves down to middle of the pack. It's so tight here. The ICM, everyone guaranteed $15,000 for their efforts, but there's $172,000 up top.
So 8 of diamonds. Oh, so if I get the case 8.
What's the case 8?
Definitely interesting.
Poker really is a cruel, cruel mistress. Peter Da on the button with a couple of cowboys. Would love to see the limp. Would love to see the min. The limp would be so sexy. Although I don't think it's a thing with ICM.
So much up for grabs in the middle. When you have a 12 big blind stack, you can add about 20% to it. Relatively risk-free. Doesn't sound like the worst idea in the world.
Let's come for the min. Junichi not want to shy away from defending his big blind. Well, it looks like there was an elimination on the outer table, and I can give you guys some news. Hong Cheong Lee shoved the small blind with 3s. Chan woke up with 9s in the big and holds. And we are down to 10. Final table bubble. Junichi does defend, certainly with a hand that could crack kings. How about it? Flush draw for Junichi. 680,000 in the middle, SPR of less than 2. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
We have seen Junichi play hands in a very unorthodox manner with the check jam, with the pocket 8s. How does he respond to what I assume is going to be a mandatory c-bet by Peter Da with the pocket kings, the overpair? Lays out the c-bet.
Jinx, padlock. 1, 2, 3, throw away the key. Junichi certainly getting the right price on a call. Question is, does he just want to see all 5 cards, push some fold equity? We raise it up right here, right now. Doesn't. Gonna just call. Board pairing. Turn card.
Perhaps not the most comfortable cards if you have pocket kings, but it is one of the situations with an exactly 1 SPR. If your opponent has a 10 and you have an overpair, it's not much you can do anyway. As a result, Peter Da might want to get it in here, or at least bet. Deny some equity, charge draws. Exactly what Junichi has, for instance. The flat call on the flop does seem to imply a weaker holding. Jacks perhaps going all in on the flop, considering Junichi does have Peter Da covered. Draws very, very likely on a board such as Jack 10. Wow. Did Junichi? I think we just saw the graphic. Yeah, that's right. A king on the river. I believe a check from Peter Da on the turn. And it has worked out perfectly. Locks up the hand with top board. Junichi left with 6 high. Does he pull the trigger here? Plays a time bank chip. Thinking about what he can represent, what the range of Peter Da might be. Certainly some merit to betting. After all, most underpairs, oh boy, would play the same way if Peter Da had any.
Chips going in the middle.
It's like a 500k bet. Peter Dyer has been so patient. Obviously got lucky with that ace-6 against ace-king when he was down to just 6 big blinds. Now rivering the nut boat, having Junichi bet into him.
I like the bet by Junichi. He's targeting hands such as blank aces, 9s, 8s, 7s, any other pocket pair. A raise on the button, of course, can be very, very wide. Junichi lets it go instantly. Respect for at least not Hollywooding.
That's a sizable pickup for Peter there. Up to 22 bigs. I mean, if any of the math wizards out there want to figure out the equity in that one. So we're going to lose a player from this table. I believe it's going to be Robert, as they are four-handed on the outer table. Yeah, so Robert going to the outer table. So 2 tables of 5. Final table bubble of this 8 max high roll, a $3,300 buy-in. 172,000 for first. Viewers at home, would love for you guys to put out an Instagram story of you watching the stream. Maybe tag who you're rooting for. Don't forget to use the new hashtag APT New Era. We'll do our best to reshare over on our socials as well.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie in the chat.
Oi, oi, oi.
Let's go, Jay Smackers.
Matt Bevan, what's up, dude?
Come on, Pizzi. Da Pita.
Issue of 12 bigs in the small. Ace Jack does cover the big blinds. Chen with just 6 bigs back, I believe. Does announce himself. See if Chen wakes up with anything. He has. He's woken up with an ace.
This is a must call.
6 big blinds behind. He's going to use his time banks, I believe.
There is a pay jump to consider. 10th place guaranteed 15,000. 9th place 18,000. Ace 8 too good to give up. Going to see the bad news.
Cards on their backs.
Well, we've seen greater upsets than this today already. Certainly some chop outs also. Chen would certainly welcome that. At risk to be eliminated. 10-5 queen on the flop. Nothing to write home about for the ace-8. 3 outs to the 8.
Ay-ya!
Domination, rotation, double gut shot.
Popping up, and Chen getting the double. Up to 15 bigs. And again, Vidor, domination rotation, as you mentioned. The 3 outer just seems to be getting converted today.
If I could just take a moment to appreciate how both players handled emotionally this situation. Chen seemed to need to have a few steps to walk about to just release the tension and the emotion of the moment. And Junichi raised his arms in the air saying, well, what else can I do? Now down to 6 big blinds, Junichi.
Look, Mac 28 saying a date with an 8.
How quickly fortunes are turning here. That scenario, by the way, Henry, I consider, perhaps controversially, a flip of sorts. Because the ace-jack has to go all in, and the ace-8 has to call. And then the cards run themselves, you know. It's a bit of a cooler. It sounds like the ace-8, of course, got super lucky, but...
Oh, yeah, I mean, the cards play themselves in that spot.
Exactly.
100%.
Que sera, sera. That's the right attitude there. Peter Duff finally showing some smiles, and why not? One of the bigger stacks now that everybody is kind of short with 22 bigs. The grind to this final table has been real. 8-7 off, good enough. Ace-king for Chen.
The old 1-2 KO potential. for Chen.
760.
Ace King. If he can hold here, it's going to be up to 2.8 million. As he does jam over the top. Wow, Joshua with ace nine of spades. He's asking for a count. This isn't posturing from Jace Mackers, but 15 bigs with ICM considerations.
What a spot. Junichi is going to be shoving super light, as evidenced by the fact that he has 8-7 off. As a result, Joshua could easily be isolating with strong kings, weaker aces, small pocket pairs. Joshua certainly has plenty of equity against a range of hands that Chen could have in this spot. The only question is, does he want to risk a huge percentage of his stack? He lets it go. He's going to be pleased to see the ace-king in the hands of Chen. Junichi is not, of course. Two live ones, though. 8-7 off the ace-king. One ace burnt already. Ace in the window, though. Some hope with the 8. 5 outs, as announced by Pachara as well. 4 on the turn changes nothing. An 8 or a 7, or we do lose Junichi Nakagiri in 10th place. And everybody else now guaranteed 18,000. Junichi walks away with 15,000 USD. GG, sir. Well played. Unlucky right at the end there.
GG's in the chat for Junichi. And with that, we have our final table. Apologies for the graphics again. Josh wasn't involved. Has way more than 7 bigs. We have our final table set of the 8 max high roller.
He saved you 1.8 million. I mean, how lucky is that?
Junichi eliminated in 10th, going to be going home with 15,000 USD.
You have like an orbit, right?
Player's going to go on a extended break, grab some food, stretch their legs, freshen up, maybe get some feedback on hands. But here we go. I'm going to swing out to the outer table, I believe. So there is some action potentially going down, so we might be going to the final table with 8 rather than 9. Just hold your horses.
There we go, covering the outer table for a while.
Now, I believe flop was Queen 3-3. Kevin Choi bet out 250k. Chan made the call. The turn brought the deuce of clubs, bringing the backdoor club draw. Choi fired a second bullet for 600k. Chan made the call once again. Now, on the jack of clubs river, Choi fired a third barrel for 1.4 million. And Chan has jammed for 4.75 million. There are mountains of chips over here. Clearly been some massive pots played between Zarvan and Chan, because Chan has a monster stack. Self-admitted recreational player. What a spot. Fired flop, fired turn, fired river, and then getting jammed on after betting all 3 streets. Chan basically saying he's got a boat. Don't think flushes jam here. Just a few time extensions left for Kevin Choi. See them getting thrown out into the middle, just puts them all in front of the dealer. Gonna take his time with this one. Deep in the tank. So again, Queen 3-3 rainbow. Choi bet 250k. Chan called, turn brought the deuce of clubs. Choi fired a second bullet for 600k. Chan once again made the call in position. The jack of clubs river did complete the backdoor flush draw. Choi fired a third barrel for 1.4 million. Chan has come over the top, jamming for 4.7 million chips, putting Choi to the test for his tournament life. I mean, what do you do with like aces with a club?
Such a tough
Kings
spot.
with a club. Even like ace queen. Is this just quads?
I hope so.
Pilled with the trays.
We haven't seen quads yet, have we, in this series?
Daily quads. Looks like all the time extension chips are going to be used for this one. Choi facing a decision for his tournament life, and more importantly maybe for the chip lead. Buying a bit of time by asking for an official count again, or confirmation from the dealer. What do we think, chat? What do we think Chan has? Single raise pot. Flatting on the button. Feel like we can remove hands like Queen 3 suited. Although saying that, Chan was the guy getting involved from the small blind with hands like Jack 7 suited, Queen 9 suited. He loves these suited hands. Vidor in the chat saying, my Indian poker lovers, help me hype Zarvan on this FT, guys. Let any friends or TPG know I want all the India Sunday grinders to rail. Please spread the word. Thank you, thank you. Some LFGs in the chat for Zarvan. Some love, of course, for the remaining players as well.
Look at all those bricks out there. Would be a massive, massive pot to go into the
Such a huge spot, man.
Final table with.
From an ICM point of view, like, what is...
We're looking at essentially hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table right now in terms of chip values. That's
I'm
how
trying
crazy
to think,
this
like,
is.
what do I call with? Like, do I call with... It just feels like such an underbluff spot, dude. Like, even ace queen with a club. Even, like, nut flush, aces with a club. I'm trying to think what I called off with. Does eventually make the fold. That is a monstrous pickup for Chan, and he's going to be going in to the final table of 9 as the chip leader with 9 million chips. So there we have it. The final table of the 8 Max High Roller has been set. Over 300 entries ponied up the $3,300 buy-in. We're going on a 30-minute break, but when we come back, we're going to be playing down to a winner, Vidor, and said winner going to be going home with 172,000 USD and that glorious, glorious trophy. I don't know if you guys at home have already seen, but if you haven't, head over to our Instagram. We had a word with one of our co-owners, Michael Soiser, who went into some detail as to the amount of work that went into the creation of those trophies, 24 karat gold plated. Certainly a piece that you'd want on display at home. With that, Vidor and I are going to jump out of the booth. 30 minutes from now, we're going to be going live with the final table, and it's Chan with the chip lead. We'll see you guys in 30 minutes from now. Peace.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and SmartHUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっていますクルスサコです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 6-0! Yes, yes, yes! Yes, 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 yes! 1 million! 1 million!
本来出局超干的，现在很爽，换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations! You won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the fans who showing up here at the home. This is my first second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker, so that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and SmartHUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっています来栖さこです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the $406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million! Yeah!
本来出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛，打比赛，打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
at the home. Yeah, this is my first, second APT win. Yeah, I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves and enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT has spanned over more than 10 years. So when we designed the trophy, we actually put a lot of thought into it and incorporated elements from the old APT into the new one to maintain that heritage as well. Of course, the main element of the trophy is the lion itself. As you all know, the old trophies were full lions, which were Chinese guardian lions, which you put at the entrance, you know, on both sides. And the lion is actually a really appropriate animal to represent the APT and also poker. Whether it's being brave enough to make a big bluff, having the courage to make a big call, or even the strength and willpower to make a big fold. The red orb is also another element which we try to tie in from the old APT, and it represents the world. We hope that players from all around the world can come to the APT in Asia and compete in our events and enjoy a world-class experience. In addition to that, the trophies are also made out of precious metals, real 24-karat gold, pewter and bronze, and these represent prosperity. They also represent the life-changing money you can win at our events. All in all, it was a really fun process. We had a lot of fun creating these trophies. It was a bit challenging. There was lots of hiccups and bumps along the way. Logistically, it was a nightmare looking at the size of these things. But yeah, we are really proud of what we have made, and we hope you guys like the trophies too. See you guys at the next event.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
John flopping best, but Albert still with 34% equity. A few options on the table here for John.
Fold is not one of them. You don't call 7-4 in the blinds to fold 10-10-7 on the flop. He decides to proceed with the call.
Wow, 7 of clubs on the turn, giving John the check mark. Albert drawing to a chop.
How about just binking it? Feeling extremely comfortable in the hand. A 10, of course, could be part of Albert's range, but with two of them on the board, feel a lot better about having the best of it when you have bottom full house there.
John actually got a lead into Albert.
I don't know about that decision. I mean,
did he just say raise?
Can I retract what I said a second ago?
Wow. Albert just not one to deal with players betting into him well. Second big misstep this final table so far, although, I mean, this could work. Don't want to say it like it's preordained that he's going to lose the hand, but
there is a scenario in which Albert wins the hand. John is not going to be the most comfortable customer here, but he is going to continue after all. He has a full house. And mind you, if Albert had a 10, I sincerely doubt he would be raising. If you have a full house in Albert's shoes and somebody's donked into you, you are calling just to keep the other person's bluffs alive. Wow.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing here, Vidor.
John needs to think this through. I'm almost afraid to look at the YouTube chat because they must be going crazy, but really, the only question is, does Albert have a 10? And easy for me to say looking at the cards, but is a 10 ever playing this way? If anything, John might think that a chop is likely, considering the aggression that Albert has shown and the spot that we're in. You tend to think that your opponent is not just bluffing with air that often.
This would be for the chip lead, if I'm not mistaken.
What is going on here, Henry? What are we witnessing?
Oh my word, he's made the call. John Perry is the new chip leader. And Albert, who came in today 1 of 9, has now dropped down to 8 thin chips.
Love it. Bert giving a huge shout out to his rail. He is the new chip leader. 83 bigs, a 5 million chip stack, probably the first to cross the 5 million mark. Albert sitting in understandable shock, and the rest of the table might have a situation brewing here.
Yeah, Hayato in the big, currently 4th in chips. Facing an open from the chip leader from early position. Going to defend with the ace-9, is dominated. Really annoying spot given the presence of the 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, but does flop the nut flush draw. You can see a lot of those clubs dead, however. Only 5 clubs remaining.
Pretty much a mandatory continuation spot for Albert, not just because he's the chip leader. But with the king on the board, you have the pre-flop advantage of being the initial raiser from early position. Certainly a king is part of the range you can represent. But Hayato will not be going anywhere. Not flush draw. Extremely strong. And a raise pretty much out of the question, given that he is a middle stack. As you mentioned, a little frustrating. You're a little handcuffed because of the ICM pressure. And also maybe not Hayato's style from what I've observed yesterday. Very calm, very cool and collected customer. Really picks his spots for aggression and clearly makes it work to his advantage.
630 in the middle, going to this 4 of hearts turn. Action on Albert, does check behind. And how about the nuts on the river for Hayato? Finds the club. Unfortunately, Albert with just ace high. Not much value to be had for the Japanese player.
With the cash he will be accumulating today, he will be crossing $400,000 in his lifetime cashes. A wonderful milestone for him to achieve. Hayato, that is. as I was saying, Henry, I was super impressed with his play yesterday. He actually went maybe an hour without getting involved in a hand. And, you know, as a commentator, you tend to notice and maybe think, hey, maybe this person is playing a little bit passively. Maybe their strategy is to try and make it to the final table and that's it. But really wasn't the case once he stepped it up. Showed aggression in so many spots, made some hero calls, and tended to be right more often than not.
What is Albert thinking of doing here? Facing the River Probe. Sub-half pot River Probe from Hayato.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh my. It's Hayato's world and we just live in it. Gets bluff raised while having the nuts from the chip leader. Can you imagine the emotion inside Hayato right now?
You're on a final table, but APT main event. There's 121k up top. You've led on the river after turn one check, and the chip leader is raising into you. I mean, this feels a bit like theory's gone out the window and we're just blasting here.
Yeah, I said Albert Gorelick might have come in with a plan, and it seemed like it didn't matter what was on the board. He wanted to execute that plan. That plan was pressure, that plan was aggression. He's picked the wrong spot here, but credit where it's due. I mean, it's not easy to make bluff raises on the river, whether you're the chip leader or not. Albert just gets the bad news with the all-in from Hayato, and this hand is over. Albert might Hollywood a little bit, of course. He's got to be throwing up inside.
Yeah, Hollywood to save face for a bit. As the ace-jack finds the mark, and that is a huge pickup for Hayato. Increasing his stack by more than half, or more than 50%. Up to 3.5 million. And now moves up to second in chips.
Ace-4 offsuit raise from Ponomarenko. Continuing the heater. Jinwoo Kim picks up the beautiful suited connector. The only problem is that he's pretty short. He is in the big blind though, gets a good price, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to see heads up to a flop. Single raise pot, cutoff versus big blind. Ace-4 offsuit versus 6-5 suited as the flop brings Ace-7-4, one club.
What a flop.
Wow. Two pair for Ponomarenko. Open ender for Jinwoo Kim. And your open enders and straight draws really increasing in value when it's a rain board, as you just have no real in reverse implied odds.
皆さんこんにちは。日本の YouTuber グラビアアイドルポーカープレイをやっていますクルスサコです。私は今 APT 台北を満喫しています。次の APT は5月26日から6月4日まで APT ハノイ。私も遊びに行くので皆さんぜひお待ちしております。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, You'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It is day 2 of the Mystery Bounty event here at APT Taipei, and you know what that means. Bust a player, win a bounty. 95 players, 95 bounties, but only one grand prize mystery bounty of 1 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting. It could be this one, could be this one, could be this one, or this one. It's a mystery! It's a mystery bounty! Bounty has been selected. It only means it can be the 406,000! The second largest bounty has been selected. Congratulations, sir. 1 million!
反正出局超干的，现在很爽。换车子吧。
换车子，然后再继续打比赛。
打比赛。
15 players left remaining here, and all of the big bounties are gone. Finished, donezo, bye-bye. But there's still plenty of money to be won from the actual prize pool, with the first place winner taking away 1.1 million Taiwan dollars. Who's it gonna be?
Congratulations, you won the mystery bounty.
And thank you for the friend who showing up here at the home. This is my first, second APT win. I'm really happy about it.
Hi, my name is Michael Soiza. I'm one of the co-owners of the APT. When I started my career as a poker player, I started at the APT as well, 10 years ago, you know, and one of the first events that I won was the APT event, and I've done all right in the APT, and it was a lot of fun, and I remember that kind of feeling, you know, coming to the APT. There's a certain kind of vibe, and really wanted to preserve that, the friendliness, the family kind of element of it, and where everybody knows everybody, everybody's comfortable, everybody's free to be themselves, enjoy the game of poker. So that's what we really wanted to do. But at the same time, we really wanted to elevate the experience as well, especially when it comes from the point of a player, and all the small details that make the event a great event. The APT is special.
the final table of the 2-day high roller. The 8 max has been set. We're down to the final 9 here at the CTP, the Asia Poker World Resort. It is the APT Taipei High Roller chat. $172,000 going to the eventual champion. Vidor Singhal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, on the call for the action. And Vidor, what a final table we have. Obviously a fellow countryman of yours in the mix, looking to get it done for India.
Some serious hype in chat and around the world perhaps for Zarvan Tamboli, one of India's best. But let's not forget the other 8 entrants to this incredible event who have made it all the way to the final table. Least of all, the superstar, the Thai superstar Pachara, still in the mix, looking to do a sort of back-to-back for Thailand for not winning the main event yesterday, and now Pachara in the mix of the final table, and 7 other strong contenders. What a ride it's been to get to this final table. Now let's just remind the audience, players were fairly short coming into this level.
They were.
But the blinds have been rolled back as per APT rules. What that means is we're going to get some good poker because the average blind is going to be around 30.
There we go. It's blinds being rolled back to the start of level 26. It is Sim Him Chan coming in as the chip leader with an overwhelming chip lead, 8.5 million in chips. Robert Kiss at the bottom of the counts with 2.1 million. Zarvan second in chips, 4.3 million. Kevin Choi in third with 2.9, but a bit of a cluster in the middle, so some real ICM considerations with those short stacks in the mix. Let's see if our chip leader Chan can kind of just dictate the pace of play, run over the table, given that there is a huge difference between going home in 9th and obviously closing it out for 172,000.
What an event, a record-breaking field, record-breaking prize, 172,000 up for grabs. As we cut to the table, we have to figure out who has the metal to start raising it up, stealing those blinds, putting themselves in a position to be first. Of course, the chip leader did get there with a huge hand right before.
Mystery hand.
Mystery hand. But now we get to see all the cards. The players also get to see the stream with a 30-minute delay, of course. It's going to be very, very spicy as things get going. What a grind it's been, 2 days to get to this point. But with that break, perhaps a reset and players coming in super aggressive, I'm sure.
Well, let's throw it down to Ray to introduce this final table of 9, the High Roller 8 Max. Without further ado, throwing it. No, we're not there yet. Do apologize. We're about to throw it down to Ray, just moments away from introducing this final table. Everyone guaranteed 18,000 for their efforts so far, and obviously be giving you guys updates of the payouts as we throw it to Ray.
2010-23, everyone is waiting for. The record-breaking 302 strong APT High Roller. Now we're down to final 9. They are seated, but let's find out who they are. In seat number 1 from India, Zarvan Tamboli. And in seat number 2, he is a local from Taiwan, Chen Xuancao. In seat number 3 from Hong Kong, my homeland, please welcome Chen Chi Him. In seat number 4, he is from Thailand and he is an ambassador for our sponsor, Natural Egg. He is Pachara Wong Wichin. In seat 5 from the US of A, please welcome Robert Kiss. In seat 7, also from Hong Kong, please applaud for Kevin Choi. Well, I gotta do a double take on that flag, but he's from very far away, but he is here. Please welcome from Norway, Peter Da. In seat number 9, another local from Taiwan, Chen Kwan Han. And last but not least, the chip leader in seat number 6. He is from the Down Under, from Australia. Please, for the loudest, Give it up for Joshua McCulley. Per APT tournament rules, the clock has been rolled back to level 26. That's 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big flying ante. Are we ready?
Not even close. Yeah.
Love to see that excitement on the floor and on the table. Some camaraderie clearly over the two-day grind that these players have gone through. Excited to have made it to this incredible final table. Every player guaranteed $18,000 already. This is an 8-max tournament, but the table right now, the final table, is 9-handed. Next pay ladder takes you to 21,000. That's an extra buy-in in your coffers. But things get really serious after that. $30,000 US to 7th place, $40,000 to 6th place. Notice the massive pay jumps. $53,000 to 5th place, $66,000 to 4th place, $85,000 to the player who comes 3rd. Then we approach 6 figures, $114,000 to 2nd place, and a massive heads up to play for, $172,000 to 1st place, almost a $60,000 differential there. This is going to be a fun one as the players settle in. Love to see Ray Chu announce all the various countries these players join us from. Huge shout out to the diversity, as always, at the Asian Poker Tour. The main event final table was extremely diverse, and now this two-day high roller final table, no different. Sarban from India in seat 1. Huge support in chat. A lot of Sunday grinders in India watching right now. The time differential working out. As I'm sure are all the Aussie supporters, all the Norway supporters perhaps. And let's not forget, the local contingent.
Oh yeah.
Taiwan on every final table, representing this incredible event in Taipei, Taiwan.
So the stage has been set, Vidor, and what a stage it is. As you mentioned already, record-breaking field, 2nd highest prize pool in Taiwanese poker history, and the 2nd highest first place payout. And 2nd, of course, to our main event, holding that record. So Taiwanese poker history being made here at the CTP, the APT Taipei.
I know we got the trophies, the glorious Lion New Era APT trophies made in advance, but the event seems to have lived up to the trophies themselves. If you have not seen our trophies, if you were not joining us for the epic heads-up battle that was occurring yesterday at the main event, get ready to check out that incredible trophy when we get down to heads-up. As we kick off the action with what can be fireworks already. Look at that board. How does the dealer put out the 8-7-3 2 hearts there? King 8 for Kevin Choi. Top pair, good kicker. 2 overs and a flush draw for Chan, who is coming in with a massive chip lead. Kevin, sort of a middle stack, needs to be careful. Angling with the chip leader. Blank on the turn.
See if Chan continues firing or checks behind to try and realize his equity. 950k in the middle. It's the overwhelming chip lead. They've got a knuckle back. That's the 10 of hearts. Vidor rolls off, giving Chan the check mark. And Kevin may look him up here. The flopping top pair. Some bluffs for Chan, of course. Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King with a heart. As he goes big. Close to pot. Really polarizing himself here. Just north of pot, actually.
I really love that bet. When you are the chip leader, you are expected to put maximum pressure on middle stacks. By polarizing here, he can sort of tell the story of just wanting to buy the spot with that pressure. 1 million would be a huge chunk of Kevin Choi's chip stack, but would leave him with 1.5 million behind. Might be the perfect variables
to get Kevin to consider making what would be a hero call here with the 10 of hearts on the river, but what a high-stakes situation on the very first hand of this final table. My God, if this is any indication of what we are in for, it's going to be a crazy one.
Yeah, a lot coming into this decision. Obviously, the ICM implications just so heavy at the moment. The difference between 9th and 1st, north of 150,000 USD. It's for almost half of Kevin's 2.5 million chip stack. Absolutely nothing wrong. Obviously defending the big.
How many blocks you have?
Flopping top pair, check calling, check through on the turn, and now facing an incredibly polarizing bet on the river. Does make the fold. Disciplined fold there. Nice laydown. Not easy to do. Obviously, we can see the hole cards. MC Mac 28 saying chip denominations, guys. I'll tell you what, MC Mac. If you click the like button here, hey chat, putting on record-breaking prize pools, record-breaking fields. I feel like this information should be given out. No, I'm joking, obviously.
You scratch our like, we'll scratch your itch.
You scratch our like button, we'll scratch yours. Chip denominations, the gold plaque's worth 250k, the black plaque's worth 100k, and the green chips worth 25k, and then those black chips worth 5k. They will be removed, I believe, after the next level.
And don't forget the time banks. The white chips, as well as those square plaques, represent time banks. The white chips having been built up on this day too. So if you did save up a bunch of them, you will not be punished. You will in fact be rewarded with extra time on the final table. But everybody given a bunch of extra time banks for reaching the final table. Those are the square ones. Can get a bit confusing, but we, along with the graphics and production team, will be here to guide you through it. But those yellow plaques, those bricks, 250,000 chips they represent. Multiple buy-ins, multiple dreams, as we sometimes like to say. And love to see the level being rolled back to level 26, taking the blinds back to 50k, 100k. Not only does it make our jobs easier to calculate big blinds, but also gives so much more room for these stacks to navigate and play some solid final table poker, with the average big blinds being 30. Just one of the beautiful elements of the structure of the big tournaments we have here at the APT. If there's one feedback we've got from the player pool, honestly, no bias. This is just non-stop. We just hear all the time about the beautiful structures here. One of the many reasons players like to come and play.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. Gives us a lot more wiggle room. Was getting a bit turbo-y. Now, just really gives players the opportunity to showcase their talents. May the best man win. Let us know who you're rooting for. See love in the chat for Zarvan. Jatin saying, let's go India. Chirag sort of saying, Zarvan! I like Tarzan. The Poker Fox saying, GL Zarvan.
Chirag Soda in the chat. Chiggy, as he's called. Another
Chiggy.
Indian poker legend. A G by his own right. What's up, Chiggy?
Let's get some love for my Indian co-commentator as well, Vidor Senghul. Joined me for the first time in Fukuoka. Immediately hit it off. And I'll tell you what, mate. The work you've been putting in and the product that you've been putting out have nothing but admiration for your style and your delivery, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure to call the action throughout this series. And I mean, yesterday, that final table, dude. You crushed it, dude.
What a grind that one was. And needless to say, I would love to return the compliment. I do want to deflect this praise that I am a tad uncomfortable with. Because when you said my Indian co-commentator is exactly when Akshay Kapoor actually spoke up in chat, saying Zarwan, both of our co-commentators at various stages. Akshay here to support Zarwan, and the fact that Chirag Soda, Akshay, some other familiar names have popped up in chat, it means the legend of Zarwan at this final table is spreading across India. Keep it coming, guys. Spread the word. Put it up on all those groups. Let's have the Sunday grinders watching this final table, not just for Zarwan, but the incredible
poker that we have ahead of us from all these players.
Yeah, shout out, Akshay. Shout out to all 440 of you guys watching over on our YouTube channel. And obviously, let's not sleep on the 30 people watching over on our Twitch as well. Really do appreciate you guys getting involved in the conversation, keeping us company throughout this record-breaking series. Love to see the support on our socials as well, gaining more traction in terms of followers and subscribers on YouTube. I would love to wrap things up with 100 likes on this stream. Currently sat at 53. Gonna have giveaways in the chat, courtesy of our title sponsor, Natural 8, one of their ambassadors at this feature table. And hold your horses. Jay Smackers opening from the cutoff with the King 6 of diamonds, flopping top pair, but Chen has flopped a flush draw. Action-packed to kick things off here. You can see 4 of Chen's nine outs actually dead. Actually saying, I'm just happy I'm not losing side bets. Listen, pal. Only one person in my 5 years of commentary has... Sorry, I do apologize. 2 people. No, sorry, 1 person. We actually broke even with the other guy that I was thinking of. Have walked away from the booth after winning money off me. Akshay owes me 6 Michelin star meals.
Uh-oh. Good luck collecting.
Chen understandably check calling as we head to a turn. The ace of spades rolls off. May slow down the action a little bit.
Let's take a moment to understand the stack sizes we're working with here in the context of the rest of the table. Both players, similar stacks. Started off sort of middle of the pack. The smallest stack itself was 2.1 million, with 4, perhaps 5 stacks in the 2 to 3 million range. So the ICM pressure is just massive. Check, check on the ace turn. Now a brick river. Joshua gets the check mark. Does Chen want to perhaps represent the jack on this 4 to a straight board?
Yeah, with the ICM, small bets achieve so much. I mean, even on hands like 2 pair, top pair, incredibly painful for Josh, but does just check through. It's a nice little pickup there for Jay Smackers. Joshua McCulley scooping in a decent sized pot, up to 30 big blinds now. Those are the chip counts at this final table. Is Chan leading the field with a huge chip lead. 90 big blinds, second in chips with just 42. Actually saying, as poker players like to say, put it on the sheet. Couldn't have said it better myself, man. That is exactly how I do things with most of my friends. And every now and then we just hit the other person up and say, hey, pal. Can we settle the tab?
Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
India's Zarvan Tambodi sat in second, quite comfortably so, might I add. The drop off to Joshua in third. Difference of 12 big blinds between Zarvan and Josh. Then Robert all the way at the bottom of the counts with 21 big blinds.
Fitness Farang with the burn, by the way, in the chat that I must bring to your attention, Henry. I'll let you read it out, in fact, just for maximum pain.
World's best commentator is back in action. Shame he has to work alongside Henry. Okay. All right, dude.
Solid joke structure, Fitness.
Let's see how it is.
Solid.
Good friend of mine from back home.
An APT regular, of course.
Hope you guys and gals at home are ready for a long night of poker ahead of you. It's currently 11 p.m. local time. My prediction is, I reckon we're going to be here until at least 2:30, 3 a.m.
Let's take ourselves.
obviously.
My apologies, Henry. I was just about to say, how about we take ourselves out of the equations? What about these players grinding it out 11 hours already and then reaching the final table? What is the mentality you need to go into a final table knowing that fatigue is going to set in? How do you conquer that?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a discussion that's been being had openly on forums, Twitter, interviews, podcasts. There's so much that goes into being a professional poker player in 2023. So many different ways you can gain an edge away from the table, whether it be meditation, during breaks, going for walks.
Look at this. Sarvan already wanting to spruce up the action early on in this FT. Queen 9 off in the big blind, no problem. Just senses that Peter Da, who he has not been on a table with in a while, if I'm not mistaken, just recognizes Peter would be opening extremely wide on the button and saying, hey buddy, I have you covered. What do you think you're doing here? Little thing known as ICM, and here's 520K worth of it.
Yeah, I like the hand choice as well. Queen 9. Unblocking some of the raise folds and blocking some of top of range. Does get the fold. Sending that message to Peter. You say, hey pal, you're middle of the pack. Few ladders, I mean, just to point out, difference between 9th and 4th, for example, is $48,000. And given how tight it is in that cluster, Pachara has 24 bigs, Robert has 21. Pachara's sat in 4th, Robert's in 9th.
Wow. This is an ICM dream for the chip leader. And Sarvan, perhaps, having played with the chip leader at the previous table, that would be Chan, of course, with the 8.5 million coming into the table, might recognize that Chan has not really been sort of the MTT expert in this tournament so far, which is to say, not really been bullying the table with a big stack, not putting the maximum ICM pressure in various spots leading up to this final table. And Sarvan might want to take that role. Table captain without having all the chips. Certainly his Queen 9 off 3-bet signals that he is here to play.
Josh with an open from early position. I wasn't sure whether he was going to pass up on this opportunity with the players behind. Zarvan going to get out of the way. I guess opening into Zarvan's small blind. Going to prefer doing that rather into Zarvan's big. See in the chat, Hell saying, hey, Natural 8, when is the prediction for the winner? There it is. Guess the winner, chat. Get your predictions in. Do need a valid Natural 8 account, of course, but if you do guess correctly, you'll be automatically registered into the flip out as the domination rotation theme continues today. Ace 9, deuce, rainbow. Chen defending with the Queen 9. Spiking that 3-outer. That's been the theme of the tournament so far. You guys recall back to the final 2 tables. I mean, on several occasions, players found themselves all in with the worst of it, managed to spike 3-outer. Peter Da getting there with the ace-6 against the ace-king.
The player on the screen right now, Robert, in seat 5, spiked the 8 on the river, and here he is at the final table. Poker's a funny, funny thing. 2.1 million in chips for Robert, one of the shorter stacks also.
Well, well, well. Queen of Spades giving Joshua second pair, but improves Chen to 2 pair. Does give Josh a few additional outs. An ace for a 10 needed. Gonna check it behind as we head to the 7 of clubs river. So Chen with the check mark.
The pot incredibly small for what the run out has been. Queen on the turn.
There's some really nice pot control from Josh
throughout the tournament.
Chen with a river block. 250K to 860. Really grim spot for Josh, as trivial as this may seem, second pair. Really can't emphasize enough the ICM pressure these guys are under and just how much these 2.5 big blinds are worth.
Curious bet sizing too, the 250 into the 800k pot.
Just feels like such an underbluff spot, especially against an early position open and a big blind defend.
Usually a situation where players might want to polarize, considering the strength of their hand and the check on the turn. With the small bet, Chen might have guaranteed himself a nice little pickup of the extra 250. Joshua, though, not letting him have it easily.
I'm not sure if Chen gets to go polar from the big blind on this board, although Josh did cap himself on the turn by checking back, of course. Does flick in the golden plaque and gets shown the bad news. Chen picking up a 1.4 million chip pot and now moves up the ranks, overtakes McCulley.
Every pot hurts so much, not just in terms of stack size and in table positioning, but also just the ICM. Look at that. 7 stacks between 21 and 27 big blinds.
Absolute scenes, man.
Zarwan with the 45 big blind stack, the chip leader, closer to 90. Incredible.
Have Abhishek in the chat saying, what's the time limit for guess the winner? You have 90 minutes. Maybe 80 now. Thereabouts. We'll also be doing some quick fire Q&As once we get to 500 viewers. And once we get to 75 likes, it's the first milestone. Giving away some tickets. So there is value. Monetary value. Taking a couple of seconds. Just click that like button to show you support. So we get up to 75 likes. Natural 8. Let it rain. Spring Pocket 23 over on the Asian Poker Tour Twitch channel saying, Kill Baners. You the man. Oh, you the man, Spring Rocket.
Kill Baners. I thought for a moment that's what they call your fans, maybe. Count me in. Count me in. I, too, am a Kill Baner. It's like Benedict Cumberbatch and Cumber Leaps.
Justin Bieber and his Beliebers.
Beliebers. Kill Baners.
I feel incredibly embarrassed that I know that, but I'm a believer. Chan with the ISO. Love this pressure from our chip leader. He's really leaning into Chen, who finds himself third in chips at the moment.
Oh my
wow.
word. He is folded.
How about
Queen
it?
10.
That is a tight fold just to showcase the ICM pressure that we were talking about. Maybe a few pips too tight for my liking.
I suppose the only way to figure out how the chip leader is going to be punishing you when you are in the small blind is to limp the small blind one time and get punished. Meanwhile, Pachara is taking a little nappy.
There we go, talking about some of the edges that can be gained as a professional. Being able to fall asleep in the blink of an eye.
Superpower. It's like the weakest X-Man ever. Instant nap. Superpower. Great for poker, though. Pachara, of course, has been grinding it out for 10 days straight.
Oh, yeah. Already got a trophy.
Already got a trophy. Got his 12 hours in today. Celebrated with fellow Thai superstar Punat Punsri after Punat won the main event yesterday. Just some context before you judge.
Pachara, in case anybody in chat unfamiliar, over $2 million in live tournament earnings. Absolute rock star on the Thailand and Asian and global poker scene.
Couple of APT titles. Chan going to complete from the small. Pachara, speak of the devil, ace queen O.
Unafraid to raise the chip leader. And look at that, a huge stack of chips being grabbed. Chan is here to play. He knows what to do with his big stack, and a massive raise in the face of Pachara.
How about it?
You love to see it. You love to see it.
The 69 for the memes. And Pachara having none of it. Coming back over the top. Chan's made it 1.2 million. 1.2 million to call. And can't call. Pachara increasing his stack by 50%. Uncontested, and moves up to third in chips. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, there may have been some eye rolls at the table from everyone else, because Pachara is not the man you want to see picking up chips and building a stack. Duran Duwadi in the chat asking how many players are left. Final table of 9. 18K guaranteed. Next payout be 21,000. And then the payouts really start getting big. 7th going home with 30,000. 6th with 40. 5th with 53K. 4th with 66. 3rd going to be going home with 85,000. Then our 6-figure payouts. Runner-up going to be going home with 114,000 USD. And how about it? But a little, what, 58,000 heads up match? 58,000 USD heads up match.
If you could just dwell on the previous hand, just because it's going to set the tone for the table for the foreseeable future. Chan, understandably, realized that his stack could be used to apply maximum ICM pressure, but picked the absolute wrong customer. As I had just mentioned, over $2 million in lifetime live tournament earnings for Pachara. Here he is playing for our massive 172K, but clearly not the guy to push around with ICM pressure. Ends up having to fork over 1.2 million uncontested to Pachara. Respect to Chan, but so often you see Image playing into these final tables. I would like to mention what happened yesterday in context of this hand. We did see Punat get 5-bet bluff with the ace-5 off. You tend
6-bet bluff.
6-bet bluff.
Yeah.
All in with the ace-5 off. And one of the features of having this image is players try to just outplay you more than they try to outflop you.
Yeah, the superstar power. We've heard legends like Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu talk about it. How players just want a story to go home with. Similar here in Asia with the Asian poker superstars. Players know that they're a force to be reckoned with, and just having a story to go home. Tell your friends and family that I bluffed Punat Puntsri, I bluffed Pachara won, which is flop checks through on the Jack 8-7, 9 of spades on the turn. Giving Chan an open-ender, although the 10 no good as Pachara holds Queen of Diamonds in hand, but hearts working for him, as do 5s.
Let's go Chan, says Sherlock Yao. Let's go indeed. Credit always for the gumption to make those kind of plays that he did. That's a little more to his bounty with that hand. 8.4 million. Massive chip lead. 31 million chips in play. Over 25% of those belong to the chip leader Chan. And clearly, still joking with Pachara, wants some of his chips back.
Kenneth 2946 saying, can I get a Hell's Yeah for Bigor? You can indeed. Hell's Yeah, Bigor. No idea who Bigor is, but shout out.
Peter Dahl, the player from Norway. What a ride he's had as well.
Tell me about it.
Tournament at some point.
Yeah, came in today as chip leader, was down to 6 big blinds with, what, 13 left, 12 left. Just get that crucial double, ace-6 against ace-king. Chan with another legit holding. This time in the cutoff. Colin saying Chan has all the support from Hong Kong. Shout out Hong Kong. Jay Smackers, couple of ducks in the big.
Certainly deserving of appeal. Has the stack to support, trying to hit that set. All in, he says, with the deuces. What a bold play. ICM damn. Willing to risk it all, knowing how wide Chan is going to be opening in late positions. This might just be the kind of play that separates the best from the rest. The idea that you're willing to risk your tournament life to pick up those crucial chips in the middle, to give yourself the chance to separate from the pack, try to win it all, 172K up top.
Yeah, Joshua McCulley definitely fits the bill when you think of players that are going to go for the win. Just realizing that with ICM and the stack depth, not really keen on going set mining with deuces, and obviously it'd be really difficult to play out position. But also with fold equity, you can just get hands like this to fold. Could maybe even fold out some bigger pairs, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, maybe even 7s. Chan thinking things through with the king, queen. He knows Josh. Oh my word, he flicks in the golden plaque.
Wow.
Shows the king, queen.
Wow. Bachara just reacted in shock. He is amazed at the hands that have gone to showdown here. Deuces for Josh, king, queen for Chan. Joshua at risk.
Joshua at risk indeed, flipping for his tournament life. This is a 4.8 million chip pot. If Josh can hold here, move up to second in chips. Wow. I mean, we do like to say ICM is for poor people. Chan just saying, hey guys, you can't push me around. I'm going to put chips in the middle as it comes. King high. Josh drawing to 2 outs twice. 9 of clubs changes nothing, and Joshua McCulley, Jay Smackers, legend of the game, looking for a deuce. Ace of spades on the river, completes the board, and we have our first elimination from this APT 8 max high roller. And I tell you what, sigh of relief from everyone else, because Joshua with chips is a very tough competitor. GG's in the chat for Jay Smackers.
An extra 3K for everyone else at the table. $21,000 now the minimum amount everybody on this table is walking away with for 8th place. May I say that ladders get super serious now. $9,000 the next pay jump. The man in charge is the man on screen racking up those newly acquired chips right now. See him, Chan from Hong Kong. Over 100 big blinds, 30% of the chips in play now belong to that man.
Wow. Kenneth saying Chan playing chess while others are playing checkers. Abhishek saying 472 people watching and no one is chatting. Get involved in the conversation, chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. It is Sunday. Expect many of you to be grinding online. Let us know about any deep runs, maybe playing cash games. Do have the natural 8 giveaways, of course, the flip outs, the guess the winner. First ladder are now guaranteed $21,000 for their efforts. On the bottom with a couple of 10s, a welcome sight. Does jam over the top of Pachara's open.
Chara caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He's getting a little cheeky. We have seen him make these opens with very similar hands in the past.
Oh, it's 100% an open suited king, especially once Chan folds. It just opens the door for Pachara to play the role of table captain, as he does cover everyone behind. How about that, chat? To get the blood pumping. So ICM out the window. Chip leader.
That's why Pachara was shocked when the hands flipped over. I think his brain was screaming ICM suicide. And I think he was shocked to see Chan call off the king queen as well, correct as it was. Certainly merit to chip leaders trying to conserve their massive stacks sometimes, thinking they can extract more value, maybe not make the most GTO, the most plus EV decision in that hand, but know that they can really pummel and pick up those blinds in the future. Chan having none of it, willing to gamble. Certainly knew it would be a gamble with king queen. Very few hands. King queen dominates there. That certainly sets the tone for the remainder of this final table. Nobody will be jamming light to Chan anymore.
I mean, talk about sending a message to the entire table.
How about that message EV in that call? As poker becomes more and more complex, these are the kind of variables you need to consider on a final table. Two very playable hands in the mix here. Zarvan opens, king queen suited, under the gun +1. Peter Da, the standard defense, 10-9 suited on the big blind and a 10 high board. Does give Peter the edge here. Zarvan with plenty of backdoors. 2 overs. All kinds of interesting turn cards possible.
Have Liz in the chat saying, "Go Rob, we are rooting for you." And of course, out Robert and a scary
250k is the C bet. Certainly not a small C bet. Peter Da, one of the shorter stacks now. Does he want to go with his top pair? Not yet. Decides to call for now. Evaluate potential turns. Spade would make it super interesting. 5 on the other hand of diamonds. Pure brick on this board. And now the stack to pot ratio is getting mighty interesting. 1.1 in the middle. 1.6 million behind for Peter Da. Zarvan left with just a king high. None of the backdoor draws even came in. I think he has enough equity here to check back. King high. Does have the draw to hit a king or a queen. Does beat all the straight draws possible on the flop. Checks behind. And a 5 on the river gives Peter the check mark. Question is, does he want to go for value? Anytime you feel like you can represent some bluffs, usually is a good time to go for some value. But it does open the door to getting raised. Perhaps the reason Peter decides to check. Could be considered a trap of sorts as well. Sarwan is going to have showdown value a lot of the times. King high. Probably not the best hand, and Zarwan knows it.
Please have 9-jack.
Please have 9-jack, he says. Not to be 9-10 this time. Peter picks up 515k with that pot. Every pot's so crucial. 515k is 25% of the bottom
that,
5
man.
stacks on this table.
That is unbelievable.
And mind you, we rolled back the blinds to have a 30 big blind average, which is a really great thing to do to ensure the best possible poker. But Chan, holding such a huge chunk of the chips, really skewed that average, didn't he?
Similarly to yesterday's FT, where Punat had the overwhelming chip lead, and it just really created this kind of handcuffed situation. Everyone else really feeling the pinch for ICM.
Almost 500 viewers on YouTube alone. Love to see it. For this final event at the APT Taipei, the 2-day high roller, we're extremely grateful for you to be joining us. We would be extra grateful, of course, if you would hit that like button. You'd be surprised at how much it helps not just us, but the game of poker to grow it in Asia.
I'm sure you are good hand. You're good hand? Don't want to lie to you.
Okay. A resigned laydown. Quan Han Chen, King 6 of hearts in the big blind.
I don't see this one getting folded. Kevin does obviously have the power of position. What if there are like some worlds where 3-betting King 6 suited is a thing? We'll just defend, 550 in the middle. Every pot so crucial for these middling stacks. Comes 10, 7, 5. Kevin flopping top pair. Swing and a miss for Chen. Let's have some backdoors, but the only way he's going to get to see any of those is if Kevin checks behind.
Very measured in his actions, Chen. Loving the demeanor. Of course, Kevin Choi, perhaps one of the strongest presence at this poker table. A cash game regular, I believe.
Chen?
Kevin Choi.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, more often than not, you see cash game regs becoming addicted to tournaments. Doesn't really go the other way. You don't see many tournament pros then start playing cash, at least not on very high level. There are, of course, a few exceptions, and there are people that play both formats.
Well, you know why, Henry? No ICM. ICM is where the fun is at. This constant soup of calculations, considerations, table dynamics to consider. Cash must seem boring after that. Look at those flags. The diversity at the APT is just unparalleled. Norway, Australia, Hong Kong, Taiwan, of course. Us being in Taipei. India. Incredible scenes. As they have been throughout the whole series.
In case anybody's only joining us for this high roller, fans of Zarwan perhaps, let me just say, as someone from India, seeing 600 players in the same poker room in Taipei, forced to play 10-handed across 57 tables at day 2 of the main event, from all over Asia and the world, perhaps 40 countries represented, was quite a sight. Such a sight, in fact, that we had to convert the feature table into a regular table, and Henry and I attempted to do a pit walk around the room just to showcase to the audience what we were working with. And we had to abandon that idea as well, because there was no space to walk in between the players. And yet, no complaints. Everybody has been giving a lot of positive feedback, plus some critical feedback that will be duly noted about the player experience. If you know anybody who was here, try to talk to them about what their experience was like. Get their story firsthand. Carl in chat going, I can see their cards, is this normal? Yes, indeed. 30-minute delay ensures you can not act on that information. Whatever you see happening right now happened 30 minutes ago. Henry and I, watching it live, just like you guys.
A delayed feed, of course, to protect the integrity of the game.
Yeah, thank you. For him to count now. Now it makes it good.
No, I mean like, you could do this.
Yeah.
Kevin Choi, King Jack suited in the hijack. This is going to be played for sure.
I would ask people to stack in 4s, and then in black, ask them to stack in 5s or 10s. Yeah, it's really hard to see. Yeah.
In case you could hear Pachara, he's discussing the right etiquette to stack those beautiful clocks. 250,000, the yellow ones. 100,000, the black ones. So stacking in 4s would ensure stacks of 1 million. It is a beautiful stage when you get to the part of the tournament where these bricks come out. Feels very Casino Royale. But it does throw off some inexperienced players since you're so used to stacking chips in 20s. Zarwan, but dare I say, not much of a decision. 9-6 off in the small blind. Unless he wants to get up to one of his antics, the way he did with the Queen 9. And look at that, reaching for chips. Certainly going to be raising with the 9-6 off. The man has just decided, card distribution be damned. I'm here to play. I will simply pretend I have a great hand and put maximum pressure on these middling stacks. Kevin. Very marginal hand. Very strong hand that has been turned into a marginal hand in this scenario. King Jack of Spades. What do you do here? 19 big blinds left. Zarwan claiming to put Kevin to the test for all of it.
Really love this sizing. I'm a big fan of this sizing. It's a clicky sizing. So much pressure. Doesn't need to go big. Does get called. Kevin, the player that is covered and at risk, and well, the 7-7-5 board. I think Zarwan is going to find a way to win this one. 1.1 million in the middle.
This is why aggression is the name of the game. Not just in poker overall, not just in tournament poker, but in final table poker. Puts the pressure, gets a board that is dry as dry can be. Now Kevin started with such a beautiful hand. 40% of a royal, as they say. What is he to do? Simply a backdoor flush draw. Puts the cards in. Well played, Zarwan. Pure aggression.
Taking it to the streets.
Giving the fans something to cheer for. Not waiting for the cards to come his way. To give his rail something to clap about.
Chat, those of you watching over on YouTube can see we do have the Guess the Winner poll. Click the link. Get your guesses in. That'll be closing in about an hour's time. Obviously do need a valid natural A to count, but those of you that do guess correctly will automatically be registered into the flip out.
Under the gun with Queen Jack suited, Pachara is going to be opening the chip leader on the big blind. 2x open. Once again, the top prize to play for 172,000 US dollars. The second biggest prize ever given out in tournament poker in Taiwan. First place, of course, being the main event just yesterday, $365,000 for the main event. All in, says Chan. Talk about maximum pressure and no respect for under the gun opens.
Wow, this guy.
This guy.
The wild card we needed.
He did say he wanted some chips back after losing to the jam, the 4-bet jam from Pachara early on. I think this begins that clawback process in a bold, bold way. Pocket fives all in. You love to see it. These guys will be deprived of the stream until they hit the break. It's probably an hour plus away. What an interesting scenario it will be when they come back after having seen some of these hands
over 10 million. Yeah.
through their rail or watching it themselves. I suspect their jaws might be on the floor once or twice when they see what some of these players have been up to.
Over 10 million.
Over 10 million announces Chan. That's over 100 bigs, or at least 90 or so bigs.
This is exactly the player type I want on a high roller final table. Someone that is just going to come into this FT like a bull in a china shop. Happy to put chips in the middle. Happy to try and run over the table. Obviously, the downside is it's going to run into top of range eventually. It does need to proceed with caution. But for now, things going Chan's way. True wild card. The 172,000 up top.
Break. There? Yeah, sure.
I believe blinds going up to 60,000, 120,000.
How are you holding up, Henry? 12 hours, I think we've been at it.
Oh, dude.
Yes.
Final table like this.
I'm pumped.
Yeah, even after being in the industry, or as a player even, I'm just a fan of the game. Started playing poker when I was, what, 14 years old. Fast forward 14 years. Spots like these still get me excited. Throw in someone like Chan, spanner in the works.
I was thinking the same thing. If I wasn't excited, that pocket fives jam alone jolted me awake. What a player to have on the final table. What a player to have in the out and out, excuse me, chip lead. Just makes every hand exciting. Always think, what is Chan going to do now? And continuing the unpredictability, Chan actually folded the button, needing Pachara to decide a small blind strategy against Robert Nemiskeri. 8-6 going to be good enough to raise it up. Does cover his opponent, Pachara. Wants to put the pressure, and it works.
Robert lets it go. Nice little pickup there for Pacharo.
It feels so strange, you know, like these single raised pots just picking up the blinds and the big blind ante feel like so much, but it's because they are. See, we've mentioned on a couple of occasions, you know, the difference between 8th and 2nd, almost $100,000, and the way things stand with the chip distribution, anyone can find themselves heads up in this one.
Queen deuce suited for Zarvan, but the kind of hands he'd been raising it up with. I was curious if this was also going to find itself in his raising range. Let's just take a moment to realize twice Zarvan has 3-bet from the blinds. One of the trickiest moves to make in poker. With a good hand, much less a pure bluff.
Try laying it down on the button. Some rejammable stacks behind.
A walk. That's nice. And shows the ace-jack.
That's what they're playing for in local currency. It's a casual 5 mil up top.
$5.3 million Taiwanese dollars is the first place prize. 3.5 million second place. 2.6 million third. Huge, huge numbers. Life-changing money.
For those of you that missed it, first elimination from this FT. Jace Mackers, Joshua McCulley, rejamming his pocket twos from the big blind after the chip leader opened King Queen O from the cutoff, and then proceeded to call off and flop top pair. Josh out in 9th, 18,000 and change.
How's this for a tricky spot? Chan doing his thing, raising up to 250K, has built slight credibility. Wow, Robert does let it go.
Don't blame him.
Just about to add some context. Chan has been
There you
folding.
go. Ace-jack in the muck as well.
Incredible.
You've got a guy that has shown.
He's calling it off.
He's calling off 22 big blind jams.
Do you want to be in a 60% flip with somebody for all the chips?
This
when
is a
there's
really
shorter stacks
wide
behind you?
defend with ICO. I'm pretty surprised at this. 10-5 deuce, Chan flopping best. I'm very surprised at this defend.
I think Peter got carried away with the pot odds there. 7-4 off, as bad as it gets. Thought he might bink something perhaps, but in fact the opposite. Chan is the one who does bink. Middle pair is certainly going to be taking this one down.
It's just so difficult to play 7-4 out position across multiple streets unless you flop the absolute world, which is stretching a little bit. Chan just steamrolling up to 95 big blinds now.
Ace-10 hits the muck. Ace-jack hits the muck. 7-4 defends. Gives Chan the extra chips just for good measure. And there you have it, 95 big blinds to the chip leader. 11 million, 31 million chips in play total. A comfortable 30% plus off the chips belonging to Chan.
Yeah, and Zarvan's done a fantastic job at separating himself from the rest of the pack. Comfortably in second due to a nice couple of pickups. Some quirky plays against some of the middling stacks. It's now really created a bit of a drop-off. Bottom of the pack, Robert and Chen with 16 big blinds, Kevin Choi with 17 bigs.
And one of the outcomes of this dynamic, Henry, is that sometimes a chip leader almost has this silent understanding with the second place in chips who's a tad more active, saying that, okay, buddy, when you're not involved, I'll take it. When I'm not involved, maybe you can do your thing, and I'll see you at heads up.
This from Zava. Let's see who we're going to be seeing at heads up. Oh, Chen. +1. Flat calling with ace-6 suited. Just when you think you know how the hand's going to play out and how to call the action, these guys throw that spanner in between the front of the bicycle wheel over the handlebars, something I know all too much about for my liking.
Oh no. How is your shoulder today, Henry?
It's actually doing really well, mate. I think
Henry.
that nightclub really helped.
Henry, in case any of you are unaware, recovering from a brutal motorbike accident, but on track to just recover and crush it. And look at this, an ace on the flop. Could spell disaster for either of the players because there are also 2 diamonds. His hand could really go any way, but look at the equity, 64% for Chen.
This one will be chopped. Any card over a 9, non-diamond. Chen, top pair, nut flush draw. Gonna make the call. Sizable pot brewing. 0.2 million in the middle already. As the 4 of diamonds rolls off on the turn, giving Chen the check mark with 1 card to come. See if Zarvan slows down. Under the gun, V +1 has to pretty concerned of Chen's range looks like. Maybe some ace-queen O's, ace-jack, ace-10 we can see. He's got the stone, cold, nuts, and the ace-6 of diamonds.
Check back on the turn there. Look at that trap that Chen has set. Jack, an unfortunate card for the trap. 4 to a straight on the board now.
Like 1K US, I think.
Talk about unorthodox play there, Henry. Flat calls pre-flop, ace-6 suited. Catches the flush draw. Calls the flop. Checks behind on the turn with the absolute nuts. And now, perhaps too late to represent any sort of bluff. Let's think it through. What hands that call the flop bet this river and do not have ace-8 beat? I'm truly struggling to come up with one. All of them would have showdown value to take here against smaller pairs. Zarvan knows where he's at, it seems like. Lets it go easy. Claims he reaching for the hand. Zarvan says ace-10 wins. And then to mock his opponent further, saying that, hey, you caught the river. Pretends to reach for his opponent's hand. The dealer had a bit of a freak out.
Little slap on the wrist.
Little slap on the wrist. Sometimes some language barriers in Asia. Sarcasm and mock reaching out to flip over hands is not going to go well. Dealer doing an excellent job, might I add. As have the entire production staff and all the dealers at this tournament, just been absolutely crushing it. Chan doing what Chan does, announces raise. Graphic hasn't caught up yet. A real hand this time around. 2 8s, under the gun +1. Every raise is suspect, and Robert once again finds ace-10 suited this time. Lets it go. This man is taking ICM seriously. Ace-queen for Peter Da. How far can you take ICM pressure against the chip leader? 20 big blinds in his stack. What is he to do? Very tempting. You just assume that the chip leader is opening super wide and try to get him to fold. In fact,
He makes a small raise. What a bold play here. Now the question is, has he left himself enough room to fold to a shove? Or is he trying to induce a shove? Because a shove is very likely what he's getting here.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, the wild card. Chan with the chip lead. It's already showcased that he doesn't mind putting chips in the middle. Peter playing 2.5 million. Wow. All in. How nonchalantly. Wait, what?
The dealer could have been confused whether it was a raise or an all-in, but the chips have gone into the middle. We are in for a flip, and it's a big flip.
But he said all in. Is it just me that heard that, or?
Oh. My apologies. I believe what happened is he threw the chip in, and it hit the felt before he actually said all in. This has led to a very interesting situation.
Wow.
Let me just recount what I believe happened and may just have saved Peter Da's tournament life, depending on what the run-out may have been on the turn in the river. Chan actually meant to put Peter all in with the pocket eights, but threw a chip in the middle, just one chip, which usually counts as just a call.
Right.
He said all in right after the chip landed, but the dealer holding him accountable as she should, correctly said, no, that is a call. A lot of information went out there. Chan, of course, accepted the ruling of the dealer. The flop comes king 5-4, and he goes all in now, giving Peter Da perhaps the window to find a fold. Although, Chan could easily be doing this with a weaker hand, a weaker ace, but that king may be sticking in Peter Da's head. The last time around Chan pulls these shenanigans, he had king-queen.
Peter just saying, why don't you just go all in? I mean, he did try. Peter may be regretting not going all in himself. 3-bet inducing with the ace-queen. Peter going to be down to 15 bigs. What an action-packed final table this has been so far. Throwing out another time bank chip.
Let me throw in another variable to consider, Henry. The way Chan said, oh, okay, I'm all in. Wow. He folds it. Actually, a good fold as it turns out. What an interesting hand. I was just about to add, the way Chan actually said, oh, well, I'm all in, actually did not signal an absolute monster by any means. So Peter might have been considering that also with the ace-queen, but being behind to any pair does find the fold. We'll be happy to see the hand on the stream.
I'll tell you what, I love this man, Chan. This guy is as entertaining as it gets, especially when there's $172,000 on the line. Really throws people off their play. We've already seen hands like ace-10, ace-jack folded to a single raise. I think we're going to be here a while, unless Chan just continues to run over the table, because players are really going to tighten up in terms of adjustments that are going to be made.
As we have learned, you can run over the table all you want, but if you don't close it out, heads up, you can still be here for a while. Referring, of course, to the main event final table yesterday. Punat hoovering up the chips on the table, eliminating all but one player. Got down to heads up with a 10-1 chip lead, and then played a grueling 3 hours of heads up, losing the chip lead at some point before closing it out and taking the title.
He did it for the fans, Punat. He wanted to put on a show. The Thai people, natural-born entertainers. Apart from when Pachara's napping, of course, that being the only exception.
Pachara will get his entertainment groove on, sure.
Just needed to figure out where the table was at. Zarvan limping the small blind. Queen 8 off. And staring down his opponent in the big blind, who clearly likes his hand enough to bump up the stakes here.
Interesting ISO with the 9-8 suited being covered. Feels like a hand that likes to play his check and see a flop. Be a disaster to check raise, but Chen trying to dictate the pace of play. As it comes 9-7-5. Domination rotation has been the theme of this tournament. Chen with top pair and a gut shot. Zarvan with an overcard and a gut shot of his own. Throw out a time extension chip, maybe thinking of leading on this ball texture. Fold out some of the ace highs, suited broadways. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. You can see obviously it's not going to work out. Does fire out a bet of 275,000. And gets met with a snap raise from Chen, and with that, Chen, I believe, up to second in chips now, overtaking Zarvan. See, peeling with the ace-6 earlier, turning the nut flush.
Also, as you said, Henry, setting the pace of play and setting the small blind versus big blind dynamic, which can lead all kinds of interesting situations down the road. Very important to get a grip on what the dynamic is going to be early on. Chen saying to Zarvan, I am not going to be pushed around. Eight left at this final table. Day 2 of the high roller. The $3,300 buy-in, 8 max. 302 entries, down to 8. Fighting for $172,000 up top. All guaranteed, 21,000 already. One clear chip leader in the form of Chan, sitting with over 90 big blinds.
Yeah, disastrous seat draw for Zarvan. 2 players now have him covered on his direct left. Chen limping in from the small blind. Chan kind of just laughing like